So let me get us started. Okay. 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 So I no longer need to read anything about COVID and all of that stuff. Very good. All right. So we will now call the meeting to order. Invocation by School Board Member Michael Goday and Pledge of Allegiance led by Cadet Second Lieutenant Lillian Milligan at Glen Oaks High School, accompanied by Senior Army Instructor Lieutenant Colonel Retired Ronald T. Mayholmes. Amazing program. All right. Board Member Goday.
Please rise. Our Heavenly Father, we ask your blessings on all of our seniors as they graduate from our care. May you protect them and keep them safe as they venture out into the world. May you give them the courage and wisdom to stretch their wings and soar to the amazing heights we know that they are capable of reaching. We also ask your blessings for all of our faculty and staff, that they may enjoy a safe respite this summer from their hard work and return next year with the same level of enthusiasm and effort they have always displayed. Finally, hold all of our students and their families in your arms and let them return to us next year, ready to continue their journey. All this we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
To the President of the Board, board members, Dr. Narcisse, fellow citizens of East Baton Rouge Parish, it is my honor and privilege to introduce a great American. She is a freshman at Glen Oaks Magnet High School and will soon complete her second year as a JROTC cadet. She is the S5 and a member of the Glen Oaks Magnet High School cheer team. She has a grade point average of 2.8. She is a model cadet who has taken on the challenge of living up to the JROTC cadet creed. Following graduation, she plans to enter the United States Army and continue her education to major in engineering. She is the daughter of Carolina Milliken. Ladies and gentlemen, here to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America, I present to you, with great pride, Cadet Second Lieutenant Lillian Milligan. All right. Hey. One second. Hey.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ma'am, it brings me great pleasure as your school board representative for District 2 and also as someone who attended Glen Oaks High School to present you with this Medal of Honor on behalf of our superintendent and our entire board. Thank you so much.
And did you have anything you wanted to say? You don't have to. I'm just asking.
No, ma'am.
All right. So y'all stand together for your photo op, so you can share with mom, dad at home, mama and Gigi, if you call her Gigi. So come. Where's our camera person?
Go Panthers.
All right. So y'all come right here so you can have this in your background.
Board members, y'all can also log into Board Docs now.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 9, President Tatman. District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Here.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Present.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Dyson. District 7, Mr. Gode.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present. All right, we now move forward with item B1, meeting minutes, approval of the school board minutes of the April 21st, 22 regular school board meeting, May 5th, 2022, and special board meeting. I'm sorry, regular board meeting, May 5th, 2022, special board meeting on the same date, and the May 5th, 2022 committee of the whole meeting as published in the official journal. So moved by Board Member Bernard. And thank you, Board Member Howard. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
You need public
What I
comment.
did- Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Public comment on the meeting minutes from those meetings. Seeing none, back to the board. Seeing no board comment. Now, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Can we do a roll call, Madam Vice President?
Yes, we can.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yes.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Yes.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 6, District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Now moving forward with item C1, athletic recognitions, basketball. Recognition of the Scotlandville High boy.
You have your.
Oh,
you have
okay.
your-
I was like, Lord, I missed something on the agenda. What's that?
Average
Represent. All right.
track and gymnastics.
Recognition of the Scotlandville High boys basketball team for being named the 2022 LHSAA Boys Basketball State Champions for Division One.
Good evening, President Tatman, Madam Vice President Collins, Superintendent Narcisse, and members of the board. It gives me great pleasure to recognize the Scotlandville High Hornets for winning the 2022 All-State Sugar Bowl LHSA Boys State Basketball title for Division I. Give them a hand. The Scotlandville Magnet High Boys basketball team, under the leadership of Coach Carlos Sample, finished the 2021-22 season with an overall record of 27-7. They also competed in their 13th straight 5A Division I state championship game. No one else in Louisiana can say that. They won their 8th state championship, all while maintaining a 3.0 overall GPA. Rayvon Smith was named the MVP for the state for Division I, and then Rayvon Smith and Dorian Booker were named to the 5A All-State basketball team. Head coach is Carlos Sample. Assistant coaches, Jeremy Noah, Joshua Washington, Deshaun Washington, Hendrick Foster, Melissa Washington, and in attendance tonight is Principal Paul Jackson. Again, congratulations. What an honor. Good job.
And on behalf of the superintendent, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, congratulations, Coach Sample. You know how I feel about y'all. Mr. Jackson, keep up the great coaches, staff, players. Y'all always do a great job. And it's always a little heart attacks watching y'all play, but it's all good. So I appreciate this. And just congratulations. And on behalf of the board and superintendent, go Hornets. Congratulations.
You okay? You okay? Y'all got to be fine. There we go. There we go. So you saying that this got to be a mega crisis? You need me on the dressing. Yeah, right. Well, great. Thank you.
Please give them another round of applause.
Thank you. Now, moving forward with more athletic recognitions. The two athletic recognition in the area of gymnastics. Recognition of the Baton Rouge Magnet High girls gymnastic team for being named the 2022 LHSAA Girls Gymnastics State Champions for Division 1, as well as the boys gymnastic team for being named the 2022 LHSAA Boys Gymnastics State Champions for Division 1.
It gives me great pleasure to recognize Baton Rouge Magnet High School for winning the 2022 State Gymnastics Meet. It has been 19 years since the girls have achieved this wonderful accomplishment. They have an overall team GPA of 3.76. Senior Camilla Estet was the state champion for the level 4 beam. We congratulate the efforts and commitment to excellence this season. Congratulations, ladies.
On behalf of the superintendent and our entire board, go Bulldogs! Yes! I'm so proud of you all. I'm going to give these medals to the adults here, to the coaches, and I'm just so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, Bulldogs.
The girls are coached by Coach S. Storge, and Assistant Principal Feinberg is here. I didn't do the boys. Let me do the boys. While they're getting a photo op, let me mention the boys. It gives me great pleasure to recognize Baton Rouge Magnet High School for winning the 2022 LHSA Boys State Gymnastics Meet. This is the 8th consecutive year winning Division I and the 28th time that Baton Rouge Magnet High School boys gymnastics team has won the state championship. What an accomplishment. That's unheard of in the state of Louisiana. They have an overall team GPA of 3.74. Again, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen.
The legacy of excellence continues. Go Bulldogs!
Oh, okay. Now let's move forward with more amazing athletic recognitions, track and field. The amazing, once again, Scotlandville High. This time, the girls' track team for being named the 2022 LHSAA Girls Track and Field Champions for Class 5A.
Congratulations, Scotlandville High Lady Hornets, for winning the 2022 LHSA Girls Track and Field State Championship for Class 5A. Makiria Harris won first place in the 100-meter hurdles and the 300-meter hurdles. And she broke a state record, with a time of 42:93 in the 300 meters. Congratulations. Makiria Harris, please stay up, also won the Most Valuable Athlete Award for District 5A meet, regional meet, and the state meet. The 4x1 and 4x2 relay teams, Fatima Banks, Sade Gray, Madison Kent, and Whitney Harris, won first place in both relays. The 4x4 relay, Carlise Davison, Layden Jack, Tiana Harris, and Makiria Harris also won first place. Sadie Gray won first place in the 200-meter and second place in the 100 meters. Now, this is all at state. That's huge. The Scotlandville High girls have an overall team GPA of 3.0. The coaches are Ursula Harris, Vernon Pitcher, Theodore Jordan, Terry Dorsey, Calvin Williams, and Robert Dillingham. Again, girls, congratulations.
As you can see, don't ever let anyone tell you that great things are not happening at Scotlandville Magnet High School. On behalf of the superintendent and the school board, congratulations to the coaches, to the girls, and Mr. Jackson. Go Hornets.
And as they shake amazing hands of amazing students, we will, Ms. Williamson, give board member Dyson an opportunity to get from being stuck on the interstate. And if you could, oh, well, that's the last in the athletics, though. Well, if we'll put that at the end of all the other recognitions to give board member. She really wanted to be able to shake her own students' hands, if that's okay. Okay, which one I'm not looking at?
Track, Layla Guy.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Go ahead and do your presentation for Ms. Layla.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Layla Guy from Baton Rouge Magnet High School for winning first in the shot put and discus. Now, two events at the 2022 LHSAA Class 5A State Track Meet. Layla has competed in the United States of America Track and Field National Junior Olympics, where she has placed in the top 7 since 2015 in the shot put. Her last 3 years of high school, she has maintained an overall GPA of slightly over 4.0. Layla will continue her track and field endeavors in college at ULL in Lafayette. The girls' track team is coached by Katara Rosby. Again, congratulations, Layla, on a successful 4 years.
Layla, you are definitely bulldog to the bone, huh? Congratulations on behalf of the superintendent and the entire board. Thank you.
Okay, well, perfect timing. We can proceed with the rest of the athletic awards recognitions.
For our final recognition tonight, I want to congratulate Carolina Alvarado from Woodlawn High for winning the 2022 LHSA Girls State Powerlifting title for her class in the 97-pound weight class. Carolina Alvarado is one of Woodlawn High's class of 2022 salutatorians with a GPA of 4.6 and will be attending LSU this fall. This is Carolina's first year competing in the sport in which she won. She finished the season at the LHSA State Powerlifting Meet with school records and best lift of 210 pounds in the squat, 90 pounds in the bench press, and 275 pounds in the deadlift at a body weight of just 94 pounds. Her final deadlift in the state competition was 275 pounds, and she won the 97-pound weight class and became the new 5A champion. Carolina is the first powerlifting state champion, male or female, in the history of Woodlawn High to do powerlifting. The powerlifting team is coached by Coach Newt Douglas. Again, congratulations, Carolina.
Carolina, on behalf of our board and our superintendent, big applause to you. That is an unbelievable feat. And I'm so glad you chose to participate and compete this year for the first time. Look at all what you've got going on for you. I'm just so impressed by the work you've done, and I know it takes a lot of practice and discipline to become so achieved. So thank you, Coach. Thank you for all you do for all of our children and students at Woodlawn High School.
I just want to recognize Mr. Scott Stevens, principal of Woodlawn High. Who is? Carolina. Carolina is also part of the student advisory team for the district.
All right, and now moving forward with item C5, student achievement recognition of Mr. James Robinson Jr. of the Terra High School. As the founder of Be Heard, a student-led organization for students to come together and speak on the issues that are affecting them.
Good evening to the board, Dr. Narcisse. It's a pleasure that you guys are recognizing James. He's an extraordinary student. His group called Be Heard is the first that I know of its kind. It's a student-led SEL group, and James created a safe space for kids to come together and really share their thoughts in a way that only kids can understand. So we're really proud of James. He graduated yesterday. He was also the prom king and senior class president. So give it up for James.
Brother James, sir, would you like to give a real quick synopsis of what you have accomplished over here at Terra? Your principal mentioned, but just let us know what inspired you real quick. What inspired you, and what it is, what it means to the students on the campus.
First, thank you to everyone for having me and gifting me this award. What inspired me is the disconnect between students and their teachers and their parents, and understanding that students go through things at school and they don't have anyone to talk to, that those outside forces may affect how they are learning and how they involve themselves at school. They may not be participating, they may not want to be involved, and that'll hinder them from anything that they're possible of doing. So I want to let the students be able to gather together and work with each other and understand each other so that they can share experiences, they could share how they're feeling, and they can understand, and maybe they'll find friends, maybe they'll get involved, maybe they'll talk to their teachers and motivate each other to start learning and do better.
What class You 2022 or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I hope that over the summer we passing the baton to someone else.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely, that's what I'm here for. It's student led, and that's very powerful.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Oh. All right, and so then next, straight out of District 4, National Green Ribbon School, Villa Del Rey. Woo woo! The little Tigers are in the house. Recognition of the Villa Del Rey for earning the distinction of the 2022 U.S. Department of Education's Green Ribbon School. And I'd like to shout out District 4 again. Let it be known to the public that the U.S. Department of Education has recognized, this is the second time that a school in District 4 was recognized with the Green Ribbon Award, National Honor. I know y'all gonna lay it all out and everybody gonna have to wait for me to shake hands and take a picture with my people. Thank you. Explain to the people how beautiful this is.
Good afternoon. I'm Casey Womack, the Assistant Magnet Director with MSAP Schools, and we are here to recognize Villa Del Rey for Villa Del Rey Creative Arts and Sciences for their achievement of earning the Green Ribbon Award. And for those that you don't know what the Green Ribbon Award is, it is an award given by the U.S. Department of Education that recognizes schools that reduce environmental impact and cost, improve the health and wellness of schools, students, and staff, and provide effective environmental and sustainability education. And this group of educators could not do a better job than what they're doing. And let's see, do I do? Oh, sorry. Back. There we go. Sorry. All right. So these are some pictures of Villa Del Rey students in action. So we've got our growth card. You want to, Dr. Abernathy, do you want to explain it?
Yes, so here we have our second graders who are actively maintaining their butterfly garden. We have our third graders here who are maintaining the garden towers. And the beauty of our Green Ribbon site is that our children are the forerunners in all of the work that is done at the school. You can come out on any given day and see them working the areas that have been deemed projects that they would like to take on. And standing to my left, we have Miss Melissa Gasparez, and she is our renewable energy specialist. And so she was the forerunner in helping us to secure the information for submitting the grant. So we are truly grateful for all of the things that are going on at our school. We are all the buzz and more than just buzzwords. All right, and so here we have second graders. They created the public service announcement video about water conservation and how we can reduce the use of water on our campus. And you see fourth graders conducting energy experiments. And here we have our renewable energy power solar bicycles where kids can read, write, ride, and produce electricity. All right, and here we have our second and third graders who participate in the Tome Student Literacy Society, and they discuss literature. And Ms. Gasparez is the organizer of that club. And everything we do at the school is connected to literacy. And so students do the activities, they read about the activities, and they write. So they become full circle. And we have done a wonderful job of bringing a lot of our learning outdoors. And so if you come to our campus, you will see the outdoor furniture that was created and developed by students who wanted an interest of learning more outdoors. And so they actually were instrumental in putting the furniture together and helping position where the furniture would go. So it's truly an amazing thing that we have going on at Villa Del Rey. Students planting, and then you see the fifth graders diverting rainwater. We have a flooding issue that is one of the problems that our children wanted to solve. And so they have come up with ways that they can reduce the flooding and the pooling of water in our breezeways. So please come by and see the good things that we have going on at our school.
So on behalf of the superintendent and the entire board, especially myself, we love to see it. Amazing things going on that we have amazing opportunities to build on here in EBR. And here are your medals. Then we gonna come take our little photo out so I can share all on the social media. The rest of the people representing Villa Del Rey can take a stand. She asked me to make sure that y'all were recognized. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And now moving forward, the amazing VIPs, volunteers in public schools, partners in education, recognition of the VIPs Apple Awards winners.
Hi, my name is Kaya Simmons, and I'm with Volunteers in Public Schools, and we are so excited to be back here today, greeting the board and Dr. Narcisse. Thank you for having us. We recently had our Apple Award ceremony, which is our annual volunteer recognition ceremony that we have not been able to do in person for the last 2 years. And so we were very excited to be able to return to recognize our volunteers. This is a huge event that we do at the end of the year where we have all of our schools nominate their volunteers and community partners for 4 categories. One is the elementary volunteer category, the secondary volunteer category, the community partners volunteer category, and the Crystal Apple Awards, which is an award granted to volunteers that have served a school for over 10 years. And today we just want to acknowledge our winners of the categories. I won't go into great detail about their service, but I will give a little bit of overview because they were recognized in great detail during the event. So the winner of the elementary category, let me see if I can do this. The elementary category winner is Miss Linda Davis, who is here today, and she serves at Buchanan Elementary. You can give her a hand clap. Miss Davis, Forest Heights Academy of Excellence, where she actually taught for 30 years and retired and for 2 years and returned within 2 years of retirement to help the school due to a teacher shortage. So I think that's phenomenal. And she's very worthy of that category. And Principal Breckenridge is here to accompany her as to represent school leadership. And I may get her to say a couple of words. The secondary winner of the category for secondary volunteer is Miss Tiffany Burke. And she served at Sherwood Middle. And Tiffany is president of the PTO there and has done some phenomenal work supporting the teachers, making sure they have everything that they need, as well as the students. And she's very deserving of her winning of the secondary volunteer category as well. Community partners winners is we have Representative Miss Linda Glisson of First Presbyterian Church. They have served 38 years. Correct, at Buchanan Elementary. They provided Chromebooks, uniforms, T-shirts, all sorts of things for the students. This is a prime example of faith-based integration into our school system and supporting neighborhood schools. So please give First Presbyterian a hand. And our last winner of the category, and last but not least, is Mr. Nick Totoro. He's an LSU professor in the biological engineering department. And not only is Nick a VIPS volunteer, a reading friend and math friend, for several years, since 2008, he has been volunteering in the school system, but he also has involved collegiate student body volunteers and in a partnership with his 3D math program, where they come in and assess the math kits that VIPS currently uses for their math tutoring programs and works with the elementary students to decide what needs to be developed more and what creative things that they can do as far as math manipulatives. And then his students, his college students, in turn return to LSU and create the math manipulatives out of 3D designs, 3D printing, correct. And he actually brought an example of one of the printed out designs that the students have made. So give Nick a hand clap. Thank you, Nick. So we just want to say thank you once again as the school year has closed to our amazing volunteers. We had a wonderful event, and these are the winners of the category that we just wanted to highlight during the school board meeting today. Thank you for having us.
Yes, and thank all of you for all of the hard work you do for our students. You know, it's really warming to see how the community steps up and works with our students. So I will be presenting you with a medal from the superintendent and the board for all of your hard work. But I will also make an unabashed plug as we get into this right now for next year. You know, as part of the district, we've placed a tremendous emphasis on literacy. And this past year, well, with COVID and everything else, our Reading Friends program sort of got off to a rough start and things because many of our reading friends are elderly and things like that. So for all the good reasons. But and we're also putting in a brand new literacy program. So this coming year is going to be a big push to get the Reading Friends going again across all the districts. So any of you in the audience, any of you out there listening on here, please contact VIPS and others if you're interested in being a reading friend, because it's going to be one of our big emphasis for this coming school year. So thank you all again very, very much for your hard work.
And I'm so sorry, I'm not supposed to be up here right now, but she knows why I'm here. I see my second grade teacher, Miss Linda Davis, receiving an award, and it's because of people like you that I get to serve on this board today. So I just want to come and give you a big hug, that's all.
And Board Member Landis, did you, wait, that was, okay. I apologize.
Wait, before you leave, I just wanted to say hello again, and I enjoyed spending the time with you at the actual awards ceremony. And I commend all the work that you're doing, and I was glad to get to share that time with y'all. Appreciate.
Thank you. Moving forward with item C8, Arts Schools Network Exemplary School Designation. Recognition of the Arts School Network Exemplary School Designation Award winners at McKinley Middle Magnet School.
Good afternoon, Vice President Collins, Board Member, Superintendent Narcisse. It is truly, truly, truly an honor today that we are excited to announce that McKinley Middle Magnet has been awarded the Art Schools Network Exemplary School of Designation. This is from the Art Schools Network, which is a nonprofit association founded in 1981 that is for all art schools throughout the country. They also work with professional development and make sure that we are truly networked as a organization, as a art school. So this award here is truly an honor. This is the blue ribbon, as we call it with the network, for schools that are art schools in our country. There are only 9 schools chosen for this award, and McKinley Middle Magnet was one. McKinley Middle is the second school in the state of Louisiana to ever receive this award. The first school, quite naturally, was NOCA. McKinley will be identified at our national convention in October and will be considered a nationally recognized school of art of excellence in the years of 22, which is now, to 27. This is a truly big, major honor for this school as well as our district. So we would like to congratulate them on a job well done. Tonight we have the principal, Dr. Roanne, and the amazing arts teachers who go beyond the call of duty to make sure that arts is at the forefront of this wonderful school. So congratulations again.
Just want to say congratulations. I just love the work that you're doing in the arts over at McKinley Middle. So proud of you, so very proud of you on behalf of the superintendent and our board. Congratulations.
Also, Mr. Stewart, the drama teacher, has also won Film Prize Junior, which is a huge win for McKinley, being they had the overall top film for film, and that is for Film Junior. So that is amazing. And they don't even have a film program. That's what he does on the side. So that is amazing for McKinley too as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now moving forward with item D1 for information only, monthly financial report. Any presentation associated with it? All right, personnel changes. Public records request monthly report. Moving forward with item E1, update from the superintendent.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. I wanted to just bring up a couple of things that we have coming up. One is with our Arts Conservatory architect. Collaboration between Fusion Architects and Perkins Eastman is underway to support the design and renovation of our Broadmoor Middle School site to create the 612 grade Arts Conservatory. We're super excited and hope to get that underway so we can be able to open up our Arts Conservatory school. Both firms share the desire to provide an innovation school structure that is reflective of the Southern culture and the vibrant history of those who bring art to life with their experience in K-12 and higher education arts projects. We're confident in their ability to deliver the vision of the Arts Conservatory in a timely manner and professional manner. I also wanted to highlight McKinley Middle Academic School of Visual Arts, Performing Arts, that was selected again for the Exemplary School of the Arts School Network. You heard Sean Jeffrey. Let's give them another hand. You know, every time we have one of our schools do well, our goal is always to be able to highlight and be excited about the collective work there. The school celebrates this honor earlier today at the school, and they're also going to be recognized at the annual conference in October in Las Vegas. Congratulations to them on their outstanding achievement and to the hard work of their leaders there. The district held its first ever awards banquet to honor the top scholars at the Valedictorian and Salutatorian banquet hosted by the Graduation Excellence Department. The banquet was held at Boudreaux on Thursday, May 12th. And it was the perfect kickoff to graduation season. I tell folks we have a lot going on, but kids are actually graduating. Let's give them a hand. I'd like to take the time just to honor some of the top scholars. I'll mention their names, and then you'll see their faces pop up on the screen. Let's start off with Jonathan Ding from Baton Rouge Magnet High School. You should see his picture come up. There we go. Reagan LaShawn Thompson from Bel Air High School. Eric Duido from Broadmoor High School. Braden Abess from East Baton Rouge Virtual Academy. Nicholas Damon Williams Jr. from Glen Oaks Magnet High School. Jania Franklin from Helix Mentorship STEAM Academy. Braylon Chantrell Atis from Estruma Magnet High School. And then Wee Wen Fan from Liberty Magnet High School. And Trinity Robinson from McKinley High School. Shun Si Tu from McKinley High School. Kyron James Simmons from Northdale Superintendent Academy, was just there before the board meeting. Jonathan Claude Hughes from Northeast High School. Johnny Kershane Williams from Scotlandville Magnet High School. Cassidy Kiera Farnell from Tara High School. Seema Kawaji from Woodlawn High School. And Kevin Barrow from Woodlawn High School. Let's give some of our top scholars their hand. As many of you know, we're halfway through our graduation. I think we have Scotlandville on Friday, and there's many more to come. If you go to our website, www.ebrschools.org, you should see a list of the continued schools. We've been celebrating mostly at LSU for some of our schools like Liberty, Baton Rouge High, and Tara as well. We have some upcoming ones that we're going to shift over to Southern University and the River Center. It's important as a community we continue to make children first and continue to support that work as we move forward. And Madam Vice President, that is my report.
Thank you. Thank you kindly. And now moving forward to item E2, presentation, comprehensive staffing model.
Thank you. Oh.
Which is a presentation with public comment. Who's kicking off? Oh, okay. Well, you want to speak now or you want to wait for the presentation? Okay. Board colleague, go there.
If it's with the board's pleasure, it's come to my attention that in the past, we have not historically been putting the presentations done in the superintendent's report into board docs. And I think that we should try to make that, because our minutes and everything refer to things in there. So I think that any presentations that are presented at the board ought to be put in board docs. I realize superintendent's reports tend to be timely, so we can't get them ahead of time necessarily. But as soon, the next day after the meeting, all of these presentations should be in board docs if no one has any objections.
Okay, thank you. And Board Member Dyson.
I would like also to support that. I think that's a very good part of our entire transparency that we're trying to accomplish. So thank you.
And board colleague Ware Jackson.
Is it possible to load the presentation onto board docs this evening? And I apologize, I meant to email and ask that earlier, since there is.
Yeah, board member, I think we do that after the board meeting. We maybe do it. We'll send it to April right after to load it up.
Okay, thank you.
And board member Bernard.
I too want to support them. And I think anything that the board receives that's not posted in backup material that we might just receive incidentally as an email or something, I think it would be great if it's not highly confidential, that is something that we can share. I would love to see all of that in there. The more information, the better. Thank you.
Okay, and I will just mention that I do co-sign. I think it's always good to be as reasonably transparent as possible. So moving forward, who is going to give us the honors of the presentation.
So I'll start off, Vice President Collins, then I'll have Karan Smith, Chief of Staff, and our Chief of Human Resource, Nicola Hall, will come up with other team members as we walk you through the model. But I wanted to say a few things first. So first, I wanted to say thanks for everyone for being here tonight. I think we're in a very exciting right now that we have graduations going on in our city, and we're talking about education in Baton Rouge, which when I arrived, depending on who I talked to, had different perspectives on it. But I think we are in a great time in our city, and especially as we continue to elevate and transform the work for all kids in this city. And so just wanted to highlight a few things before Ms. Smith and Ms. Hall comes up. So as I've gotten from school to school, looking into the faces of children, I've been shaking their hands at all the graduations so far. I've been really thinking about, as they come up, I've been here for about a year and 5 or 6 months, I think now, and just been asking the question as we continue to elevate, have we done our job and prepared you for whatever it is you want to do in life? And I think that that's the question we keep asking. Have we prepared all the children of East Baton Rouge Parish for what they want to do in life? And I'll continue to tell folks, have we done all we can to prepare all the children in this school system for life? See, because one thing I've been very clear about since before I was named as superintendent is that we're going to work hard every day to make sure all kids can graduate and walk across the stage knowing that they got what they need to go out into the world and succeed, have a family, and achieve prosperity. And while the truth is tough to hear, we have to be honest about the fact that we have not been doing our job to make that happen in the past. See, not because every kid didn't deserve it, but because we were making a lot of choices that centered on adults instead of kids. See, my goal and my job have been to center this system around students, knowing that the shift wouldn't come without a lot of noise, about a lot of other things along the way. See, but we are making tremendous progress. It's not about one group or another, one color or another, one neighborhood or another. It's about an entire community. And I want to thank the teachers, staff, parents, and community members who are putting in that hard work every day as we're trying to collectively, as one city, not a divided city, as one city, to move this parish forward. See, because this is not a school system problem. It's not a parent problem. It's not a teacher problem. This is a community problem that requires a community solution. See, I'm proud to be here to be working as a superintendent, but I'm also clear that there are many truths that we have to talk about in order to elevate this system as a collective. While much confusion, misinformation, and misunderstandings have ruled the day in the past few weeks, I hope we can provide a level of detail this evening that provides a clear picture of the staffing shifts made this year to move closer to ensuring all students have high quality teachers in their classrooms. See, I'm proud of the community engagement work we did around the development of our student-centered strategic plan that this board adopted. As superintendent, I'm held accountable for implementing that plan and moving this system towards the indicators in that plan. And those indicators are around math, reading, all the components that helps to entitle all students in this school district. Again, the truth is hard to hear, but we have not been staffing schools fairly or equitably. That's happened way before I arrived. And it shows when you look at performance indicators. The fact is that before this staffing shift, there were schools where long-term subs and paraprofessionals were staffing core tested subjects, while other schools had 2 certified teachers in every classroom. There were schools that had nearly 10 physical education teachers, while other schools had just 1. See, this misalignment of staffing to student need has further exacerbated the achievement gap and prevented our system from giving all kids the education they deserve. I've seen the investment and work of our teachers as they have been confronted with unprecedented challenges. And I understand how these challenges, among others that already existed, have promoted a teacher shortage, not only in this district, in the state and in the country. And I also know that most important thing of our students is a high quality teacher in the classroom every single day. I also understand the anxiety and stress that is caused when communication is less than clear on a process and is also less seamless. And rather than play the blame game and try to point fingers around who did what, when, and how, I tell folks I accept the responsibility as a school leader that we have to communicate better. And while we must do better on communication and process, I will not apologize for the students-centered intent of the staffing model that aligns to the goals that this board adopted in our student-centered strategic plan that gets us closer to all students having a great teacher in every classroom and having a greater chance to walking across the stage, not filled with hope, but prepared for any big dream they have for their own life. I want to thank the board for their hard work that they put into the student-centered strategic plan, shifting this system to be better for all students was never going to be an easy task, but I'm undeterred. I am undeterred and will continue to be up for the challenge to which you have entrusted in me. Thank you for believing in our kids first. This system must think of children first and everything else second. Everyone in this community, no matter what community you live in, no matter where in this community you live in, deserves to have high quality teachers in front of them. And as I tell folks as a superintendent, we will continue to elevate this school system because I know when I came here as a superintendent, that is what this board has entrusted me on, and I look forward to continuing that work. Ms. Smith, who's our chief of staff, will come up with Ms. Hall, and we will walk through the process of this staffing model.
Taller than most people. Good evening, Madam Vice President Collins, board members, and Dr. Narcisse. It's important for us to understand how we got here. So I'm going to provide some historical context. Oh, higher. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Beginning in November 2021, when I joined the team, an audit of the Department of Human Resources was conducted by the Council of Great City Schools. In conjunction, an internal review was also in process, and it resulted in the following findings related to staffing. There were a number of uncertified employees, including lapsed certifications, dating back to 2014, approximately 8 years ago, currently assigned to sites. There were a number of teachers teaching out of their certification area. School site staff and rosters were outdated. School class sizes were not balanced within the same site buildings. Schools were disproportionately staffed. What action steps has HR taken since then? Standard operating procedures were developed, HR supervisors work in collaboration with department heads and principals to ensure certifications were valid. Staffing rosters were reviewed, and HR supervisors worked with department heads and principals to ensure accuracy and establish procedures for quarterly checks. HR supervisors engaged in school-level master scheduling roundtable discussion. The Council of Great City Schools concluded the audit in March 2022. The findings were consistent with the internal review. It's also important to understand the path to the comprehensive staffing model. So here's a breakdown. November 2021, an audit of HR process, internal and external, was completed. Principals were informed of upcoming staffing implementations during principals' meeting. In January of 2022, standard operating procedures for HR were completed. March of 2022, principals attended master scheduling roundtables in which they discussed course options, academic programming, and teacher utilization for school year 22-23. Completion of certification verification process was also completed. Finalization of the audit conducted by the Council of Great City School. In April of 2022, a finalization of the comprehensive staffing model. So I'm going to pass it over to Chief Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Good evening. So what is the comprehensive staffing model? The comprehensive staffing model defines the guidelines for allocating staff to schools. The staffing specifications outlined in the CSM are based on the district-wide strategic plan that was co-developed by district leaders and the board members. The strategic plan was adopted by the board in July 2021. The CSM aligns with the 4 cornerstones of the strategic plan, which are student achievement, exemplary customer service, operational excellence, and employee development. Key focus areas of our strategic goals are represented in the CSM through the lowered threshold of teacher to student ratios and standardized allocation of instructional support positions, which are integrated into the CSM for the purpose of cementing our dedication and commitment to the children of our community. The East Baton Rouge Parish school system has historically adopted a comprehensive staffing model. The school year 22-23 CSM is a modified and enhanced version of the district staffing model from previous years. A table has been drafted that shows a side-by-side comparison of the CSMs from school years 21-22 and 22-23. However, for this evening's purposes, please indulge me as I walk through a comparative analysis of the school year 21-22 and school years 22-23 CSMs. The current and previous CSMs have both defined administrative staff allocation ratios. The current model stipulates adherence to a 1 to 300 ratio for assistant principals across all schools, whereas in the previous model, there is an adherence to a 1 to 451 ratio for assistant principals at elementary schools and a 1 to 300 ratio for secondary schools. The school year 22-23 CSM prioritized allocation of school deans at the high school level. However, it is noted that the CSM is inclusive of other student support positions at all school levels. Additionally, the current and previous CSMs define teacher to student ratios. Our current model stipulates the following ratios. For grades K through 3, there is a ratio of 1 to 22. For grades 4 through 5, there's a ratio of 1 to 25. And for grades 6 through 12, there's a ratio of 1 to 28. When we look at the previous CSM, we will see that there is a slightly higher ratio that has been stipulated in previous CSMs. For grades K through 5, there is a ratio of 1 to 26. For grades 6 through 8, there's a ratio of 1 to 30. And for grades 9 through 12, the ratio is 1 to 31. It also is worth noting that in Betsy's Bulletin 741, the ratios that are defined are defined as such. For grades K through 3, there's a ratio of 1 to 26. And for grades 4 through 12, the ratio is 1 to 33. So our current CSM is below the recommendation that has been provided by the state. Additionally, the current and previous CSMs specify the allocation of instructional and support positions. You heard Dr. Narcisse reference in his opening how we are focusing on our strategic plan. And in our strategic plan, we have an intense focus on our literacy and other academic initiatives, but also our social emotional learning through our MTSS programming. So you will see in the current CSM positions that are aligned with those priorities, such as social workers, literacy and math coaches at all schools, parental involvement facilitators, attendance and guidance clerks, and of course, pathway coordinators. The previous model did allow for student support positions. However, those positions were limited to certain school types. You will see that literacy coaches were allocated to all C, D, and F schools. Parental involvement personnel were allocated based on funding availability. And equity positions were only allocated at our UIR and CIR schools. Both the current and previous CSMs provide stabilization positions. These positions support the academic programming needs and interests of our schools. The current model includes the following instructional stabilization positions. Middle schools receive 3 additional instructional positions to support their school needs. At high schools in the current model, those allocations were based on student population. Schools that had 750 or less received 3 positions for instructional stabilization. However, high schools that had a population enrollment of 750 or more received 5 instructional stabilization positions. In previous models, there was an allocation for stabilization, but it was only 1 flex position for both elementary and secondary schools. And lastly, the current CSM includes guidelines for staffing specialized programs such as ESS, EL, and gifted and talented. However, it is noted, this level of detail was not present in previous CSMs. Levels of flexibility are a component of the CSM for the purpose of providing principals with the discretion for making staffing decisions in specified staffing areas based on the needs of school programs. The function of the CSM is to manage the allocation of school-based positions. The CSM does not assign individuals to specific positions. However, the model identifies school-based positions that are aligned with the district's strategic goals and expectations. I'll turn it back over back to Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. So it's very important for us to understand the process behind the CSM. So the CSM process has been employed as follows. An interdepartmental group of district leaders worked in collaboration to review and enhance the previous CSM. A final version of the CSM was presented to the executive leadership team, executive directors, and department heads. The executive directors met with principals to present the CSM. Principals received their initial school-based staff and allocations from HR. Principals work with their executive leaders to appropriately staff their schools based on the initial allocations designated by the CSM guidance. School-based personnel decisions were authorized by principals. Central office teams did not determine which personnel would be impacted at schools. These decisions were made at the discretion of principals in alignment with district staffing procedures. The CSM allowed principals to exercise discretion in staffing decisions based on the defined levels of flexibility for positions. Principals were responsible for notifying the employees in their buildings that were affected by engaging in one-on-one conversation and providing a written notification of all the employee status. This is an important step when we talk about managing employees and customer service. Principals and department heads were also responsible for submitting a verified list of impacted personnel to the Office of HR in preparation for reassignment opportunities. Impacted positions did not result in employees being terminated. I'm going to repeat that to make sure that we're all on the same page. Impacted positions did not result in employees being terminated. Employees who occupied impacted positions received a notification for reassignment to another school site or district office. These employees are intended to be retained and will have the opportunity to be matched with a position or current vacancy within the district. A district job fair was facilitated to provide an opportunity for employees who receive status notifications to find positions at other sites. On Friday, March 13th, the Office of HR provided all impacted employees with a reassignment notification. And now we're going to transition into frequently asked questions, and I'm going to pass it off to Ms. Smith.
But Board Colleague Dyson, Board Colleague Lannis, you want to wait till the end? Well, Board Colleague Dyson, I need to respect the order and just wait till the end. And because he's in the queue before you.
Okay, well, he doesn't want to, but I would like to ask a question
Board
of Ms.
Colleague
Hall.
Dyson, I'm sorry,
Right
but
now.
let me respect the current order.
Something that was just mentioned that I need to
Look,
question.
I'm taking notes and writing too, and I feel you, but let's let the presentation. That way the presentation could be done, and then we can not delay the whole presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. So as we all have been asked many questions in the last couple of weeks, we wanted to take this opportunity to address some of these questions publicly. So the first frequently asked question that we will address this evening is, how were student enrollment numbers that were applied to the comprehensive staffing model determined? The data used to determine staffing allocations was derived from the school year 22-23 student enrollment projections provided by the Division of Accountability and Assessment. Another question is, what will occur if a school has an increase in enrollment above their projection for school year 22-23? After the July 1st district-wide rollover, the Office of Human Resources will assess the enrollment counts for each school and appropriately allocate available resources based on the guidelines of the CSM. What are the levels of flexibility that are defined in the CSM? All staffing allocations are assigned a level of flexibility that defines the degree of autonomy a school has in determining the utilization of an initial position allocation. The first level of flexibility is level 1, which is a required or unlocked position. These allocations are unable to be changed with respect to funding source requirements, understanding, legal requirements, and other core operational considerations. A level 2 flexibility, or as we refer to it as authorization-dependent flexibility, rarely are positions that are rarely flexible but may be considered for change. Principals must provide a written rationale for substituting an initial position allocation for a preferred position. And finally, a level 3, which we call the flexible positions. These allocations are provided to schools with open flexibility for staffing and programming. Another question that has been frequently asked is, what consideration has been given to the teaching of accelerated courses that provide high school credit in middle school, such as algebra, geometry, and science? The comprehensive staffing model provides accommodations for schools to offer accelerated courses based on students' scheduling needs and interests. Schools receive one additional staff allocation above the number of requisite personnel
based on the teacher to student ratios in ELA and math. For example, if a school received an allocation of 5 teachers for math, then an allotment of 6 was assigned to that respective content area in the CSM. This additional staffing was provided to increase opportunities for schools to offer accelerated and/or intervention courses. Moreover, the CSM allowed for secondary school principals to determine how to best utilize instructional stabilization positions to support the needs of their school program. Did the implementation of the school year 22-23 CSM result in a reduction in force, commonly known as a RIF? The answer is no. As customary, the district engaged in an annualized staffing process. Through the employment of this process, principals made staffing decisions that align with the priorities of the district's strategic goals and their school programs. The outcome of this process was not a RIF, but the reassignment of some personnel. The implementation of the CSM resulted in the reassignment of 236 employees, which represents less than 1% of the district staff, with the intent of ensuring that all schools have adequate staffing with certified and qualified employees. The last reduction in force that impacted 214 employees occurred in 2019 due to the district being over budgeted by $29 million. Dr. Narcisse has stated that he is committed and has demonstrated dedication to maintaining a balanced budget, and the guidance of the CSM contributes to the fiscal management of district spending. How was ESS and EL programming accounted for in the CSM? Department heads provided staffing guidance and enrollment projections by schools for ESS and EL specialized programs. This information was incorporated into the CSM. And finally, how are the Great Scholars and Scholastic Academy students counted in the staffing formula? How are they counted in the current CSM? Scholastic Academy students were applied in the staffing formula as gifted and talented students. The teacher-to-student ratio for gifted and talented students is lower than the teacher-to-student ratio for general education students. Gifted and talented class ratios are defined as such: 1:17 for pre-K, 1:21 for grades K through 5, and 1:23 for grades 6 through 12. Also, the Great Scholars Program in for grades 6 through 12 and the PACE program for grades 3 through 5 continue to offer rigorous accelerated instruction that parallels gifted classes for non-gifted high potential students. These students are not identified as gifted and talented. Therefore, they are not a member of a Scholastic Academy cohort and were not counted in the formula as gifted and talented. Ms. Hall?
Okay, we're going to continue with a few more questions. Were the dedicated magnet schools disrupted by the implementation of the school year 22-23 CSM? The answer is no. As you can see, the district data below indicates that the following impacts and reassignment occurred. What opportunity? Did they provide them?
Go back and read them out. Let's read them one by one.
Belfair, 1. We're good?
Yeah,
Yes.
just read one by
Okay.
one, Nicola.
Yes, no problem. Belfair, 1 teacher. BR Flame, we had 1 teacher and 2 support. BRCVPA, 0 impact. BRMS, that's Baton Rouge Magnet High School, 1 teacher. Forest Heights Academy, 1 administrator. Struma High, 2 teachers, 1 admin, and 2 support. Liberty High School, 0. Mayfair Lab, 0. McKinley Middle, 2 teachers, 1 administrator. Sherwood Middle, 3 teachers, 2 support. FEMA, 1 teacher, 1 administrator. WAM, 1, they actually gained 1 administrator. Okay. What opportunities were provided for principals to request petitions that were not initially allocated to their school? Principals, with the support of their executive directors, were provided 2 options. The first one was principal had the autonomy to substitute a level 3 position for a desired comparable position. Option 2, principals were encouraged to engage in the petition process by submitting a request via Frontline, excuse me, for review and authorization from the district office. Here's a very important question that this was asked. What were the vacancies before and after the implementation of the CSM? We want to make sure we did due diligence and to provide a side-by-side comparison. So on your left, vacancies pre-CSM, middle, vacancy post-implementation of CSM, and to your right, vacancy post-placement of impacted employees. As you can see, we broke this out in 4 categories: administration in the pre-CSM 3, post-implementation 20, post-placement we have a -20. Instructional support, pre-CSM 145, post-implementation 143, post-placement -48. Support staff, pre-CSM 101, post-implementation 99, post-placement -65, teachers pre-CSM 372, post-implementation 329, post-placement -147. The total vacancies, pre-CSM, 621. Total vacancies post-implementation, thank you, of CSM is 591. And post-placement, 311. So I want to make sure we're taking note of the fine print at the bottom. Vacancies include additional new instruction support, positions including social workers, math coaches, literacy coaches, Pathway to Bright Future coordinator. Here was a popular question that came through. How was the job fair facilitated? Principals arrived at Liberty High School early, thank you, Mr. Levantine, if you're listening, to set up tables and market their school to employees in attendance. Principals were provided a list of anticipated attendees, current locations, and certification areas. Employees were greeted by my awesome members of HR. They sign in and provide a list of vacancies to assist them in navigating the event. Employees who were unable to attend the job fair were matched with new assignment based on their certification area and qualifications. Employees have the opportunity to apply for available positions, and currently there are a total of 311 vacancies. Another popular question, are positions being impacted at central office? The answer is yes. Positions at the district offices are being impacted as well. HR is currently reviewing departmental assignments, certificates for certificated positions, qualifications and experience, and job descriptions. Please note that the impacted positions at the central office are not based on the formula in the CSM. They are connected to the compensation study that is still ongoing. Another popular question, what is the process for non-budgeted requests or petitions? The executive directors worked with principals to determine the level 2 positions, which level 2 positions would need to be substituted and which non-budgeted staffing requests would be made. Principals provided EDs with justifications of substitution or budgeted requests, EDs submit requests with justifications into Frontline. The request goes through the approval process and is either approved or denied. When there was a need for additional information to make an appropriate determination relevant to the submission, a reviewer may have requested additional information. EDs received feedback and decisions were made. How are we addressing teacher shortage? Love this slide because I get to talk about what we've done thus far. Grow our own program. Teach BR, which is an in-house alternative certification program. We have a plethora of different options, but the two that stood out the most that aligned with staffing, the second one is the Educator Pathway Program, which is our baby. An identification of degree pairs that we want to work with to be classroom teacher ready for August 2022. Our ongoing job fairs, stipends, board-approved stipends to all certificated and support personnel, compensation study. Any recommendations made by SSA will be applied to the 23-24 budget pending board approval. Culture surveys and feedback presentations, and finally, state salary increases pending in the Senate. And finally, we are here. What are the next steps? Staffing rosters have been updated to reflect the reassignments of all impacted employees. Thank you, HR supervisors, for your awesome work. Principals and EDs are notified by HR that their rosters are updated, and all school site vacancies will be posted by HR via Frontline. Department heads met to discuss hiring and staffing process respective to their areas of responsibilities. HR will review end-of-year rollover enrollment provided by the Office of Accountability. Staff and resources will be allocated to support any new enrollment data. HR will review the 10-day count at the beginning of the school year 22-23. Staff and resources will be allocated to support the enrollment data. And finally, super happy to announce that quarterly staffing review will be conducted by HR supervisors, EDs, and principals, similar to what we have just experienced. This will ensure an ongoing collaborative effort, transparency, fiscal accountability, and appropriate staffing. I would like to say thank you. I know this was very exhaustive, but we appreciate the time that you gave us to present this. We do have our team on standby if you have any other questions.
Board colleague Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Well, let's start from the top, because I want to be very candid tonight, and I want to say some things that have to be said to speak truth to power as it regards poor students that currently attend schools in East Baton Rouge Parish. So let's start from the very top. First and foremost, this has to be owned by central office staff, that the communications that came out regarding this were abysmal. They were absolutely terrible, and I do not want to walk away from that tonight. And I say that to say this can't continue. I say this as a board member who supports this district, who supports our superintendent. This cannot continue with rolling out information and just thrusting it up on our community as though it's something that has to be simply accepted. That can't continue. But the biggest message of tonight is, what are we trying to do here? What I have come to understand, as of Tuesday, May 17th, we are on the 68th anniversary of Brown versus the Board of Education. As of March, we are on the cusp of almost 60 years since Davis v. East Baton Rouge Parish School System, where Eugene Davis Sr. sued the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board to allow his child to get an affordable education throughout our system. In 2019, 12,223 students attended DNF schools, and we had 27 underperforming schools that were DNF. Since that time, this problem has been exacerbated, also due to COVID, and now we have 44 DNF schools and over 20,000 students, to be exact, 20,631 students attend these schools. You see, tonight what we're talking about is not merely a race issue, we're talking about a class issue. Because if you are a poor student, you cannot go to school in other parts of town. And that is completely unfortunate. And I want people to think about this tonight as we come to the mic. What do we do for those 20,000 students that have to wake up every single morning at 5 o'clock in the morning to get bused across town because their parents have to choose whether or not to send their child to a acceptable school or to send them to a failing school? You see, the state has already made their recommendation on this particular item, which is why we have legislation now that says you cannot trap a student inside of a DNF school. We cannot wait. Because what I have come to learn is that this district was not created for poor students. Because if it was, we wouldn't have to go through Brown versus the Board of Education. Mr. Davis would have never had to go to the court in order to get his child an affordable education. And we're still exacerbating these issues today. Who's thinking about those children? Who's thinking about Keisha at Estruma High School in the 10th grade who hasn't had a math teacher for almost 2 years? Who's thinking about the child at Glen Oaks High School named Eric in the 11th grade who has not had a science teacher for over a year? You see, these are the types of emails that we read and we have to take it home with us every single night. That's what I think about because I was that child inside of that class. We have over 70% of our students receiving free and reduced lunch. Let that sink in. Those are poor students. And of those students that are receiving free and reduced lunch, 52% of those students are African-American males that are not graduating from high schools. And those same 52% of African-American males are attending the same poor schools that I just told you about. 48% of all African-American students as a whole are not graduating with a basic credential on their diploma because they don't have teachers inside of the classroom, inside of core classes that are credentialed. What do we tell them? Let that resonate with you tonight when we talk about what we have to do as a district, because whether or not the superintendent is in his role, this problem should have been fixed a long time ago, but it wasn't. The can was kicked down the road, and now those kids are suffering because of it. Look at the crime that's happening across our district. Look at the amount of blight. Look at the amount of people who live in poverty around our district, and you will see that it is a clear alignment to what is happening inside of our school district. What are we supposed to do? You see, that was a wise person that said something, and what he said was, it's scary to bring change, but you know what's even more scarier? Doing nothing and expecting something to change. We have to do what is best for our students because at the end of the day, that is the priority. Not some students who can afford it, but all students. Think about those kids who are not Black. Think about those kids who are Hispanic and Latino who have been suffering since they have been a part of our school system because we don't have the appropriate teachers inside of those classrooms that are either certified or that can teach those kids. Because I think about it every single day. And what I know is that you all are sacrificing everyday teachers because I don't want you all to think that I am in any way, shape, or form pointing the finger at you because I know you're on the front line. And I point the finger back at our school board now because we have kicked the can far too far down the line when it comes to compensation. We cannot simply tell people that we're going to move them across town without the conversation starting at paying them more money because they are making less than the city average. If you look at Livingston Parish, you look at Ascension Parish, if you even look at Zachary, our teachers are making far less than people that live right down the street from them. When you look at the state average, when you look at the regional average, and when you look at the national average, our teachers are earning far too less than they deserved. Pay them the money. Pay the people. And I'm telling you now, I'm standing on this topic. I'm not going to get off of it. Pay them what they deserve. Don't tell them you're going to move them on the other side of town and you're not going to give them anything for it. They need to feel appreciated because they have taken the brunt of the work for far too long. We expect them to be therapists. We expect them to be parents and teachers all rolled into one, and we're not doing enough for them. And I'm sick and tired of talking about this. Forget the politics. Forget the school board hat. I'm talking about people who deserve more. And it should not stop at our teachers. Pay support staff more. Pay our bus drivers more because they deserve it. Stop kicking the can down the road. Teachers, all I'm asking you to do is to help us fix this problem. The state isn't going to do it for us. The federal government isn't going to do it for us. We got to think about what is best for our kids tonight. This is a very passionate topic, I know. I know it is a very passionate topic for parents, for our teachers, but more specifically for our students that have to be the ones to endure this every year? What do we do for them who have not had a core teacher inside of the classrooms? Because a full-time sub does not get it. It's not going to get it. If you're tired of crime inside of our area, let's come up with a plan together. If you're tired of our students not graduating from high school, let's do it together. If you're tired of being a C district and you're ready to move in the right direction, let's do it together. That's all I'm asking tonight. I promise you. Thank you.
Thank you, board colleague Dodson.
Yes, I too believe that we have had a real problem with communication, proactive communication, and also not just that, but in the design of things, actually taking input in forms of like workshops with board members to help us be a part of the design of how to best make these kinds of decisions for the communities that we serve. There was a better way. There just was a better way. Now, some of the intentions here may be, yes, that, I can agree with some of them, but there's definitely an execution problem, in my opinion, that has happened through communication, lack of communication with this issue, others before it, this based for this current school year, things coming up for next school year, the pathways, all kinds of communication issues, and hearing but not really listening, and it driving changes. I think some changes have even been made for the pathways, but I don't know that we've been transparent in, like, are all ninth graders now required to take an upper level, a college level DE or AP course, or has that changed? I need that answered. With parents not signing permission, what are we doing? So I'm just wondering why the board received no communication about the extensive changes of this staffing redesign. I understand we've had models before, but I'd like to know, this could have really been improved if the board had been involved. We represent the people. The teachers live in our community. The principals do. The parents and the children. We represent them. And we have a lot of understanding of what they feel and believe and need and want. And we represent them. And I take that job very seriously. And I would like for the board going forward, we need to have real input. We need to start having workshops again, because we have not had workshops where we can take something that we're really trying to implement some change on and really workshop it together, where we can be there providing input on the design itself. That could have happened about the early start, that could have happened about the pathways, this could have happened with this different comprehensive staffing model, and we've just got to be better at that. It's just not, it's continually not working. And I'm out here now having a real hard time accepting that we haven't learned from these other things, and here we did it again. So I'm curious too about why the staffing model was introduced so late. I understood that principals were coming and having their staffing meetings back in March and early April, and then all of a sudden it blindsided me, it blindsided them, it blindsided the teachers, this late bringing this for this very next school year, has caused chaos in our communities that we serve. And amongst our team that we need to have buy-in with us to do this hard work. We need the teachers' buy-in. We need them to be heard and understood. And we need to know why this exception might be needed at this school or that school. I have asked about exceptions multiple times. I have requested numbers. I haven't yet to receive them, but I have requested multiple times about how many requests have been made for exceptions. Multiple times I've asked that. How many were then approved and how many were denied? And I've asked for it by school. And I have yet, I'd like, even if we're going to talk about that tonight, I'd like it sent to me on an email reply to my requests. And going forward, I would like to see us, I'm asking for us to come up with a policy on when a board member makes a request for information, that it be provided in the same timing that any member of the public can make a request, a public records request. Well, we as board members should have that same, if we're asking for things, for information, so we have it, so when our constituents and others across the whole parish are asking us what's going on, we need to know, we need to be informed. And so I would like an item put on the next agenda, go through the committee, about a timely manner, the same as public records requests for board members' requests for information. I feel like we've had an opportunity with ESSER funding. We needed a workshop on the approach that we were going to embrace going forward so that we could help and represent our constituencies and help with a smooth transition of something of this magnitude with people's lives, parent choices for schools, that they counted on this offering at. They made the decision. They have passed the private school registration now. They made it dependent on certain things like English, ELA. They have had a model where, because especially this year, when we're pushing out that we are going to support initiatives for literacy, that is a priority. And we've had a model at the middle school where we have allowed the staffing model for English teachers to be done with an A-B schedule, block schedule, with English ELA teachers, English teachers in one of the blocks servicing the 28 student model. And they concentrate on grammar and that part, those kinds of parts of English. And then on the other block day, they would concentrate on literature, reading, writing. And then we hear of situations where 5 ELA teachers, that other block, they got the impact letters. And I'm confused if we've got this literacy focus. How? And I've heard it at many schools that if you're offering it to every child every day, you need more teachers to be able to do that. If that is taking the place of an elective, because that school has chosen to make literacy and writing, reading, writing, grammar, literature their focus for their students, even those that have to earn a basic and bring a 2.5 with them. I know for a fact from personal experience that children need, and our children across, when you look at our district scores and you look at them even compared to our own state data, which is not good enough either, if we're focusing on literacy, how are we then taking half of an entire ELA staff out of a school? That doesn't equate with me. Even when you're using that 28-to-1 model, you need the additional teachers if every single student is going to get a form of English every single day. And we've designed schools that way, and we're taking literacy away, not adding to. That's one of the situations I'm very concerned about. And look, I am a believer in change, good, productive, positive change. I am a strong proponent of positive change. But what I'm finding is we're making change that's not positive. And it's not in every case. And so I've asked about these exceptions based on student model, based on academic focus, and the other thing is we talk about customer service. Customer service is to our board members, to our teachers, to our administrators, to our parents, to our communities. That customer service goes all to all. And I don't feel that we've done a good job. And that's one of our pillars. And this could have been done so much better. And maybe things didn't all have to be in this first year of implementation. We're also dealing with COVID loss, learning loss, and it's serious. And we started this school year with vacancies. People can think all they want about the vacancies only being in one part of town. That is incorrect, because I know firsthand, I was out there calling retirees, trying to get them to come to schools that are not in a certain part of town. I was making calls to retired, gifted administrators saying, oh my gosh, we need some of these people back. We're understaffed at all these schools. And it's just not one area. It's across. I can promise you that you don't want to know the vacancies and that we still to this day have, that we did all year long. And we asked deans to go take classes, and we asked all kinds of things this year. And so we've extended this wand to a charter school and said, we're not going to dismantle you this year because we didn't have state school performance scores, but we're taking this approach to do it to our own schools. And we're dealing with COVID loss. We're dealing with long-term subs at all of our schools. I'm telling you, I know the person doing it. at certain schools, I know the people, I know them personally because I've been around a long time. So I know firsthand that this is happening, and not only in one side of town, one area of our community. I know I'm talking a long time, but this has just been a lot. I also am asking publicly, for the record, I want for the next board meeting, the SRO job descriptions need to be approved by the board. And it's a job description and it needs board approval. We need to respect the places that are working really, really hard. It's not like Lake Wobegon anywhere. I was a JA teacher for the day at Shenandoah Elementary this week. I went and tried to do it myself. Wasn't easy. I can promise you it wasn't easy. And I needed all the help and support I could get, even though I have a background in English education. It was hard to teach some first graders. It was hard. I was placed into I have more respect for that teacher in that inclusion first grade class than you can even imagine. I am in awe of her and her years of dedication and the struggles. It's hard. Hard work that needs respect, that deserves respect. Just give me a moment here. I want to know the process, and that's really reiterating that about the how many approved per school, how many denied per school. I also want to ask about the APs. I thought that, and others thought that the AP positions that were impacted were going to be in a pool. And I need correction if I'm wrong, but I thought that principals, we were going to be providing principals autonomy of their selections and trying to get their input. They get to decide which ones the AP wants them, they want the AP, they connect, and they get to, but I'm understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that no autonomy was given in this regard. And I'm also a very strong believer in earned autonomy. So our AB and even C schools, especially those that are providing for huge student populations, need autonomy. They are handling a big job there. And they, just like the superintendent gets to pick his team, the principals should be getting to pick their team, because they are the ones that are going to be accountable if such a thing works or not. And I'd like to know, and I would like an answer to this, were assistant principals put into a pool and principals allowed a job fair for them, or were they included in the job fair at Liberty High?
Ms. Hall, let me just get a few of those answers in. So thank you so much, Board Member Dyson, for sharing about principals get to choose
Autonomy.
They get to choose their staff, right? I think that was the word you used. So remember, just like myself as a superintendent, choices happen based on the allocation of their budget. So when they receive their enrollment numbers and they have allocation of dollars, they then must look at their data and decide what staffing that they need to do whatever they do, but it has to be aligned to whatever they financially can afford at that school. So in that process, principals got to choose if they wanted to impact an AP or if they wanted to impact different positions for what they actually wanted. And so that was kind of how that was kind of how their process was. But a part of their process as well is also their latitude to petition for positions and needs of things that they need. And so I just want to make sure that I appreciate you asking the question about process, because I think, we are using these words of autonomy and all that. Everything has to be a process and aligned to budget, because the same way that I'm required to bring a balanced budget every year, they have to make sure that their allocations and staffing is accordingly. And I would also share, I appreciate your comments around schools across the entire parish needs teachers. So an example in your area where you had vacancies, so if
more than 13 at one school,
if the school needed staffing there and they went through this process, they can be allocated to, in the job fair, to go, and they choose to go to school in your area, they can go to a school in your area. So we tried our best to kind of allow teachers to match themselves. But the key thing is the disproportionate staffing in the schools that we have to address in some way, because we cannot continue that model, for the years to come and then not do anything. And then what we've also done, just to answer your,
with the literacy model.
No, it's not the literacy model, Board Member Dyson. The other thing I just want to add too is what we ended up doing with using our ESSER dollars, and you can see this on our website because we have right on our website how we're allocating ESSER dollars, is trying to provide all schools that needed support with their coaching. So you have in the old model, this is before we arrived, in the old model, only failing schools would be able to have the opportunity for coaches. In the new model, all schools can have that opportunity based on how they make their decisions. And so there's a lot of set of different more opportunities that they have. And then one last thing I just want to highlight too, the state decides on the state ratios, which we showed for the state of Louisiana, on how many one teacher to how many students. We are well under that in our district in a lot of different categories. And you'll be able to see that, which we can even pull up on the PowerPoint to show that. So I just wanted to make sure I'm in agreement with you, right? We need to make sure that no matter where we are in schools, there's an opportunity to have a high quality teacher in front of them. But when we have the staffing in those different school areas where we have more teachers there, we have to be able to kind of allocate those resources accordingly.
So were the APs put into a pool that the principals could choose their additional AP that is being allotted because they can't now have 2 deans or any deans, and so they're being added as an assistant principal? Were they able to choose which assistant principal they were going to select to be a part of their team?
Drop. I need one, please. So the answer, thank you. So I just want to make sure that we're clear. The principals select based on the criteria HR gave.
Like the additional AP?
The criteria, I want to make sure that I'm clear. So the criteria that were provided by HR for principals to identify, to identify what staff will be impacted. Those APs who were impacted, Mr. Brickhouse was a chief of schools, wanted to be a part of that selection process with his EDs. That process was passed off to Mr. Brickhouse as a chief of staff, the chief of schools, because he has a different vision, or his vision, make sure that it aligns with us. So I wanted to make sure that I am clear what the process was.
Okay, so all of the displaced APs were not part of the job fair, and they were not put into a pool that principals had the autonomy to select their upper level people, that additional AP that's been thrown at them that some don't even want because they'd rather 2 deans because their discipline requires it. And so, okay, we got that clear, that they were assigned to schools.
Good evening, Board Member Dyson. You said a lot of things that I think that I just want to take time. There was a lot of information that you provided, and I do want to take some time to address some of those things. One, I will start with your inquiry about the petition process. I am aware that you asked for the number of submissions that have been presented in Frontline for where school leaders were asking for modifications to their initial allocations. We received approximately 190 of those submissions. 30 of those were authorized and approved.
30 out of what?
190.
190.
But let me give you some context. So the reason why we only had 30 out of 190, because part of that submission was a request for a rationale. Many of those submissions came with no rationale. Many also came with multiple requests in one petition. So what we did is we pushed it back up to the ED and the school leader and asked for a resubmission. We received some, but the majority, we received no follow-up from those. So the reason why the number seems minimal for authorization of some of those requests is because the rationales that we were asking for to help us make an appropriate determination just simply were not provided.
Okay, so my request again is to get the numbers by school, how many were asked for by that school, how many were granted to that school, and that needs to be timely because I've been asking.
Yes, we can honor that.
Thank you.
The second inquiry that you made, and I'm just going to speak candidly since you're being candid with us as well, you're asking about the literature program at Sherwood Middle. So,
and at other middle schools as well.
Yes, well, the only place that we have received increases, I have received increases from Sherwood Middle, but this will be applicable, my explanation, I believe, to most schools. So with Sherwood Middle in particular, we have been in direct conversation with Principal Noel. Actually, I spoke to her 3 times today because I received several inquiries today from various community leaders as well as parents who are concerned about the staffing at Sherwood Middle. But Principal Noel, who I asked to join us this evening so that we could represent to the community that we're all on one page and one accord in where we are in the staffing at Sherwood Middle. Her daughter is graduating tomorrow, so they have a family engagement, so she was unable to be here. However, I want us to be consistent in what Principal Noel's understanding is and what she has conveyed to me and to Ms. Hall is her sentiments towards her community. So at Sherwood Middle, there were 5 positions that were impacted. Those 5 positions include 3 teachers, 2 support personnel, 1 clerk, and 1 paraprofessional. Two of those were ELA teachers, and 1 was reassigned. When we say that Sherwood Middle had 10 teachers in ELA, that was a disproportionate staffing based on her enrollment numbers and based on our staffing model. However, some of those teachers who taught ELA still are residing at Sherwood Middle.
Right, they're going to teach out of their, I know, they're going to teach out of their area.
Yes, but also, based on our model, we gave discretion to school leaders to make determinations of how they wanted to utilize their staff. So in this example, if the literature program is a priority, then there was discretion at the school level to utilize those positions appropriately. The literature course that you're talking about is utilized almost as an elective offering at Sherwood Middle. And so we know that
it's a mandatory elective because every student gets it.
Every student was scheduled in it. It was a part of their programming. Right. We understand that. And what I am conveying tonight and what Principal Noel and I have been consistently discussing is that we respect that and we honor that, but there were means and ways, and there still are, for her to be able to provide those services to our students. The other thing, too, I think that we have to note here is that part of the CSM model is that we're not a one and done implementation. So we know that our magnet schools in particular are receiving applications on an ongoing basis. They're still making determinations of who they're going to accept, and those application acceptances will impact enrollment. But we will not know that until our next rollover, which will happen on July 1st. So what the CSM states and what we are committed to is that if those numbers are modified, if there's an increase in enrollment, then we will provide appropriate accommodation to those schools to make sure that we're matching the resource with the need of that student population. And so Principal Noel understands that. I've committed to help her with her master scheduling to see how we can incorporate some of these things that may not be present right now in her schedule. My staff is going to go over to her next week and work with her and sit down, and we're going to look at it. But she understands where we are. The conversations that I keep hearing about the impact from 10 to 5, those impacts were not, we didn't just come in and say, X out the ELA department, X out the literature program. No, we came up with a model. We gave instructional stabilization. We gave guidance, and we asked school leaders to work in conjunction with their EDs to make the most appropriate determinations to support their school programming.
Board colleague Dyson, just a quick interjection. I appreciate you asking my colleague's question. My concern is I would like to set the tone moving forward that I appreciate that what's her name again? The Sherwood Middle.
Principal Noel.
I don't know Miss Noel, never set foot on her campus. But by virtue of you speaking on her behalf and continuously calling her name out, you are signaling to all principals across this district, whether it's a magnet program or a struggling school, that we hear your name and we calling you out, and you better keep your mouth closed. And I'm not gonna sit by and let you intimidate any principal or teacher. Now address the concerns, but please don't approach it as a matter of intimidation, subtle or not. You did a great job answering the question, but please don't call these people out by name, because she didn't say that's who she was talking about. You assumed.
And also, I did make clear that I'm hearing it from all traditional middle schools across the district that aren't even in the area I directly represent. I represent everyone, and this is really clear these days because I'm hearing from a lot of people that aren't anywhere near me, but they've got these same English focus, literacy wants, and they're having their ELA cut. I guess it's a share the wealth mentality, but we can't dismantle good. We just can't. Another one of our strategic plan goals is to re-engage. And we've got opportunities, although they're slim, we've got some opportunities where we are attracting people that can do a lot of other things, make a lot of other choices. And they can, and we're attracting them, and our goal is to be attracting more. And this kind of chaos that happens isn't conducive to us saying, come trust us. We will take care of your children. We will be fair, and we will offer quality programs. And it's this distrust, the community confidence piece that we have to figure out proactively ahead of time before it all blows up. We have to, because how are we going to have more people choose to trust us with their babies if they just don't feel, they think everything's just been thrown at them, to them, instead of with them? And so, do you have other things that you wanted to?
No, unless there's something else you would like for me to address. I was trying to capture your inquiries as you were speaking to us, but if there's anything additionally.
So
I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, just let's allow whatever question Board Member Dyson, just answer that particular question.
Yes.
Thank you.
The deans in middle schools are disciplined. We have some serious discipline problems in our district. We just really do. I mean, we got to own it. I mean, the news, it's on the news, it's videoed and put on social media. It's been a lot. It's been a whole lot this year. And some of that can be improved by work counseling, having our school counselors and our social workers full-time at every school help with that. But at the same time, the social worker can't be the disciplinarian because they're really trying to get to the truth of things. There's a confidence between a counselor, a social worker, and what they can and can't do in a school. A social worker that's hired by somebody else and contracted to us, they cannot do the same job of discipline and of calling and trying every day, trying to find out our buses aren't going to be on time. Where is this bus? You know, deans do a different job than social workers and counselors. They do a lot of discipline, and they also have been trained in the SEL, and they're incorporating that too. But you cannot just do SEL without the discipline piece too. It has to be together because the only way to get a grip on it immediately, SEL takes a while. Counseling can take years. Social workers with our students, that can take years of, and a consistent person that they trust. And even with teachers doing SEL, they trust this person at their school to do this. And then I have one, I need to let the rest of the board have a turn, but what I do want to ask is one more question, and that is about I'm hearing about these adaptive PE teachers, and I'm hearing about EL. I even heard it called ELS.
ESL.
So it's ESL. Okay, so these positions being eliminated?
No, that
What is the
yes.
truth to this?
Yes. So the adaptive PE positions are not eliminated. Those are an adaptive PE teacher is based on the IEP needs of a student and the services that those students require. So we cannot eliminate those positions.
Right.
However, what we have done is we modified the structure of how we're utilizing that personnel. So instead of personnel being placed on one campus to service a few students who require those services, we have incorporated a district model, a regional model that the ESS program has defined how we are going to assign adaptive PE teachers to more than one school. So these people will be at a district level supporting multiple schools, providing a source for students based on their IEP needs.
So I understand that at one school in particular, you have 135 students and that are with this designation.
Yes, well, I don't have that data. That will be, if the ESS personnel is here, they'll be better addressed towards them.
Okay.
But we do
I would
know.
like to question that
Yes.
for sure. And then I want to tell you, thank you for answering my questions. And I know there's been a lot of hard work in this, and I know change is difficult. I just wish we had worked together.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I'm sorry, Madam Vice President Collins. I want to make sure that we are all on the same page in terms of being, level of professional decorum and all that. And, being the chief of HR is a tough job, right? And I hear all the concerns that comes in, and it was also shared in the audit about how principals feel and how other employees feel. And, for a very long time, HR is notoriously bad customer service. So I've committed to ensure that anyone could call me or text me or email me at any time, and I always respond. So if anyone has any questions, please do not feel intimidated at all, because I've been in that space before, and I always want to make sure that everyone feels warm and welcome. Any question, please feel free to utilize my cell phone and my email so we could work together and figure out how we could best address your concerns. I just want to make sure that I address that.
Thank you very much. And I have heard good things about, up until this point with the confusion. So I don't want to come across as if I'm trying to say, but I did want to make sure that moving forward, any miscommunication that may come across as some form of intimidation does not happen. Thank you. Board Member Baloo.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I made some notes, and I appreciate your presentation. I'll just go through. You mentioned stabilization positions, and I want to make sure I understand what is classified and what you mean by stabilization positions.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Board Member Blue. So an instructional stabilization position is a free position that, for lack of a better term, that a principal could use to help support the instructional needs of their student. The instructional position can only be used for academic, to support academic needs in the schools. It can be a teacher for either a core subject area, CTE, elective offerings. It can be an academic dean. Any support in the building that is aligned with academic needs and academic support, those instructional stabilization needs could have been used to help support the overall program for the school.
I know it's in the presentation, but in terms of the stabilization positions, what changed with this model?
So in a previous model, there was only one flex position that was actually allocated across all schools. What we did is we offered at the secondary level, this was not the same for elementary, but at the secondary level, we allocated 3 instructional stabilization positions for middle schools and up to 5 for high schools based on their school enrollment.
Okay. And as far as the changes, I noted there were parental involvement facilitators and literacy and math coaches included for all schools. Are those optional for the principals, or are those mandatory for all schools?
So the parental involvement facilitator is a level 3 flexibility. So principals had the discretion to flex that however they felt suitable. However, the literacy and the math coach positions are level 1. Those are required positions.
Okay. So, well, since they're required, I want to have a better understanding. What do literacy and math coaches do? Are they working directly with students, or are they working with the teacher? How does that work?
Okay, so I will let someone from the Division of Academics and Division of Literacy come to the mic and give you a full explanation of how we utilize our coaches in our schools.
So Lisa, Dr. Lashley, could you come and explain the literacy coaches, and Dr. Robinson, the math coaches, or I don't know if Mr. Robichaud is here as well. Just their utilization in the schools.
And I don't need, real long. I just want to have an understanding what they do and why it's important to be in each school, as opposed to previously, from what I understand, it was only C, D, and F schools, but now we're putting in all schools.
Good evening, Vice President Collins, in his absence, Board President Tatman, Dr. Narcisse, and to all board members. The math coaches do work with students as well as teachers. It really depends on the needs in that particular school, but they do work to support students. They do work to support teachers. We try to normalize their work, but we also allow for individuality as the needs arise in that particular school. And so it just depends on what is needed on that particular day. The math coaches are not in every school currently. They are servicing a variety of schools. There are only 19 of them in the district right now. For next year, every school will have one.
And what about literacy coaches?
I'll let Dr. Lashley speak about that.
Good evening.
Literacy coaches. So literacy coaches are placed, this, as you mentioned, prior to this year, literacy coaches were placed by the state allocation in all the C, D, and F schools. And of course, we know the reason that that was necessary is because we were working on that literacy piece. Without the literacy being where it needs to be, of course, it affects all our other content areas. Moving forward this year, we're excited about it, and even principals have expressed that, because even though we realize that there are schools not beyond the CDNF schools, our AB schools, there are subgroups within those schools, or there are some students that many principals have voiced that they would like to be able to give some explicit assistance to those students as well. So the way that the coaches will work this year, this is that they work with teachers. They go back to the schools, we bring them out, we train them, they get that job embedded professional development, peer to peer, so that they can go back. We arm them with their decks, their training. They don't have to come up with that, but they go back and re-deliver this training to the teachers. They model lessons for the teachers. They also should be going into classrooms daily. They have consultations with teachers to move them forward. That's the job of the literacy coach, and they follow a coaching cycle. There are specific teachers that they've even chosen as demonstration teachers and even to hone their own craft. And so they go back into the schools and they then make sure that they differentiate their support to the teachers that need their support in literacy.
Okay. And but make sure I understand, the literacy coach is mandatory for every school. It's not an option for the principal. You said level 1, so it's not an option?
At this particular time, every school will have literacy coaches moving forward for the next year.
And based on your description, it sounds kind of more like a central office type position, almost.
No, sir, it's school-based. Literacy coaches that will be in each school. It will be school-based.
So let me just provide some clarity, Mr. Ballou. Yeah, so they are school-based positions, and they work with teachers in particular at that school. And so that's how they work. And as you know, a lot of our data shows our challenge across from K to 12 is literacy. You pick it doesn't matter which school is, especially when you break it down into subgroups and those things. And so the thing that's good that the board did in their strategic plan was to make sure that we are looking at each individual child's growth, regardless of the alphabet that the child is at. But we're looking at each child's growth from 3 to 5% on their benchmark assessment, so we know that they're going to be well over prepared in whether they're taking the state assessment or any other ACTs or anything like that.
And the coaches, who do they report to directly?
Those coaches will work with the principals. They report to They report, the school-based coaches report to the principals, but this coming year, they will have more of an responsibility to report to the central office.
So do they report to the principal or the central office?
This past year, they reported to the principal.
So the goal is to have it half and half, not just only principals. And so the reason we do that is because we have to also work with them on training. There is an assumption I want to make sure that we're all clear on. Staffing, even though we're staffing schools, there's a lot of professional development that needs to be done. And so we have to share the time on developing those folks. So as they go back, so when principals are looking at their data with their teams, working with teachers, they can make appropriate decisions on instructional strategies to help support kids. And so the reason we wanted to do that is to kind of do the support half and half in that way. And then we've also participated even in our process of choosing to engage with school leaders in that process.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll move on. And you've already touched on it, but as far as the changes at the middle school level, because I've heard some concern about having a dean of students at the middle school level. Can you explain whether that's still an option, and if it is, how a principal would go about putting in place a dean of students?
Yes. So
In the initial staffing allocation for middle schools, a dean was not an initial or prioritized staffing allocation for middle grades. However, the dean position still exists within the district. It was a position that was allocated to high schools, but not to the middle schools. But I believe that it was Board Member Collins Board Member Dyson, who gave an example earlier. If a school had a vacancy in AP and they wanted to substitute that for a dean position, that was allowable, but that was something that they would have to petition for.
Okay, so they would have to replace it with another
Another
an
comparable, yes.
assistant principal?
No, a comparable position.
So
For instance, what? I'm just trying to.
can I clarify something to make sure it doesn't get lost in how we're talking about? We're talking about specific positions, AP, deans, and those things, but principals utilize these positions in different ways. So an example would be, you hear a lot, I think Board Member Dyson said, well, if you're a dean here, you may use it for discipline, but folks use deans for discipline, instruction, for a number of things. And so the reason why I want to bring this up is because the administrators' positions are not finite. This is all they're just doing. It's all based on the autonomy of how the principal's working through that process to do that. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
And my question was really about the discipline of dean of students for discipline. So if a principal thought that was important at the school, how would that be at the middle school level? How would that be achieved in terms of the flexibility?
Yeah, there are a lot of dependencies for me to be able to answer that question, Mr. Blue. But what I will say is that one of the things that we prioritize in the staffing of all schools was our SEL support, student supports. And I know that some of your colleagues on the board have referenced like the social worker, the parental involvement facilitator, but also there's a TOR moderator position that was also allocated to all schools, elementary, middle, and high. So that is another space, another opportunity for our students to have their behavioral issues addressed. But we really wanted to make sure that we were not just addressing the actions that the students were displaying in present day, but some of the root causes of that. So that's why we prioritize the counseling and the social worker positions to really be able to invest in providing some additional behavioral supports for.
And you mentioned TOR moderator. Can you explain what that is?
A TOR moderator is a space for where students who have been removed from a classroom setting can go and get restored back to the setting and get redirected and get some behavioral supports and redirection in their behavior.
Okay. And I want to make sure I understand, because I don't want to, we've already discussed Sherwood Middle, and I think I understand, whereas before each student had 2 blocks of English, and now the decision is it's going to be just 1 block of English. Is that what I?
That's not my understanding based on the conversation that we've had with that school. There's still an opportunity for them to have, they can structure their schedule based on their staff utilization and their course offerings the way that they deem appropriate. Right now, of course, because there have been some changes in how they're utilizing staffing, the principal there is making some determinations how to best meet the goal of her program.
Okay. So if the decision was made to have only 1 block of English instead of 2, do you know what the other block would be replaced with?
An elective or another related arts course could be a viable option. I do know they have orchestra, art, dance, and band. Those are the arts and music electives they have there, and I'm sure that there are other offerings they have at that particular school that I'm just not aware of.
So you're saying that they still have the option of keeping 2 English blocks or maintaining that model?
I'm saying that they have the option to provide an academic schedule that has the requisite resources in place for them to meet the needs of that schedule design.
Okay. I noticed that talking about the positions that were open before and after the model, there were The central office positions went to 20 positions. What accounts for that?
Okay.
It went from, I think, 3 to 20 after this.
Oh, you're talking
model.
about the different levels. Yeah.
Administration. It was on this. Oh, here it is. So the vacancies that was before the CSM was 3 administrators, not central office, is a school base. Maybe I need to should clarify that. These are school-based positions.
Oh, okay, because it,
Is it
oh,
administration?
it said okay. I
Yes.
took that as being central. Okay, never
No,
mind.
no problem.
I misunderstood.
Understood.
I guess I think that's all the questions I had for right now. I do think, as I look at all these issues, it's pretty complex. And I agree, certainly we want our staffing model to align with our strategic plan. And I think our board would benefit from having a board workshop to go over this staffing model, give input, make sure we understand the recommendations that were made in the audit and, any budgetary considerations. We can't decide on that today, but I would ask my colleagues to consider over the next few days whether we as a board want to ask for a workshop and whether we want to put in the time to understand this staffing model and look at it in more depth. So that's all I have right now.
Okay, thank you, board colleague Bernard.
I'm going to do my best to be concise and professional. I agree with the comments of many of my colleagues from the very beginning until now and everything that I've heard. Mr. Lannis, Ms. Collins, Ms. Dyson, Mr. Ballou, everybody's comments. And I appreciate Ms. Hall and Ms. Smith for the presentation and for clearing up a lot of information for us and for the district. However, I do not think that all of the responsibility for this lies with you. I think that much of the responsibility lies with the superintendent. And so my comments, no, don't do it, please. My comments will be addressed mostly to the superintendent, but to everybody in the community because we do this together. I am very disappointed. I don't think communication was poor. I think it's a difficult message to receive. I think it's very, very hard. I think the implementation of this has been a cacophony of chaos. We have to start operating in a leadership model of collaboration and stop the top-down decisions. The current model is breeding mistrust from our professional educators, mistrust from our parents, mistrust from the community, and mistrust from this elected board. This board values our educators, their expertise, their professionalism. We do not need to direct staff to fill vacancies other than where they are currently assigned. We need to talk about, as a board, and as a community about providing incentives, incentivizing professional educators to go to who might be willing to staff those students who are most underserved. I think it's fair. I think it's fair to do that. I wouldn't reassign someone against their will. I just think it breeds a poor climate, a poor school culture, a poor district culture, a poor community culture. I want to offer people something that they can use to serve the students, professional development that is directed to the population they serve, and the incentives. Ask them what they want. Let's collaborate. Let's have a conversation. Nope. This isn't about me. This is about you. This is about this community. And it is about doing what is right for people here. We need to respect these folks and we need to hear from them. I want to. I do every day and I appreciate it. I love it when I get a text message or a phone call or an email from a student, from a member of the community, from a parent, from a teacher. My mother was a teacher. I'm very passionate about education. That's all I have to say. I promise to be concise. Thank you.
Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, inside of this room tonight, there's a lot of politics being played because it's election season. Now, this is what I will say. You want to get information front time and stop all of this badgering going back and forth where we got to give information at this meeting, and you all who come here have to sit for hours and listen to it, tell them to bring back standing committees. In fact, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put the item up for next month's meeting and let's vote on it. You want to get the information out to the community and let them come to us rather than doing a workshop, which happens once every 4 months. Let's do standing committees that happens every month, and you all get the information from your board members first hand. That's my commitment to the district. Next month, I'm putting up an item, and I ask that every single one of you that comes to the mic tonight demand that your board member votes in favor of bringing back standing committees, because you all should not have to wait till a board meeting to get this information. You should have it front hand, and we need to make sure that we are steadfast in making sure you get that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Lannis. Board Member Gode.
Yes, thank you. And I will also try to be concise. I heard the word chaos used multiple times in the past. And I guess the implication of that is that it rests on the shoulders of the superintendent and the staff. I would like to be very candid in my assessment and believe that the word chaos and the chaos that has ensued rest upon our shoulders on this board as much as anyone else. When I became president in 2019, we had a $29 million deficit, most of which was caused by disproportionate staffing and others. We had to go through a RIF. That process started at the same time this process started, and we went through that and survived it, and I didn't hear people up here talking about chaos and other things. We have had a 2-pager staffing model. The problem with that is it was so loosey-goosey that anybody could do anything they wanted just about inside that staffing model, and we as a board allowed it. There are many, many things that go on here. For instance, I'm not going to mention principals' names or anything, but for instance, we have a very good program at Mayfair. I fully support the program at Mayfair, not talking down about it at all. But the board resolution that got the program put in at Mayfair was passed in 2013, and it expired in 2017. There has been no work by the board or anything to validate that model and say this is something we're going to continue putting resources in. That is chaos, because when it comes out, no one knows. And I want the parents to be able to depend upon us for these programs. If we want them to depend on us for these programs, we as a board need to express our support of those programs and put the resources around it. We talked a lot about Sherwood Middle. I don't have the experience that all you guys have on Sherwood Middle. It was the first time, last week was the first time I ever heard about the double blocking of literacy programs, of literature programs at Sherwood Middle. Hey, it's a fantastic program. That program has never come up before this board for a vote. It was something set up by the principal. It's a great program. I'm not talking about it being bad or anything at all. But it's a program that was under the radar that I would bet several of my colleagues up here had no idea existed. And the budgeting and all the funding for that program went under the radar because there was no written policies, no written things. If we want to have that type of program at Sherwood Middle, I'm all for it. But let's put up a board resolution and let's put something explicit in the budget to do it. Because that is the kind of chaos that we're seeing here, is that we have so many things that went on for so many years that are not written down, that are in people's memories, that are in people's minds, and the public's depending on us. We owe the public better than that. We have to face ourselves and say we are the cause of a lot of this chaos because we have not demanded clear and concise plans about what we're going to do. We finally took the first step of doing that with passing our strategic plan. That laid out some very clear milestones for the first time where we're going to try to hit certain things where we measured. We have a dashboard up on the website so people can see our progress in doing all these sorts of things. So yes, I agree, this plan could have easily been rolled out better. But some of this is reaping the chaos that we as a board have sown over many years. And we need to do a better job of working with the superintendent and defining what is it the things that we want to do and what is it the things we don't want to do. Because it pains me to hear that we got so many teachers at Sherwood, which is great. Again, nothing wrong with that. But then I got people writing in saying they haven't had an ELA teacher for a year. And so, no, I don't want to tear down the good things, but I can't be deaf to the people who don't have some of those things. And we as a board, if we're going to make those kinds of decisions and the public is going to rely on those kinds of decisions, we have to step up to the plate and make those decisions and put our names on them and step up to and make them. And it's not just passing the budget. Because again, there are things, and I'm sure I'm only picked out one or two things that I had no idea of, but there are many, many more things that I'm sure is something that's been custom, that's been the way we've always done it in EBR that I know nothing about. And it makes it very, very difficult to sit here as a board member and work on budgets and things like that. So as we're passing the blame around, let's make sure the plate doesn't go by us without us taking our portion of that. Because I think we all, the community, us, as teachers, staff, superintendent, everyone needs to do a better job of working together on these things and bringing this about. Because right now, I mean, you looked at HR. They had people, certifications lapsing in 2014, had never been brought up before. That's not our superintendent's issue. That was the superintendent before issue and the board before issue and all of these things. So a lot of this is trying to clean up stuff that wasn't there. And in trying to clean up stuff, yeah, some mistakes were made. We could have done some things better. But let's look in the mirror and think about what role we played in all of this and how we can help make it better. Because we spent a lot of time bashing a lot of things here tonight. But we forget, we passed a strategic plan. We have literacy coaches in there trying to improve our literacy. We've put a big expansion of pre-K going through there. We have new schools coming up with the focused choice. We finally made a decision on what we were going to do with Broadmoor Middle School, something that has languished before this board for 4 years before we finally decided what we were going to do about it. We finally bought land. We should have bought the land 3 years ago, but we finally bought the land just now to be able to put schools up where we need to put schools. So we have to accept our portion of this. Yes, I wish some things could have been done better. I really do. I really, really do. And I don't want any teacher to think we disrespect them. I respect what they do. Theirs is not a job, it's a calling. I understand that. It's a calling that should be well paid for, which is why we just hired someone to do a salary survey. So for next year, we can try to increase their salaries to do that, to give them what they need and deserve. I want to do all these things. But we just can't sit here throwing rocks at everyone else when we live in a glass house. Some of this comes back to us, and some of this comes back to the public. Some of this comes back to all of the community because and how they support schools and what we do in schools. We have, like my colleague, Mr. Lana said, we have too many DNF schools. We can't stop thinking about what we do with those DNF schools. That kid sitting in that D school deserves a certified teacher just as much as the kid sitting in a magnet school. Now, getting to that point is not going to be easy. We just got the new budget put out here, and I think I'm going to go back to something else. We had a lot of people talking about how do we spend the ESSER money and not create liabilities that go forward that we can't afford. So that's already, process has already started. That work is coming in. We just saw some of these positions switched off of ESSER into the budget, where I think the last budget proposal came out had a $2 million surplus. And a $2 million surplus on $500 something million is break even. I mean, let's be honest, no one's that accurate. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we have a lot of hard work. And I think if we only focus on where we might have made a misstep, we have to acknowledge the missteps, but then let's go forward, pick it up. Things, either you win or you don't lose. What you do is get a learning experience. I hope we have a very good learning experience from this to be able to work better. But we cannot just sit here and stick in one place. We have to move forward. We have to move into the 21st century. We have a 1995 financial system. We finally are stepping up to the plate to change that. That should have been done 10 years ago. So again, make sure we as a board take our portion of this, because I feel personally responsible for some of this. I really do. And we can't pass the blame and pass it to everyone else through all of this. We're partly responsible for this. But quite honestly, yes, there are some things in here I don't particularly like, but there are also things I don't know what to change or what I would do better. I don't know how to do some of these things better. Obviously, communication could have been done better. But, now we have people saying the principals have autonomy. No, they don't. I don't know what the answer to that is. As the board member, I'm not in the middle of those meetings to know what they do. I hope we have a staff who I believe I trust, because she's wearing purple and gold, so she's very trustworthy. I hope we have a staff that we can trust to do these things. I know we have very dedicated staff in the schools. I think we got to let these things work out. Yes, we can do better. We need to take this as a requirement that we do better next year and go through this. And we take it as a requirement. We got to figure out a better way to do collaboration with the public, with the teachers, and with the rest of the staff. Fully given. I accept that 100%. But let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. We're doing a lot of good things in this district, a lot of things we've never done before. I was on a thing through some of the schools where we had superintendents from New Orleans, Jefferson Parish, Caddo, and the superintendent of state education, Mr. Brumley, coming and touring our schools, wanting to see how we were implementing the literacy programs that we were doing, because they were so impressed with it and they wanted to be able to go back and copy it. When's the last time someone's ever come to EBR to copy stuff? And so, let's don't forget that there are a lot of good things going on in this district. This is not all doom and gloom. This is the tough spot in the road. Change is hard. And can we have mastered the process of change better? Absolutely. We can always do better. This one probably could have been done a lot better. And unfortunately, it came on the heels of a couple that also didn't go as well as it could have. I get that. So let's, us as a board, focus on making sure we change that. Let's work with the superintendent to make sure we change that. But again, let's don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are a lot of good things happening. We're on the cusp of doing some really good things. We have some exciting schools getting ready to open. Let's look forward. Let's accept what we've done. Let's accept where we are. Let's hope the teachers that are impacted on this, and remember, this is less teachers than were impacted in 2019. There's more people, I think, but less teachers in 2019. My count was we had 104 impacted teachers out of the numbers, and we have, 3,000 teachers? So it's a couple percent of the teachers. So it's not like, I understand, I'm not being callous at all. Please trust me. I understand if you're one of those 104, it's personal to you, and it's very important to you. I get that. I truly, truly understand that. I don't know what to do about it, but I truly understand and truly sympathize. But we have to move forward. These are the kinds of things that we need to do if we're ever going to get this district up on its feet. Because running everything loosey-goosey with a two-pager that there were exceptions all over the board, undocumented, and all these sorts of things, got us where we are. And if we want to stay where we were, because I think we've already moved past that, if we want to stay where we were, heck, let's go back and do that. It's easy. This is hard. The hard part is doing it right, and the hard part's trying to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, board colleague. Board colleague Evelyn Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I've got a few questions around the staffing model. Why is this humming like that? Okay.
And I appreciate Dr. Narcisse for trying to improve the district and looking at equity across the board and trying to provide some strength where there's been some weaknesses. It doesn't. I don't know if it all worked out exactly as intended, but I appreciate the intention. Every year there's a window for requests to transfer, and I'm wondering how was the list of employees requesting transfers applied to the staffing model? That's one question. Another is this is graduation season for high school and for universities on the university level. So have we recruited any new teachers from the new graduates of our local universities? And if so, how has it affected the numbers that we're looking at? And the Council of Great City Schools conducted an audit of human resources, and we received some of the highlights at the Committee of the Whole on the 5th of May. I'm sorry, yeah, it was 5th of May. And since then, the full document has been loaded to board docs on at the Committee of the Whole. There's a lot of information in that document, and it was released in March. So I'm wondering if it was, if any of the information in that audit was applied while making the decisions around this process. And another thing around the deans, I know we've all of us have talked about the importance of the deans, especially with regard to behavior problems, and that's not all they do, but that's a big piece that our principals really depend on them for. And a while back, we did some changes over at a particular school near my home, good old Capitol Middle, and they had an influx of transfers or a lot of kids moved around. And around that time, I was asking, I mean, really asking for support just to make sure that that they had the supports that they needed for that. And I know that in this process, they've lost that dean, and you know that can be a real problem across the district. But I'm pointing that school out because I've been watching that school ever since we did those transfers and we moved all those different neighborhoods into the same school, and there was a lot of concern there. So I'm really concerned about the success of that school and some others that needed certain things that have been removed, that's really vital to their programming. So those are my concerns. And so if you could answer about the transfer group and the new grads from the universities and the information gathered from Council of Great City Schools, Dr. Narcisse, I'd appreciate it.
So let me allow, Ms. Hall talk through about the transfer piece, and then all that actually fits in her role. And then also even the HR audit as well, because we've started actually applying based on their recommendations from that report. We've actually started implementation, as you know, and I would recommend even the public, we put it up. Please read through that report. Every report that we've done, we've tried to implement the recommendations of the audits to ensure our change and also ensure that we don't have our own bias towards where our things are not functioning the way they should be functioning. So Ms. Hall, can you answer the question for, I think, just make sure, Ms. Ware Jackson answered the three questions I heard was what happens with employee transfers in the CSM model? What are we doing to recruit new teachers? Have we started that process as well? And just FYI, as you may know, LSU and Southern actually sat with their deans, and there's a lot of shortage as well. So we've been trying to work through a pipeline with them on that, and then also the HR audit application report.
Yeah, Sure. So for the transfers, because we know of the impact list that was coming out, we wanted to make sure that the impacted employees were a priority, right? So we went through our transfer period. Those folks who are employees who are on that transfer list, we looked at it as they already have a job. The folks who were impacted, we want to make sure there was a priority to place them, and then we went through our system. And that was completed on, today's what, Thursday? Yesterday, actually. So we are moving the process along, and we're not leaving anyone unnoticed at all. We're trying to accommodate everyone as much as we can.
So the impacts came first before we looked at transferring people into positions that might have been needed in other places?
Well, so there are a plethora of reasons why folks want to transfer, because they're unhappy with their administrator, it's closer to home, their kids are in that school. There are so many different rationale behind it. But we did collect that data and we held on to that data. But we wanted to make sure, because this process was coming down the pipeline, meaning the impact, we wanted to make sure that priority, because we know everyone was anxious, and we wanted to ensure that the impacted employees were placed first. That was a priority. And then we start working with our transfers. And the other question was?
The other one is working in terms of what we've done
yes.
recruitment.
Oh, yes,
You
yes,
can tell
yes.
all the recruitments we've been doing.
Yes. So I get excited talking about this piece. But a number of different things happen along the way. If everyone knows Dana Morrison, she's our recruitment manager. So Dana is pretty awesome. And Dana has built a lot of relationships locally and in neighboring states. And we've relied heavily on those types of relationships to maximize some outcomes. So we've expanded, meeting more with local universities on a more personal level versus emails. We set up meetings with them to make sure that we're first in line to be the receiving end of any new teachers that are coming down the pipeline. We also looked within our own backyard, resources. I firmly believe before I go out and look and tap into other areas, I look into see what we have. So about 3-4 months ago, based on some research, we found out that we have about 250 degreed paras, right? And we're like, I got 250 degreed paras. I should be able to utilize them to fill pipelines, fill empty spaces, right? Hard to fill positions for the next school year. So we went ahead and we created a grow our own program where we create a team and we work with them through the process. There's a few exams that are very difficult for folks to pass. So we put some support in place, build out our recruitment department, include a retention piece to that. So we're not only trying to recruit, because retention has become the new recruitment. We have to stop the leak as much as we can. In addition to the recruitment efforts, we also did a lot of culture surveys, because I wanted to know, Nicola wanted to know, why am I losing so many staff? Like, what's going on? So we went out and we did culture surveys and we started addressing folks' concerns. And then we're proactive. If we hear that folks want to leave, and this is why I make myself readily available. Anyone who wants, they're unhappy, they want to leave, I invite them to come and have a conversation with me so I could figure out how to retain them, because I do know what that looks like and how that feels. So we've done a lot of different things, not only just ongoing recruitment with affairs, et cetera, but also looking within our own backyard to see what we have and to make sure, and I know for a fact that employees feel appreciated, especially from a para standpoint, if they have a degree, and to find out that we do have a program in-house that could help them to become certified teachers. So we're not only recruiting and retaining, but we're also trying to repair and build culture at the same time. So I hope that kind of answered your question in a nutshell. And the other question?
The last question I wrote down was the HR
Council.
audit.
Yes.
The audit report, what have we applied and started doing already?
Yeah, so when the audit started, when I came on board, I knew, based on some internal checks and balances by meeting with my staff one-on-one and with the team, I know some deficiencies that were there. So I didn't want to wait until the audit to address those concerns. So I went ahead and we started addressing those, like the SOPs. We didn't have any SOPs in-house, period. Every HR supervisors did things differently.
Nicola,
Yes.
try not to use the acronyms. They don't.
Okay, I'm
What
sorry.
is an
Standard operating procedures. My apologies. Standard operating procedures. So we didn't have that internally. So each HR specialist or supervisors did things differently, and they expect the same outcome, which kind of creates some dysfunction along the way and some unhappiness along the way. I created an SOP team, and we addressed that. So we have a nice big manual of SOPs. In addition to, there were ongoing trainings to ensure that my team is normed to those SOP standards, so it's very universal across the board. The other thing that came up was the staffing, right? So that was a part of the audit. The comprehensive staffing model, it requested, based on the results, that we need to have one. We were already working on that based on the fact that we did our own internal review and found that there was some discrepancy along the way.
So, Board Member Jackson, one of the things that the audit was very clear about that East Baton Rouge has had challenged for a while, and I think a couple of board members brought it up, is we have a lot of processes and things we do that is not documented. So the public will hear it from here. We don't have it public. So what we're trying to do is actually create a standard operating procedure we could put on our website so anybody in the public can go see, oh, this is what the process is on how we do X, Y, and Z. Because we don't have those things and we just have these discussions here and we're not making them public, it puts us in this position around, are we doing this, not doing that? And so one of the work that we're doing around standard operating procedure, our deputy policy person, Vicky Silas and team, we're trying to, once the board makes a policy, then we can write the implementation process, Board Member Collins, on what to do, which is something you've been requesting all the time, right? So, but folks, I mean, the reality, Board Member Jackson, is we got a lot of stuff. So what we've been trying to do is prioritize based on each of our procedures like this HR post, so we can start posting that because that alone takes a lot. There's been a lot of policies that have been passed, but implementation has been a little wishy-washy because there's not clear operating procedures that we do A, B, and C. That has also been a challenge for principals. Our principals are great folks, but they actually want something that's pretty clear about their step 1, step 2, step 3. That helps them to share with their public or their community to be like, oh, this is what we're doing. So we're trying to work through all those various layers so we can kind of normalize a lot of the challenges that we have. But the reality is we've been trying to prioritize each of those things. So one of the work that Ms. Hall is doing is, getting a standing operation procedure on how we hire, putting that public, getting a standing operating procedure on how staffing approaches happen, what we do with that, standard operation, like just very detailed. The district has just not done that well. So I mean, and a lot of those things, one of the challenges I saw coming on to the team, to EBR, it wasn't about every policy that passed was bad, but every policy must be clear implementation. There's a whole lot of stuff to happen, and capacity at central office to do that alone was a very challenge. We're in a much different place, so we can work through that, but we're trying to prioritize that as quickly as possible. Mm-hmm. And that, I think, will help in terms of transparency for the district, because one of the things you hear a lot is it's not very transparent. We don't know what's going on. Well, the public, like many other districts across the country that are large like us, should be able to click on here, this is how this process is. Click on there, this is how this process. And that helps us also not to be, I think the language we heard was loosey-goosey, because we are a little loosey-goosey on anything that is not very process-oriented.
Another question around, quick question around the deans. Like some of our schools that have magnet programs may not have enough students to warrant a magnet lead in the building. What will they do? Will they share with another school, or what kind?
Yeah. So I know Teresa. But Teresa, are you here, Teresa Porter? Mm-hmm. So a lot of the strategies, Teresa, I'll let Teresa talk about it. She's over our innovation office, which has magnets, gifted and talented, and our focused choice schools. But I'll let her be able to explain a little bit about that. Teresa.
So, good evening. And there are a number of schools, several schools, who do not have enough students, so to speak. for a magnet site coordinator. Now, heretofore, all schools had one. But during the staffing model, if a school had less than 100 students, then that principal had the autonomy to use the staffing model to make that an impacted position. And basically, all schools, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3, they have a magnet site coordinator.
Although they don't have the numbers, please.
Okay, so the threshold was 100. And there's very few schools that have less than 100. Now, what's so interesting about the magnet process is that the application period continues into July. And so, for example, there was one school in particular, there were 85 students. And so 15 more students will meet that threshold of 100. Well, they have been given that magnet site coordinator. And in fact, that position is posted.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking in particular about Capital Middle, that we had been trying to figure out, exactly where they're going to land with Magnet. Last year, there was, an issue about they didn't have a website builder, and that was what they were focusing on. So, with them trying to build a program, and then with all of the influx from the different neighborhoods, there's just a lot going on there. I wonder if, without a dean and without the magnet lead, or, that piece missing, if that principal will ever be able to check out the classrooms, or, and other people will be so stretched. So, and I know it can't be a unique situation in the district. I don't think Capital Middle is the only one. So, but that's the one that I'm more familiar with. So that's why I'm asking.
So principals have become creative, even before the staffing model was apparent, to use staff on their campus to create websites and to recruit, because recruiting is a school-wide effort. So to that point, Capital Middle is one of those projects that I have and my team who's here that we are taking on, because we recognize that we need to do more to assist that school, and because they have a built-in group of students. So recruitment is important externally, but also what about those students are in that building?
Already there, yeah.
Yeah. So we are working with, I just spoke to the principal a couple of days ago, and we are working to identify who those students are and promote the program, not just to the students, but to the parents also.
Right. Because I remember a model, I don't remember if it was Park Forest that has this magnet, and the principal won all kinds of awards and accolades. And I remember she said that she shared her program across the campus. It wasn't just.
So it was Park Forest Elementary, the MSAP school?
Yeah, that's what it was. I couldn't remember exactly who it was, but I remember it was somewhere, I think it was in Ms. Collins' district,
yes,
I believe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I remember how excited she was and how she spoke about, she shared the wealth, so to speak. She shared what she was doing so that more kids would really benefit from the program than the ones that were actually in the program officially.
And to your point, none of the MSAP schools have a magnet site coordinator. So once again, the principal is creative and use their staff in order to recruit students and to make sure parents understand what the program offers and to pull students into the school. In fact, we had a long conversation with the Department of Education today, and they lauded us on how we were the MSAP schools and how we were putting students into those programs, and they're being successful, as you just saw with Villa Del Rey a little while ago.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just one more comment. I heard several board members mention a few words that, like transparency, and really the board is really we're really the ones that's responsible for everything that takes place in the schools. It's we're the head, so to speak. And Dr. Narcisse is our employee, and everybody else, everything just kind of trickles down. What we do as a board affects the whole school district. It affects the whole city. It affects the way our kids are behaving when they're not in school. And around transparency, we say, we we need to be more transparent. We need to be more effective communicators. And but I have to remind you that a lot of what happened just recently, is what's really driving the community to be in such a an uproar. They're feeling like they've not been listened to. And I keep hearing that word over and over again. They're not listening. They don't listen. And us as a board, I mean, we sat here for a year and a half and said we were going to do certain things and we were going to work toward a certain goal. And we had community meetings and all kinds of things where we had people engaged, where, the board was actively listening and was going to create this new plan for the district. And then the board ran silent, and we passed a plan that people were crying out against. And we did it anyway. We closed up our ears. We didn't listen to anything. And we talk about transparency. There was no transparency there as a board. And so we do have to look at ourselves. This is a body, we may not have all participated in that, and we're really striving to be heard and make sure that people were heard and listened to, and what they had to say was being applied. But as a whole, this board failed. And we're going to see repercussions from that, from all through the district. We're going to see it throughout the city. So don't be surprised. And we can't keep we can't keep running double standards. We've got to be, if we say we're going to do something, let's do it. Let's be who we say we are. And, and stop blaming. We can't put the blame here and there. It's right here. It's right here with this board. And we have to accept that and own it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So I just have a couple of quick things, and some of them are requests and some of them are questions. I would like to be on record as saying that I would request that we have a poll of our board members to give input which way they would prefer going. I've been on this board when we had the committee structure versus regular workshops that we help to plan the topic of, along with our superintendent. And so I just would prefer that we poll all board members to decide which way we can have better participation, so we can involve the whole board. The other thing is, in regard to the literacy and math coaches that are now being required. So I'm wondering, first of all, where will we get them from? That was a question, yeah. Where will we get all these math and reading literacy coaches?
I mean, we go through our process for hiring and working with principals around that. So, I mean, in our original model, we've been working through with school leaders, and there's a hiring process, Dr. Lashley, we went through. We actually also partner with the state too. So we didn't really have a challenge in getting literacy coaches. Some schools looked at personnel that they had that really helped other teachers to see if they can elevate them. Some schools hired new folks. So there's a lot of different variations of that. Just for clarity, Board Member Dyson, the question that we're trying to make sure that happens is not only that we have teachers in front of students, but also making sure that we can help to develop them to help students to do better, right? So there has to be a dual approach. That's why the coaching model that we did when the state superintendent came with the other large districts in Louisiana and wanted to see that model, they liked that. And so we started to think about what are ways to help develop. As you know, literacy and math is a huge challenge across the state.
So my question is, because, we've had such a increase in the number of vacancies, especially during COVID and this school year. So my question on that is, so if we start taking our own out of the classrooms and into coaching, isn't that just going to exasperate?
So I don't think so, because I think once we pay teachers more and do that, we become competitive as we would across this entire region. I think one of the challenges is not that teachers don't want to come to EBR, but when if we're not paying as much as Zachary, Ascension, and all these surrounding areas, you can't be competitive. And so we have to be able to do that. And also, have opportunities so they can, work with professional development. There has to be this whole construct that we're working on around culture and those things. But we believe that pay and incentivizing will help that tremendous.
So I know
there's a lot of teachers in the region. So and a lot of people who have left us, which Ms. Alcate has left because we pay lower.
So my question is, does a principal have any autonomy into the decision of making a coach also a teacher? Like if they need a teacher for this many of the hours a day in a classroom teaching students, does the principal have autonomy, because we're using a lot of other people to go teach classrooms because of our shortages?
Yeah, as of right now, the way that the model has been is to help develop the actual teachers that they have in their classrooms. So we'd have to work through with the principal on that model. But the question,
I'd like
again, I
us to
wanted to
consider
just say the question that we're trying to make sure that we answer is not only a teacher with the kids, but also we have to train our teachers. Our literacy scores are abysmal, right? So we just started getting progress on that now. And so that's because we believe that we've put more money in helping with professional development, giving principals more time to do P. There's a lot of development have to happen. I think so. It has to be a balance.
I think there is a real calling for very relevant PD, school site PD. And even with the PD days in the beginning of the year, I've heard from a lot of people that want those on site with their teams doing their PD that's relevant to them, so that they can get to know each other at the school site, their other team members, and not having to travel to some site an hour or more away to get this PD.
Yeah, so we actually is this week we released the what teacher development week will look like to our teacher advisory, and they actually came back and give feedback on how to make it better. And so what we've been doing is we create what the professional development is and talk through it with it. They made a lot of suggestions throughout the year on those modifications. And so we believe that this PD is going to be even more relevant because the teachers talked a lot about that. We're doing the same thing with principals on Principal Week as well. So those are lessons learned we have been putting in terms of our advisory.
Very good, very good. I'm also questioning on the deans, back to the deans. So the middle schools that have, say, over 700 students, are they able to, or maybe it's even 850, I don't know what the number is, but is there a way that y'all can look and be reasonable about allowing for an additional position? It can be discipline stabilization, if that's what you want to call it. Discipline stabilization, a second dean on a middle school or high school campus that exceeds X amount of students. I'm hearing that a lot.
Yeah, so the way we like to approach it, even as we've been working through with our school leaders, is they're in the staffing guides as level 1, 2. There's a whole process, and once they get through the process, we have discussion. We allow them and their EDs and to them, the principals, to make their assessment based on their data, how they want to go through that. So I'd like to there's a lot of flexibility that they can do in some of their stabilization and those things to get those positions. The thing what I'd like to make sure that we're doing is give principals the opportunity to make informed decisions based on their data and also for them to drive what they need to get done. I think one of the parts that I always get very cautious of, I hear a lot about, we don't have enough this, we don't have enough that, but the principal has to have the autonomy to drive, because I hold the principal accountable, just like the board holds me accountable for the data in the strategic plan. I hold the principal accountable. And what sometimes happen is we say the principal needs this, this, and this. And then when we have a conversation with that school leader, they may say, no, we actually want this, this, and this because we think this is going to help us. And so I just think that we have to, I get very cautious that we at this level are making that decision without the school leader having that. When we get anything that's said or that's heard somewhere, we go call it the principal. And because the principal is the ultimate driver in the school on how their staffing is, just like in any of the organization. And we have to be able to do that. It's not just only autonomy, but helping them to support on the goals that they have to drive for the learning of the students based on their data. I think that's the important thing. So I guess to say what you're saying is they have a lot of opportunities in the current model to do that. So they're not limited to. So
I'm just, I guess this board member, based on a lot of feedback that I've gotten, I guess I'm just going to ask y'all to open your minds about a discipline stabilization position that could be allotted to schools with high need and who are trying to manage situations where you need so many people in the hallways when the students are touching each other, when they're going from class to class, because the hallways are so full and crowded. At any time you go from trying to go from this class to between classes, it is so many people that are trying to move through this amount of space that didn't grow when you increased it by adding T buildings and stuff. The hallways didn't grow, and they feel like they need stabilization. Discipline stabilization, they need that second dean. So I would just very much hope that y'all can open your minds to that over the next week or so. And then my last question is, how do principals get their impacted people back when all of a sudden now they get allotted or something has changed with the numbers or whatever? How did they get that person back real quick here in the next few weeks? And I know personally of stories where I know for a fact some are already going to other districts, so that's going to be hard to get them back because they just committed to something else because they weren't going to do the forced move that was being forced upon them. And I know for a fact of that happening. But I'm hopeful that if someone was reassigned to a position that they didn't ask for, that they didn't want that transfer, and then a position opens in that school where they were for that same thing or something they can do, how do they get back?
So what would happen is that will create a vacancy for that school. And so like we do with all of our positions, that vacancy will be opened up. That person could apply for it. The principal has the opportunity to vet that person or any other candidate and make a decision on whether or not they want to bring that person back.
Okay. So once they've been reassigned, they still have the ability.
Yes, ma'am.
When a position opens that they would be able to accept, they can. They're not stuck where they just got assigned. Okay.
All employees have the right to apply.
Because I know we're past the transfer.
Yes, ma'am.
Period.
So yes, any employee can apply for any open vacancy in the district.
Even when we're past the transfer period, because usually there's this transfer period.
Yeah, it's an active vacancy.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Board colleague, go ahead.
The public to know that the This whole presentation has now been posted on board docs. So thank you, Ms. April, or thank you for the IT staff, but it is available to the public on board docs for your review. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, board colleague. And then I just have, real quick, define for me equity.
Okay, define, yes. Equity, board member, Vice President Collins, is the ability to have resources based on the needs. So equity doesn't mean equal. It means that we're making sure that across the board that we're providing the appropriate resources based on the needs of a community. That is what equity means.
Thank you. And then know that as I'm moving forward and hearing your presentation, then what I'm looking for is how the CSM ensures equity. I am struggling with seeing the dots connected. For example, you pointed out that prior to this, only C, D, and F schools had math and literacy coaches. It's a small but significant example to me of actual equity, because they're the ones that actually need the math and literacy coaches, and they need the teachers in the classroom to be able to coach. And so then when I hear us say equity and appropriately define equity, then I'm also looking for what we saying we doing to match that. And so I'm going to yield, I'm yielding my time. Everybody has spoken so much and with respectful comments, and I appreciate you all's answers. And so then there is no other request to speak from the board, and so public comment.
Done? No, we're not responding. Okay.
Good morning, board. My name is Tawanda Michelle Cherry. I graduated in 1990 from Estroma High. Couldn't read or write. So I'm a product of what you guys are talking about today. I just relocated back after 21 years of service in the Army. I heard someone said, well, first of all, I see the sign says every student every day, but that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing some students in privileged areas every day. On top of that, I heard someone talk about teachers being relocated without a choice. I had to move 19 times in 21 years without a choice to fight for our freedom. When we volunteer or volunteers for teachers, that's a voluntary job. They can go somewhere else, but they're here to teach children, our babies for the future. All kids. That's what the sign says. But I was disheartened. Well, they need an incentive to move. But what about those teachers already teaching in those areas that have to face that every day? But because they have a love for kids, they're still there. And distance, what is that really? If you have a love for education, because those kids are tomorrow's future. And if we fail them in kindergarten, we can't expect them to pass the test in 12th grade. Literacy don't start in 12th, doesn't start in 11th. It starts in kindergarten, pre-K. We got parents that can't read. How are we gonna get these kids to read? And we got teachers that don't wanna teach. How you expect the kids to wanna go to school? They're not gonna wanna go. If these teachers don't want to relocate, and they do, guess what? The kids are not going to be there because they're going to feel those vibes of people that don't want to be there. And then for those that are in these privileged areas, take a walk around those halls at Estroma and all these deprived areas. You'll see not just I've experienced something because I went to this school here over in this area. Go to those schools that we have a need where kids are not being taught. I was one of those students. And had it not been for Desert Storm and lowering the ASVAB score to a 20, I couldn't read or write. So because of the war, they let people like me in. And I took that opportunity, not as a crutch, but as a catapult, which I got approved for 3 doctoral programs last year because I had an opportunity. We don't give them opportunities now. Yes, they're going to be in jail. Education, lack of education, works hand in hand with prison. If we don't educate them, we'll see them on the other side working for free. We got to think about that, not about feeling good about, am I in this school, or, hey, I'm going to go to this bad school, because I heard someone talking about deans. Well, that dean thing, if that was a big thing, it should have been years ago. But now these teachers that are privileged going into these other disciplinary problems, now we have a dean issue, or we want deans. Let's look at the motivation. Is it a race thing?
Thank you.
I commend you, Superintendent.
Hi, my name is Paige Colwell. I work at McKinley Middle Magnet. You guys just recognized us tonight. This is the second one of these I've gotten. I've also been Teacher of the Year. And my school stood up here and got recognized tonight because we are, what was our thing? We were a national art school, right? That's what we do. You're taking our drama teachers and you're moving them around. What's that going to do to our program? It's not okay. And you're saying that it's for equity. I work in zip code 70802, okay? And Mr. Lannis, I'm one of those 20,000 underprivileged kids that you talked about earlier. I am, okay? And we are a Title I school with a predominantly Black population. And yeah, we're a magnet and we're one of those privileged, overstaffed schools y'all talk about. But we're a Title I school. Y'all all know what that means. And you're pulling apart our community and our program that just got up here and got you accolades. 2 of those teachers who were here tonight won't be at our school permanently anymore because of this impact mess. I didn't join the military because I don't like people telling me where I can and can't work. I like making my own decisions so that I can come back to my community and give back, because I grew up in 70802. Schools that had the biggest need also had the biggest impact list. So I don't believe you when you say it's for equity. HR reported in their report that they published after the fact that y'all haven't even been putting any money into recruitment. How are you going to staff us if you're not recruiting? That doesn't make any sense. GT, those teachers being itinerant, that doesn't make any sense. We've done that before. Guess what happens? Those programs don't work and they don't grow. Our GT are integral to our program, and you're going to kill it?
Next.
Hello, people. I just have just a request, please. Would everyone in a black shirt please stand? Those of us that are here to support what we're here for, all of these things, thank you. And there are a bunch of us standing in line as well. There are a lot of people sitting outside as well. I wanted you to see those numbers of people who showed up and showed out tonight, and they're here to speak and share. Can you guys also hold up how many fingers, if you can, of people who were impacted that you know? The numbers didn't make sense to me. And I think it was you who, I can't remember your name. You said something, somebody asked about who it was, and it was support staff and teachers. We can't do our jobs if we don't have support. Period. It just doesn't work that way. That's like saying I'm gonna have a building, but I don't have custodians. Okay? Everybody matters in these schools. Every single person. That is all.
Next.
Hello, my name is Katie Harlan. I'm a teacher at Glasgow Middle School. I teach talented art animation, and traditional art. Today, I'm here to represent the talented teachers across EBR. And this new staffing model does affect the talented program by causing all of us to become itinerant or traveling teachers. And I just wanted to read off some benefits of talented teachers being in their school full-time versus itinerant. Number one, all materials are located in one place with no possibility of forgetting to pack said materials for other schools. And you might be thinking, well, why doesn't each school have their own set of materials? And that would be great. That would be ideal. Excuse me. But when I started teaching Talented 8.5 years ago, our budget has decreased from then to now down to 57%. Not only that, but I also teach traditional arts as well. So that decreased amount also has to pay for my art animation classes and my traditional arts classes. So that money really is being divided up. Excuse me. Number two, students are able to make up missed work, ask any questions, etc., on any day and not just on the days that they see me for class. Number three, students get to see more of what their peers are working on and learn from their techniques. Number four, teachers are more involved with their school and with other faculty, which leads to better collaboration. Number five, pregnant teachers face less risk of harming baby by daily transporting of heavy materials. Number six, materials and classroom have less chance of being improperly used, destroyed, vandalized, stolen due to teachers' daily presence. Number seven, better relationships with admin. Number eight, full planning periods not spent traveling. Number nine, easier to schedule conferences or IEP meetings when you're there daily. Number 10, fully decorated, set up, organized classrooms that requires time to set up each year instead of dividing time between multiple occasions to set up half classrooms. Much of our time at the beginning of the school year is devoted to professional development, leaving little time to set up even one classroom. And number 11, a scaffolded program where students can grow skills from year to year. I have a student who qualified for Talented Art in the 3rd grade and didn't start the program. She refused services until I saw her in the 6th grade. So when I got her at a 3rd grade level. And she has grown so tremendously this year. She's my greatest improved student. And I know her now that I've gotten to learn who she is and her style. I am the teacher who is going to be the best one suited for her to help her grow because I've taken the time to learn who she is. And a new teacher would have to learn that process over again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Trigg. I'm a parent in EBR Parish, and I'm also a teacher at Sherwood Middle School. I'm here because I couldn't not. I mean, I've cried about this since I've heard about my colleagues getting impact letters and heard about our students not being able to potentially have ELA every day next year when our model is successful and our school is strong. Teachers aren't interchangeable, and it is a labor market. I mean, we all share the goal of equity. We are not at odds. That is why we are public school teachers every day. But to say that we don't form a community and form ties with teachers and parents at our school sites over multiple years is just false. And it's what makes our school system strong, is having teachers, not having churn, not having turnover, and having people stay in place year after year so that they can build that community. And it's better for students too. Before I was teaching at Sherwood, I taught elementary school. And whenever I would loop up with children, I've looped from pre-K to K, and I've looped from 3rd to 4th to 5th. And those are all the students that did the best and that I had the strongest bond with. And there's more nuance to where you choose to teach and to what it takes to be a teacher and to what school you choose to be in than just pay. Or, I mean, part of it's location, part of it's I have to pick my child up from daycare by a certain time and get them there every day. And there's only a certain geographic area I can do that in. And that's true for a lot of parents. And same with kids, with older kids in school, and also quality of working environment. For example, if you guaranteed teachers a protected, uninterrupted, not with meetings, not with filling out reams of data binders, planning period every day, that would incentivize teachers to go to certain schools. If I know, okay, I can have this protected time where I can get my work done, that would be a really big non-pay related factor for me choosing to go somewhere. So there's just a lot more to it. And we're all on the same goal in that we want our public school system strong. And I know so many teachers who have resigned over this who weren't even impacted just because they're scared and it's chaotic and they don't want to do it anymore. They're just fed up and they're done. And some of them have left education entirely and won't teach my child or your child or any other child anywhere in Baton Rouge as a result of this. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening to you, board and Dr. Narcisse. I want to commend you. The United Faith Leaders, we support your decision, and to be completely honest, this shouldn't even be a conversation. This is a problem that this is even a conversation in 2022. There's no way it's your fault. You just got here. No, we just talked to you. You just got. There's no way this is your fault. And I understand where the young lady was just talking, and she was, talking about the impact of the teachers, and I get that. But if the teachers could just quit and resign and leave education altogether, then were they here for the kids in the first place? That's a serious question. It's valid. Yeah. So then how do they just quit and just leave? Yes, ma'am. Yes,
No,
ma'am.
it was on, but it's, thank you, IT, my little light was green.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, no questions get answered. If you're going to ask a rhetorical question, ask it, move on. Thank you.
Okay, all right, I've got a question. So the redistricting, I know we're not talking specifically about that tonight, but the redistricting, does that have anything to do with the census?
I'm sorry. We got a long meeting.
Does it?
Keep it germane.
Does it?
Keep it germane to the topic, which is the comprehensive staffing model.
It's not.
Now, if you're going to make it germane to that, proceed. But I'm letting you know if it's not germane to that.
I think it is.
Okay, let's go. Let's see.
And the reason it's so does it have anything to do with the census that was just reported? It does. Okay. What is it called if we don't report if we don't reapportion and redistrict within a certain time of reporting? What is that? That's malfeasance of office, right? And what happens when there's malfeasance of office? That means money doesn't get paid, right? So I'm going back to the money. Because, you guys, some of you same guys that I sat here in the last meeting and I watched your faces red and you were angry and you were sticking it to certain people. Now you want to play nice. And I see it. And I actually think it's disgusting. And I don't know if anybody else sees it, but I do. So I just say, folks, go start looking on the ethics website and start looking at the businesses that are supporting some of these board members.
Can you keep it germane? Even though I actually agree 200% with your point, keep it germane to the agenda item. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I think that, if the teachers are really there for the kids, they're going to be able to.
Thank you.
They're going to be willing to do what they have to do to
Thank
make
you
sure these
very
kids are
much.
provided for. Period. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ashley Ballard. I'm a parent of 3 in EBR, and I'm a substitute teacher as well. I'm here to share concerns shared directly with me by teachers who are not comfortable speaking out to the district for fear of retaliation. Many teachers fear there may be another wave of teachers getting impacted or rearranged within the district. Is this something we should be concerned with between now and the start of the next school year? Also, regarding the CSM, information has been provided regarding guidelines for student to staff ratios. However, Dr. Narcisse stated that staffing changes would ensure that we are filling vacancies so that every child is able to begin the 22-23 school year with a permanent and effective educator in their classroom, and that impacted employees are being asked to serve where they're needed most. Furthermore, Dr. Narcisse stated that employees may have been impacted for a variety of reasons, including program changes, a decline in student enrollment at their school site, or district realignment based on the CSM. Stakeholders also want to know what else is included in the comprehensive staffing model. Aside from student counts, stakeholders and EBR staff have a right to know what factors were included in this model. At the very least, the district owes impacted employees and other staff an explanation as to what criteria were considered in selecting which teachers would be impacted. For example, extensive research has shown that environmental factors, school culture, leadership, and demographics each play a statistically and practically significant role in an educator's effectiveness. How were these elements included in decisions regarding teacher reassignments to ensure that impacted teachers remain highly effective in their new environments? How can educators contest their reassignment? And how will you measure effectiveness of your CSM? That's shared by the teachers. This is my personal comments. Our teachers are concerned. They have questions. More importantly, they have ideas and very real insight as to how to approach these issues that affect them. How about stopping for a moment and listening to them, show them the respect they deserve and have earned by giving them a choice and a chance to speak into them to help come up with a real and effective CSM. Let's start by incentivizing open positions, create programs that attract amazing talent to our district, not implementing tactics like these that repel teachers outside of our district. I mentioned to you in an email that I sent earlier this week that I know 4 teachers personally leaving our district by choice. That count has now risen to 5 in just the past week. I've also heard from 2 teachers outside of our district that are no longer considering EBR as an option. This plan is going to lead us even further into a deficit than our current teacher shortage. This plan is not sustainable. This is not a staffing model or a retention plan. This is a deterrent. This is a sad time for EBR schools.
Good evening, board. My name is Chalice Epley. I'm a proud graduate and old graduate of Estruma High School. I had the privilege of serving as an aide to U.S. Senator John Breaux, so my thoughts come from the political realm. And I would just say, first of all, I just think teachers these days need all the support, pay, one-on-one talking to each other, to administrators. They do such an important job to raise up our kids to become productive citizens. You know, treat them with respect. I wouldn't want to be moved around with no knowledge of it coming or being asked if I wanted to move. They used to say in politics, you know, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. So it sounds to me from being here and listening to the conversation, some of these schools, A, B, C, sounds like they don't have a lot of problems. So I would urge you to focus on fixing things that need to be fixed and let the teachers be the ones who have the most say-so with their kids. My daughter has a master's in early childhood education and is an educator. Teachers these days, why would they want to go into teaching? Low pay, you know, they have to worry about children who have some mental health issues or poverty, come to school hungry. They're dedicated. Just be respectful. And Dr. Narcisse and his staff, I heard the word community mentioned many times. I would ask you guys, I've driven in the parking lot with Mr. Finney, who has a heart also for educators. Many of those out-of-state people who have been hired do not even have a Louisiana license tag on their car. So I say to them, where is your sense of community? I mean, it begs the question. I moved back here from Texas 6 years ago. And within X amount of time, I had my Louisiana plate on the car. So that
make
says
sure we
a lot.
keep everything germane to the comprehensive
Well, I
staff
think
report.
that is germane. I think, I think there's some laws actually that deal with that. But I'm just saying, I think Dr. Narcisse, really needs to work with not having
All right, come on, y'all.
I just think you get more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. And I support our teachers 100%. I'm a product of public education. My children are a product of public education. So I just think they deserve respect.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brandy Roberts, and I'll introduce myself as a mama to everybody. I'm a mama to all students, all days, through all administrations. So I want you to know that everything I'm saying is coming genuinely from the heart. I'm not here to attack anybody. In fact, I appreciated you saying you wanted parents to speak. I'm glad to speak. Put me on those councils. Let me talk, because I use my voice, if nothing else. I think we all agree that our biggest asset are our human resources, right? That's what we're talking about tonight. These teachers are professionals. They went to school, they learned pedagogy, they know what they're doing. I don't think we should treat them, and I use the asset, we shouldn't treat them like things we own. There was a time for that, where we treated them like chattel and we moved people and took them from their families. That was called slavery. We got rid of that. So now I ask that you let them be professionals. Let's not just move them around. They didn't sign up for the military. They signed up for a profession, and they have become families with these people. My kids went to school. I knew all the teachers there. I knew who the second grade teacher was, who the third grade teacher was. We formed a rapport. They still reach back out and they ask me about my boys. One of them, which is at Duke University right now, a product of East Baton Rouge Parish. So let's find out what the problem is and stop trying to throw darts in the dark. Let's fix these schools. We have a lot of deferred maintenance issues. Make the bathrooms work. Make it welcoming for people to come in. Let's give these teachers a break so they can use the bathroom. Let's make it inviting. We can't pick beautiful flowers from a school and put it on a dying plant and hope they grow. We have to fix that plant first. So once you get the root and the stem and all of that working, then we can have people that want to come there, that want to teach there. So equity, Ms. Collins, have you ever seen that meme of those kids trying to see over the fence? And some of them are tall and some of them are short. What did we do for the short kid? We gave him a ladder, right? We didn't lower the fence. Let's not lower the fence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, board members. My name is Hannah Amoroso. I have 2 children in EBR parish schools, one at McKinley Middle and one at Glasgow. And my main reason in choosing EBR schools is because I wanted them to be in a diverse environment. Based on my economic status, I'm not supposed to be in the public schools, but my children are in schools where they're the minority by a good bit, and I'm very happy about that. Like most situations where there is conflict, the conflicting parties usually agree on much more than they disagree on, and the disagreements tend to be in the process, not in the outcome. In this case, we agree on the outcome of equitably staffed and resourced schools. That is the stated intention of this comprehensive staffing model, and it's good. We all want equitably staffed and resourced schools. It isn't very often that we get to see a well-intentioned plan implemented and see the effects of it, and then immediately get the opportunity to come back and reassess, and we have that opportunity tonight. This plan, with such poor communication, without looking into the individual situations and individual schools, we got to see how that played out. We got to see teachers feeling undervalued. We got to see upset parents. We got to see administrators lose team members who they worked very hard to recruit and retain on their team that they built over years. We got to see teachers leave our system to go to other districts, to private schools, or just quit. If our goal is to have equitably understaffed schools and under-resourced schools with unhappy teachers, please continue. But where does that leave us? It leaves us with inadequately staffed and inadequately resourced schools throughout the system. If, on the other hand, we're serious about getting our schools equitably staffed and resourced, there needs to be a much more nuanced approach. Very unfortunately, some have chosen to turn this into an us versus them conflict, saying they don't want us to have staff in our schools. And I beg to differ. Teachers choose to work at schools for a wide variety of reasons. I invite you to look at some of our historically understaffed schools that have wonderful environments with teachers wanting to work there and wanting to stay there. I also invite you to look at schools where there is high turnover, and especially look closely where the high turnover is in historically easy to staff schools. We have to look at the school environment. So tonight, I beg you to pause and do the real work, the hard work of delving into the details to see where teachers do want to work and why, and where they don't want to work and why. Fix those systems without driving wedges into our community. We can do so much more together. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Koch. I moved to Baton Rouge in 1985. I'm from Texas. My husband was a Baton Rouge native, an LSU graduate, wanted to come home. So we moved here with our children. We enrolled our school-age children in the public system, and 3 of our 4 children are graduates of East Baton Rouge Parish High Schools. I'm also a former East Baton Rouge teacher. I have an undergraduate degree in mathematics from the University of Texas. And in the mid-1990s, I, at the age of 45, enrolled in LSU to get certified. Apparently, knowing math is not all you need to know to teach math. So I spent 2 years doing coursework, and when I completed that and took the praxis, I applied not to a Catholic school, not to a private school, but to the East Baton Rouge Parish school system. And I was very soon hired by Estruma High School to teach geometry. But I'm here to tell you that nothing in my own 12 years in public schools, my 24 years as a mother of students in this system, nor my 2 years at LSU prepared me for what I was confronted with at Estruma. First 2 weeks, there were 100 to 200 students roaming the halls because they either should have been registered but weren't, or shouldn't have been there at all. Spent two months trying to teach geometry, but I had students who, this was a term unknown to me, who had been socially promoted and had 5th grade math skills. So they were in no position to learn geometry. At about 3 months, I resigned because my husband was very unhappy when I came home and told him that a student had threatened a teacher who wanted to take up his cell phone. I stopped teaching and I thought, who was I to think I could teach? And I was so discouraged and felt like such a failure.
That's your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
But who I had failed were my students.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Patricia Cook. I am a family and consumer science pro-start teacher at Estruma High School. As teachers, we become teachers to educate our kids. And the ultimate goal, Mr. Narcisse, I feel is that is what you want to do with the impact. But before we can teach our students, we have to teach our students to learn. We have to gain trust with them, and it's hard work to earn a student's trust, to let them know that, hey, it's okay for you to learn. No, you don't have to hide a book because your peers feel that that is not the thing to do. Marcus Washington, Jeremy Noah, Ebony Noah, Crystal Ross, and I can go on. Those are students that are products of Estruma High School who are educators in our system that were impacted. I thought I was impacted for a moment because I got a letter, but then they said Korean Technical Ed wasn't impacted, but therein lies, I've been teaching 25 years, but a fear comes in me now as to do I stay? Do I go? Where do I go from here? Because not only did I almost get impacted, you created a pathway that did not even include hospitality and tourism. Even though it's embedded, you said, it doesn't include me. It doesn't include some of us other teachers, but it's what we do every day. In order to teach the kids, you have to use family and consumer science. I think that there was a miscommunication in everything across the board, from teachers, from the board, from Mr. Narcisse. Y'all had panels, and you did have panels. I heard about the panels. But when the paperwork went out into the schools, only certain teachers were allowed to have something to say or input in it, which meant that the majority of us did not get an opportunity to share what it was that we had to say. And I don't know how this impact is going to impact everyone, but I came to speak on behalf of the students because they're running to me. Ms. Cook, are you leaving? If you're leaving, then where would I go? What would I do? Because not every teacher wants to teach in the school. I chose it. I taught at Woodlawn, Tara, Estruma 2 times. So I came back to Estruma, and I love all of the kids in every area that I have taught, but teachers have to want to be there for the students, and the students have to know that the teachers are there for them. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. And as the next person comes up, we have some folks that may not be used to, come on, what the lights and the timing is. Everybody has 3 minutes. The green light comes on, 3 minutes. You have a minute left when the yellow light comes on, and then red, I have to say, thank you very much. Next person, please, okay? Go ahead, ma'am.
I wanted to speak to Godet. Can I wait? Or do I have to go?
We're going to operate with some love tonight, despite our frustration.
Yeah.
She wants to speak to go. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Angel Bradford. I don't need to say titles. Went to Woodlawn though, and also thank you so much to Board Member Dyson for everything you said tonight. And I always repped you. I was like, I'm in Dyson's. I'm not. I'm in Tapman's. But at least, you know, my sister finally told me. The discussion tonight has been really good, and I'm very grateful to all y'all for y'all's questions and comments. And I did email y'all because I was trying to get to my cousin's graduation. I missed that, so I was like, I might as well just stay. So I asked that you not let Superintendent Narcisse get away with this proposal, but instead create an item to rescind these reassignment letters to teachers and staff, or I would like for you to refuse to approve the budget for 2023 until superintendent takes this action back. I advocated with various organizations for the CARES Act, ARPA funds, and other stimulus packages throughout the COVID pandemic. And honestly, I was super grateful that the Build Back Better didn't pass, because I knew that would mean a lot more money that we would have to track and follow as citizens and make sure was used properly. And that I felt was inevitably going to go to waste, as the superintendent has done with or proposed for funds thus far. If we needed to fire / reassign / RIF / not RIF so many folks, then we clearly don't have the money for conservatories, for more charters, for mandated dual enrollment, nor for building remodeling, nor all of the high-level 6-figure staff that came with the superintendent in the first place. For months, we asked for a budget, and for this very reason is why we asked, because we knew that the school year would come, the end would come, and we'd be left with firing teachers and staff. We said that months ago. And perhaps the point is to distract us with this reassignment to hide how much money has truly been thrown out of the window throughout the pandemic. The last thing I wanted to point out is that equity for all is not a thing. Equity means customization. Instead, the superintendent rearranged folks and standardized ratios of teachers to students, changing those metrics to shield the fact that he literally fired people the last week of the school year. And no matter what you call it, we still don't have enough teachers at any schools now. Lastly, I Googled your question, Madam Vice President, and equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. There's nothing from those numbers that show that we're gonna yield an equal outcome. We're just gonna have equal crap for everybody. So thank you.
All right, everybody.
Hello, I'm Colleen
And,
Kissel.
and you like to stick it to us, but try to stick it to us with love.
I will try.
Thank you, ma'am.
I can't speak to whether this plan will work or whether I like it or not because it came out today during this meeting. The PowerPoint is online now with the links, but it wasn't when I was preparing for this meeting. And not all 230 staff are here or free to watch this live, so they don't know what the plan is either. Instead, I would like to speak to the timeline of leadership failure that has led us to this point, because we were all here 2 weeks ago at the Committee of the Whole meeting talking about maps. And as part of that, the superintendent gave his superintendent introduction, and he talked about, we appreciate our teachers, and this is what we're doing, and here's the HR report. That was the time to give this PowerPoint. Because the next day, on Friday, teachers got letters, and they didn't all get one-on-ones, I can tell you that. And then over the weekend, we find out that there's 230 letters out there that are reassigning them. And then there's the required job fair. And at that, they're like, why are they complaining? We have a 22-page plan that I still have not seen. And then after the job fair, there's a push to media that those who are complaining are against equity, which we're not. We're in a teaching crisis, and this is a good way to get teachers to leave. Gode, if I can use you as an example, if you'll forgive me, you worked at Albemarle. This is like you coming in on Thursday and saying, we're doing a great job on our processes. Company, you're doing a great job. And then on Friday, you fire a bunch of your engineers and you say, well, you're not doing a bad job, but we have other jobs in Magnolia if you want to apply for those. Right? Not everyone wants to go to Magnolia, Arkansas. I've been there. You don't. I know 2 teachers already who took this as a sign that they needed to leave. Not because they don't want to go to these schools or they don't want to teach these kids, but because they don't trust you to stay here. I would like a board member to please pick up my question when we come back to you. Did you ask where teachers live and how the transportation costs will impact their families? Are they going to have to move to make it to these schools? And then another question, how many teachers missed the job fair? Because I was there and I did not see 230 people. And have you had one-on-ones with the teachers who missed the job fair to ask, are you coming back? Or did you not show up because you're done with us? The teachers now have an entire summer to look for a new job in education. And if this is how they are going to be treated by this district, maybe they should.
Good evening, Jennifer Harding. Speaking as a parent tonight. I started coming to these meetings much more regularly at the beginning of the school year when my son was enrolled in the virtual academy and spent the first 9 weeks of school with no math instruction. Actually, I think he only had one teacher the whole time. And so I started coming and saying, what are we doing? We have a crisis here. What are we doing to recruit and incentivize and bring more teachers into this district? And I've heard about maybe a job fair here or there, but like we're in a teaching crisis. Our teachers have been teaching through COVID and all of the disruption of COVID and all of the heartbreak of COVID, and their students have been going through all of this as well. And what are we doing? Like, there's so many, I'm just like, my thoughts are everywhere tonight because this feels like a show. It feels like a show when we come here. It feels like politics. Y'all are all trying to get reelected at the end of this year, maybe. This HR report that came out at the Committee of the Whole, y'all didn't even talk about the 52 pages of recommendations and like serious problems, like the fact that the HR staff appear to lack the knowledge to fully leverage ESSER funds, Title II funds for professional development, or Title IV funds for recruitment of hard-to-fill positions. There's a whole thing in here about how we're not recruiting. There's a whole thing in here about how there was a request for a specific HR position for recruiting that was denied by leadership. It was requested and denied. Why? Why? We don't know why there is a lack of trust because you come here with platitudes and really great speeches about equity, but it is short on the details. You can rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic and it's still going to sink. Okay? We are in a crisis here and it's short on details, and you have a resource. Look at this room. You have educators, you have parents, you have community organizations, you have so many stakeholders that want to see this district succeed. You don't know us yet. You need to get to know us, okay? You need to work with us. You need to do the work to get the buy-in, because we do all want all of our children to succeed. But we chose this system. We support the system. We continually show up because we care. We care about all these children, okay? And so when you have a 52-page report that has very specific, detailed page and a half of this is how we need to be recruiting teachers to come to this district, why aren't we doing this? Where is the detail? Where is the detail? And that is the biggest problem with what's happened in here tonight. We're talking about this yet again, and there's no plan. When are we going to see the plan?
Good evening. My name is Jason Roberts. I stand here as a parent and the husband of an EBR teacher. I know firsthand how much work teachers put into doing their jobs. I know how much time, how much personal money, and how much dedication she and all others put into teaching. So please, please never question their dedication to their chosen profession or the students that they serve. To speak to the issue at hand, however, I'm not an educator, nor am I an administrator, so perhaps I simply don't understand. But from what I've heard tonight, I've come to summarize it as this. You seem to have 5 cakes that you need to bake that require a total of 4 eggs per cake, but you only have 10 eggs. And it seems like you're trying to put 2 eggs in each cake, and that's simply not going to work. They won't rise. It won't be what you're looking for. So maybe, like I said, maybe I'm wrong, but please, if that is the case, correct me when I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. This is my first time ever coming to a board meeting, but with this issue, I felt like I had to come. First, I want to say thank you, Dr. Narcisse, for starting the conversation saying that we need to focus on children, because the focus has been so much on adults and how they feel, and that is my issue with everything that's going on. I've heard people talk about traveling to work, but they're not talking about the students that have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to get on the bus to go across town because they don't have a program at their school, or because their parents want them to have certified teachers, qualified teachers, and they don't have that because some schools have 2 people in a room. So that's my issue. The focus cannot be on adults. Ms. Dyson, you made the comment earlier at talking about people getting letters. Dr. Drake, Mr. Drake's last year, 2018, 2019, well, the year before, teachers got impact letters in May. My school lost 11 teachers at that time. Nobody said a word. Nobody has said anything. Nobody has done anything, and they got letters in May. People got far advance notice than those teachers did. I have never heard this much requested information in my life. And since I've been in EBR, you brought up the issue of teacher pay. Some people already get it out of the mud. They're Sharon Hills. When I went through Sharon Hills one day, they didn't have any certified teachers on one hall. They had other people planning stuff for the substitutes there. That's a problem. But people think it's okay to talk about the kids in their circle. You have teachers at schools that bring soap and water to school. They bring additional uniforms to school. They bring toothbrushes to school because kids need hygiene products. They keep food in their desks because they have to feed their students. So those teachers, those are the ones that need to be incentivized. Those are the ones that need to be praised. Praise all of them, but those are going the extra mile for sure. Yes, it is a lot of them. We discussed giving incentives to people. We need to give incentives to people in the hardest areas. And people can't necessarily choose where they want to go when they are a public servant. This is a centralized school district. More than 80% of the children in this school district are African American.
And their parents sometimes can't come to these meetings because of systemic issues beyond their control. Those parents cannot be put to the side just because some parents have the ability to come and sit in a 5-hour meeting. Those parents still matter. Their kids still matter. Their voices should not be silenced, and our focus should be children with the greatest need. If we sit and we fight for 2 hours over kids having teachers in a classroom, what does that say to those children? How does that make those children feel? Because that's what I think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening. My name is Michael Bell, and I'm a grade 8 student at Eskrima High School. I support the impact letter, and I think this will help level the playing field for all schools. I hear the hurtful things teachers say about the North Baton Rouge schools, but they are failing to realize North Baton Rouge students make a large amount of students at the high-performing schools. Give us the same chance you are giving the other kids. This is not equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
How y'all doing? Okay. I'm from North Baton Rouge, okay? I work for Stand for Children, and I've been going through this for 10 years, you know? And one, I want to commend this board. Believe me, I'm very happy for everything that y'all doing, I'm happy. Dr. Narcisse, thank you. Believe that. And I hear the parents talk about Sherwood Middle. Whew. Come to North Baton Rouge. Come to North Baton Rouge. That's all I gotta say. Come to North Baton Rouge. Pick a school. Pick anyone. Pick anyone. Capitol Elementary, Park Elementary, Capitol Middle, Capitol High that's not even a district yet. Take your pick. Ostruma High, Wimburn Elementary, Claiborne Elementary / Howard Park, Glen Oaks High School, even Scotlandville. Man, these schools have so many uncertified teachers, it just don't make no sense. And I'm not throwing rocks at nobody. Count Bernard, I feel like you owe Dr. Narcisse apology, because this was going on way before him. I'm just like, wow, when you say this, I'm like, what? Believe it or not, I got caught up in this because I was trying to do the best for the kids in my community, okay? So I had to figure it out. EBR wasn't doing it for me. So I went to the state, okay? Because I used to come in and ask questions. Nobody wouldn't tell me nothing. And then when they told me stuff, they was lying to me or lead me somewhere so I can go out that door and don't come back again. Went to the state. Oh, they would tell me everything. It's like we have two giants fighting against each other. EBR school system feel like they're just bigger than the state. Like they run everything. This is the state capital. We don't have to do what the state, what they say do, But come on, huh? This is a job. If you go to Burger King, do you think people want, I'm not trying to be funny, Burger King, McDonald's, IHOP, you can name a lot of places that people work at that they have to compromise. And don't get me wrong, it's not teaching. But let me tell you something. I'll never forget when Earl K. Long left. What if a doctor feel like, I'm not gonna mess with people in North Baton Rouge. I'm not gonna take care of them, okay? Well, that's how I feel when the teachers say they don't wanna come in North Baton Rouge. And I hear it. I go to these schools. I hear the things they say, okay? So come on, do your job.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Hope McCorkle. I'll just be up front. I don't have children in this school system. I was not raised in any of these schools. A few weeks ago, I wouldn't consider myself a stakeholder in any way, shape, or form. I live fairly close to the dilapidated Broadmoor School. Of course, my community is my concern. I want to see success in this community. How did this become my business? Well, in my household, there's a brand new, shiny philosophy of music education, doctoral degree from LSU. My spouse has been a visiting instructor at LSU for the past year. We talk about the prospect and what we're doing to recruit in this school district. And this is how I became a stakeholder, other than just wanting to see my community succeed. Recruiting. Let's talk about recruiting and EBR. This is a hard sell, folks. I got a partner right now, a wife, a spouse, who's in the job market with a brand new PhD. How attractive is East Baton Rouge? It's very hard sell. Now, to suggest that teachers don't spend nights, evenings, weekends, that they're not passionate, that they're in there for the money, that's a joke. That's a joke. I'm a state employee, and the pay is a joke. What is supposed to attract somebody with a brand new PhD who is passionate about teaching to come to East Baton Rouge? When you come up with the answer, you tell me.
Next.
I tried to get April to play Guess Who's Back, but she wasn't for it. If you break your wrist, it needs to be healed. We have a lot of broken schools. But you don't heal that wrist by breaking every single bone in your body. That's just going to kill the body. In February, the transfer period opened and 549 people signed up that are required to have an effective rating to sign up. They wanted to move. And we could have gone to those people and said, hey, we really need help at these schools. How would you like to go to one of these two schools? Giving them an option of two. I never tell y'all to give money because we don't have it. I'm always telling you, don't give no money. But these hard to staff schools, the people that have been there, just like when we didn't have enough math or science teachers, and we created an incentive to get people to major in math and science education, and we gave them money because we had too many social studies and ELA teachers, but we didn't have enough math and science. The people that have been putting in the work at those schools, give them a financial incentive because they've been there. They've been putting in the work at those schools. Now, not every teacher's going to agree with that because people like me won't get it. But guess what? I'm going to be all right. And if they want it, then you apply. You make a commitment for 3 years because statistically it's going to take at least 3 years to show some growth. You want it, you move to those hard to staff schools. Now, some of these schools are hard to staff because the principal is the problem. That's why you have a multi-million-dollar facility and you got a turnover rate with 15 people leaving a year. Look at that transfer list. Shouldn't be that many people leaving from one school. The problem is the principal. Also, positions were lost. You can't say positions weren't lost. In one school, the impact says 3 is 15. Another school, Park Forest, lost 15. Y'all say equity. What, Park Forest don't need help? Tara lost 17. You took APs from a school that's a D and F, 100% minority, and you put it at an A magnet. How that make sense? That's not equity. That's you just moving people around. Also, people teach certain levels. If you are a high school AP, why would you move that person to elementary, lower elementary? Baby, they don't know what to do with them babies. I didn't like my own biological children when they were elementary. I said, oh, tag y'all in. I'm going back to my middle school. I love middle school. Say, give me 7th grade all day. I don't know how to do high school. I don't know how to do elementary. People have levels that they teach. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening. Originally, I had not planned on speaking, but after hearing some of the incoherent things about this transfer, I felt like I need to say something. Firstly, of course, on behalf of the parents of the SEPA Parent Union, and then on behalf of the community that I continually reside in, and even though Caddo isn't much better, I choose to stay here. With that being said, I have a little brother. I'm not a teacher, but I'm pretty sure that when you want something to happen, you don't force it. You had a huge transfer list. I believe Miss Matthews said it was 500? 549. So instead of the superintendent going around building trust, he went and said, I'm gonna move you here, I'm gonna move you here, I'm gonna move you here, I'm gonna move you here. We had a 550 person list to move around. All you had to do was ask. The easiest thing to get people to do something that you want them to do, you don't tell them. You ask them. And if you put a little sugar on it, they'll do it expeditiously. We talked about equity tonight. Real equity is about resources. Those resources were here. And at the end of the school year, magically, we've run out of money. If we're actually going to talk about equity and put some punch behind our words, we don't drain our school funds. We use that money to actually enforce equity and get all of our schools the resources that they need so that we can attract teachers and attract the stakeholders in this community and outside of them back home where they belong. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. I would ask you all a simple question. How far? How far are you all willing to go before we put an end to this administration dismantling every fiber of this system? How far will we go and allow this administration to hurt our children? I've heard people come before this podium and stand in other arenas and stand in support of such a horrendous agenda. And what sickens me the most is we have people that are standing in support of something that they know nothing about. How do I know that? Because school board members know nothing about it. At what cost? What's the going rate for selling ourselves to the devil these days? At what point are we going to take back our souls? You talk about North Baton Rouge. You talk about equity, and this is going to help schools in North Baton Rouge. We're going to put teachers and administrators back in North Baton Rouge. But I have schools in North Baton Rouge that I'm in constant communication with, constantly helping and supporting them. And those schools are losing assistant principals. They're losing their deans of students. How are we going to support those principals? How are they expected to be effective in their capacities and they're not adequately supported by the people who are meant to support them at this central office? How? It's a sad day in the city of Baton Rouge when we start to discount the future of our children because we're going to have to pay hell in the future of this society. People come up here with this administration talking about our community. I ain't never seen you in the community before. You're not from here. You don't walk through the park. You don't walk through Easy Town. You don't even know what the hell I'm talking about right now. The reality is, it's about these children. It's about children that's in elementary school addicted to drugs. It's about children who are raised in single-parent households, who don't know their father, whose mother is working at McDonald's making minimum wage, barely making ends meet. And they're supposed to come to a safe haven at school and leave inspired and encouraged and empowered and look forward to coming back the next day. But the reality is we are creating environments for children to be potentially unsafe and underserved and undereducated by this plan. Members, it is not too late to say no to this. It is not too late to tell this administration who works for you that we're not going with this. We knew nothing about it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James Finney. I am the parent of 3 McKinley High School graduates, and you can make whatever any assumptions you want based on my pigmentation, but I do live in North Baton Rouge. Ms. Dyson, don't feel bad about not getting records from this administration. They routinely violate public records law. I'm a math teacher, so I have to point out that when there's a slide that says there are 236 positions and that's less than 1% of the teachers, if the people making this, writing the PowerPoint, much less presenting it or imposing this plan, are that incompetent, they shouldn't be in charge of people's futures. I noticed on the slide there were allegedly 0 impacts at Mayfair. That was a quick adjustment from the real number of the people that actually got impact notices. I mean, I hate the Mayfair model too, but it is the model, and people signed up for that, and you don't jerk them around after they can't get into whatever other schools they want to. If you want to change the way schools are staffed, you're a day late and $1 short. The superintendent is setting policy. That's not the way it's supposed to work. You all work for your voters. He works for you. You guys have this all completely freaking backwards. Either you control what he does, or if he won't do what you tell him to do, you fire him and you send him back to Maryland, where he still has a driver's license, even though he also has a Louisiana driver's license. You send him back to his $500,000 house in Beltsville, Maryland, where he has a homestead exemption, even though he also has one in
Keep
Baton
it
Rouge.
germane to the agenda item.
Oh, trust me, it's germane. You can't bake in a bunch of cakes with half as many eggs as you need in each one. You don't want to break every bone so you don't notice the one that's broken. There is nothing in what was presented tonight that in any way improves the situation of kids in North Baton Rouge in impoverished schools that don't have the right teachers that's addressed by this plan. Let's figure out what the problem is and then fix the problem. Let's not let somebody from out of state come in and smash everything, break everything he possibly can before he runs off and takes another job. He's already been here almost as long as he was in DC. I think you should do your job as a board and send him on to his next assignment. Thank you.
All right. Next.
I'm good. Good afternoon, everybody. I know Don, I know a lot of you, Lannis, you've been at my school several times. My name is Tamara Espinoza, and I work at Marydale Elementary. I'm this year the Dean of Students, but I don't service that way, but I won't have a job there next year because I was impacted. As a Dean of Students at Marydale Elementary, I service the 504 and ESS as well as ESL children. I also support in the classroom because I know people are saying, and I've heard, by the way, I work 2 jobs. I left my job at Albertsons tonight, closed seafood early to get here after working all day, doing not one, a graduation yesterday and today. And Dr. Narcisse, I wrote you a letter and you sent my letter because I said, please reconsider. Not because I'm thinking I don't want to work at Dufrock. I'm already in North Baton Rouge. I'm already there. I live there. I live right behind Academy. I've been there. I was here when the flood happened. I stood here before when the impact came up before when it was Mr. Drake sitting there and I said, I got 3 kids with braces. What are you gonna do? Make up your mind because I need to know if I have my job. If you don't remember me, you remember me now, don't you, Connie? I'm asking you, Dr. Narcisse, you haven't been to Marydale. You haven't set foot on our campus. You have no idea what I do. Mr. Lannis, you've come to read books in a Dr. Seuss costume. When else have you come to really see what's happening? You talk about equity. You talk about it. How is that equity when you're going to leave the principal with 255 students, no social worker, no dean, no AP, a part-time guidance counselor, a part-time clerk to run a building? How? The counselors don't do SBLCs. That's my job. State took that away. The counselors don't do 504. Me. ESS, pupil appraisal. Me. ESL support. Me. So who else? Who else is going to do it? You talk about you impacted 230 people, but why was my job and all the other elementary deans that are doing what I do every day impacted as well? I just want to answer to that. So you talked about middle school, you talked about high school, but what about those elementary babies? I'm there with them every day. I reach more students every day as a dean than I ever will in a classroom. I have not one, but 5 certifications. I have a master's degree. I am certified for 1 through 8. I am certified in 4 through 8 ELA. I am certified to teach English as a second language. I am certified as Louisiana content leader because I went through the training. I am also certified to be a principal in any district I choose. And that is not just in Louisiana, that is also Arizona. I deserve better.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Next person.
Hi, Tanya Nyman, 2 kids in East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. That's a tough act to follow. I hope y'all listen to her. I know that I can't really say a great deal coherently in 3 minutes or less, and I don't have the privilege of explaining at length. I want to draw everybody's attention to the way in which we are prevented from creating an equitable system in East Baton Rouge Parish. One of the ways in which we are prevented from doing that is because of our fundamentally flawed school accountability system, which is dependent upon racially and culturally discriminatory standardized tests to unfairly rank teachers.
All right, we got. Thank you.
It is germane, right?
No. I was saying so you can carry on. We got to keep the noise level down. Thank you very much.
So we need to focus our energies, and I'm speaking to parents and teachers and concerned community members. We got to identify those policies that have been put into place at the state and local levels that are designed to set up this system to fail so they can privatize it, which is another way to undermine the voting rights of the people in this community. And it is no accident that those school accountability systems are designed to target high poverty districts, which are, because of Louisiana's racist history, predominantly African American. We are reinstating Jim Crow era style governance structures in this parish and in this state and across this nation by these detailed minutia policies that nobody wants to pay attention to, but this is how they have that effect. And it is all we have to pay attention to the people who profit from those and those people that profit from it, the way in which they pour money into our school board elections to help people get elected who, whether with good intentions but just clueless, or whether they just want to get their hand in the cookie jar too, that we have got to do something to restore integrity to the democratic elections and to restore to the system so that we can indeed have the quality education for all children in this system that they deserve. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment?
I was almost ready to say good night instead of good evening. My name is Patty Merrick, and I'm going to speak as a retiree. I did 33 years in the system, and I don't understand what's going on because it's almost like people who sit here as a board and not this board is out to destroy EBR. I'm going to take you back with a history of the destruction of what has been done with EBR board. Now, I'm going to go back to when there was a rift in 1976, where EBR took teachers who had master degrees out of schools that were predominantly Black and placed us in schools that were predominantly white, done by the board. We were moved and didn't even know what was going on. Then you still are operating under something that when J.K. Haynes was alive, you're operating under 60-40 for your principalships in EBR, and you're still doing it. This system is predominantly Black, but your principals are predominantly white. And you haven't changed anything. You're still operating the same way, and you're still doing the same thing within the system. And you're not doing anything that's helping. And you want to talk about the kids that are here in the system that are predominantly Black. Now, you want to talk about what you're doing. You haven't done one thing. You presented all this. We make telephone calls to you. You don't return them. You send letters, and I know what I'm talking about because you can't see you. We can't meet with you, no matter what the issue is. You know, you don't solve anything. Now, what I want and what you need to do, why didn't you take these teachers out of what? You haven't touched Baton Rouge High. What have you done to the high performance? Now, if you want to correct things that are going on and you say what you can do, take teachers from there and put them in these low performance too. Take the principals that are supposed to be doing so much in these high performing area and change them and put them where it is low performance. Then if they're so good at what they do, put them there and see can't they do the work there. Because if you're good, you got to be good at everything that you do. I didn't have a choice what I taught because of what my degrees were, and they placed me there. We had to perform. Now, let's see. You want equity? Move them the correct way. Move these principals around and make them do their job.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Caitlin Joshua, Power Coalition for Equity and Justice, serve as one of their organizers that works closely with educators, teachers, and education advocates. Just to be perfectly clear, we all know that everyone in this room wants equity for all schools, all students, all the time. And it's not how you do things. No, it is not what you do. It is how you do things. And the way that this was laid out caused so much chaos and confusion that I understand why teachers are blowing up our phones. Teachers are here tonight frustrated by the process. And there's a host of ways to rectify the situation. And so a few of the questions that we received all week that I would like to inform you of tonight are what was done to incentivize teachers throughout the entire school year to stay in the district? What did we do to staff up by making our school system competitive to a Livingston, to an Ascension in terms of pay equity and raising wages, as Deidre Salinas was saying eloquently earlier? And incentives for the hard-to-staff schools. We talked about that a lot tonight. Also, another question we have is, and that we've gotten a lot, what happened to the EL counselor position in the CSM? Why was that cut? And last but not least, we talked about math coaches being placed, but principals didn't have options. And so we wanted some clarity on that as well. And just wanted to reiterate, we all want equity for all students. The district is predominantly Black. Most kids look like me. I went through this system. My sister who talked earlier went through this system. We want to see it do well. This is not the way to do it. We don't break everything to give it an even playing field. We rectify it by allowing equity to take place at all schools, by giving every school tools and resources to be successful. And this is just not the way to do it.
Thank you. Seeing no other public.
I'm in the building.
I should have known.
You should have known. Last but definitely not least, how you doing tonight, board members? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. What matters right now is the children. And if you hadn't noticed my child trying to come in here, because the students in the ESS department is about to be impacted and affected in a much, much negative way. And when I say that because We have a lot of staff members in ESS that are now having to reapply for their jobs. That wasn't mentioned by Ms. Smith or the other lady with her. In addition to them, there are several other departments that are having to reapply for their positions. Again, that wasn't mentioned. Why? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. also said you can kill the dreamer, but you can't kill the dream. But we're killing the dream and the dreamers. Those children with ESS will not have a future, nor will they have related services, because every single related service is being impacted. It's being impacted by this. We're going to violate laws, state laws and federal, because what's not being stated about this staffing model is that we're going to change the ratio of teacher to ESS students. That's a problem. Louisiana laws say that it is supposed to be 1-7. According to this plan, it's going to be 1-15. That's a major problem. See, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. also said, be the peace you wish to see in this world. True peace is not merely the absence of tension. It is the presence of justice. Where is the justice for the staff? And where is the justice for the students? Because every student every day is going to be affected in a negative way, which means that each and every last one of us, some of y'all are getting much older than me, is going to have to need these students to be your caregivers, your bankers, your lawyers, etc. But they're not going to have the knowledge. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is something we're about to lose because they have other systems in this state that's willing to pay our highly qualified staff. We have certified individuals here. Charter schools don't. And if we lose them to them, that means we're going to lose more bodies, which means you, as a board, won't have a job. We have to look at the models like Baker, which is losing funding due to charter takeover, and say, is that something that we really want? But more importantly, is that something that the children need? Our children are suffering, and our children are going to hurt even more. We look at the tree that suffer, but we never look at the soil they planted in. You are the soil. Is it dead? Think about it.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, back to the board. I want to go ahead and get a couple of questions on the record. Help me, Jesus, where to start. Okay. I just want to mention that I have concern, and I know many people are speaking from very sincere places. So when I say this, I'm not trying to say anything negative about any particular person that said anything, but I do have concern around people exploiting legitimate concerns of inequity to cover sloppy work that will amplify already disgusting circumstances. There is inequity, but I have not heard any data presented, and I'm requesting data, and I'm gonna clarify again for the gazillionth time the data that I want and how I want it, so there's no confusion, so that perhaps when I ask for this data, maybe the lack of proof to show that some resolve of inequity is taking place might appear, okay? I have asked for, got so many notes. Let's make sure I get it for you. I have asked for, and this can be put, the easiest way probably to provide this information to me, staff, is to look at the budget, start with, based on what I'm asking, start with this 2021-22 budget, go to the each school's page, where we have itemized the number of staff per staff type. And then in what a spreadsheet or whatever document, I recommend a spreadsheet, then you just merely add columns where you can plug in answers to the following requests for information. Number one, at the top by the school, for anybody that's confused about the nature of that school site or the programming, indications of any non-traditional school model. Is it a lab school? Is it a Montessori school? Is it an alternative ed school for academically struggling students that need to intervene and double down more than a traditional school with struggling students, which also require more, a much lower teacher-to-student ratio? Let's not forget them. Dedicated magnet, focus school, or whether or not it's a traditional schools with programs in it, i.e. magnet programs on a traditional site that require unique staffing models. Adjudicated use, my colleague said. Add Northdale, okay? But at the top, by the school name, add this school is a dedicated academic magnet. This school is an alternative school that focuses on special needs, whatever it is, beyond traditional. Then I need the total number of students enrolled today according to J Campus. Adjacent to that, the number of projected students. Thank you for providing earlier. I saw an email, I saw some documentation that said this is how we determine what the projected students is. Cool, thank you. But let me know how many I got today. Because some people being told they projected at 520, but then they really at 597, close to 600, which is the difference of whether or not they have an AP on the campus or not, according to this staffing model. I also need an itemized list of the number of staff by staff type prior to being impacted. As well, let's see. Make sure I'm reading it. As prior to being impacted, as well as student and oh, I see where I messed up. Forgive me, screenshots of my own notes. Let me go back to it. All right, an itemized list of the number of staff by staff type prior to being impacted, as well as teachers by grade, level, and subject area where applicable. I need to know if a school has no third grade teacher or they have no 8th grade English teacher. Adjacent to each itemized staff, the number of staff impacted include final totals of each. So it's not good enough for me that you give me in lump sum some of this information. I need to see it by school, because then I could see, oh, you pulled from the Baton Rouge High and you gave to Park Forest Middle or what have you. But I can't see that in what you gave me. An itemized list and total number of new positions at each site, because in addition to already existing vacancies, now we have new positions. And to that point, we presenting 311 total vacancies. Some of these positions, like Bright Futures, something coordinator, whatever it is that an already existing position, or is that something that the board need to vote on? And can we start voting as a board on things before people start hiring for positions? 311 total vacancies. We already had on January 5th of 2022, 180 vacancies, and we were passing out about that when we were dealing with the virtual school fiasco. And not only have we not resolved, or I don't see any evidence of resolving already existing vacancies, I see us adding to our problem, okay? Let's see. Let me make sure I have total number of literacy coaches currently hired and proposed. Total number of math coaches currently hired and proposed. Additionally, how will ordinary, day-to-day disciplinary issues be addressed at school sites with no AP or dean? Let me go to my next set of questions. And also add a column, use the budget as a guidance so you won't be confused on what I'm asking for, and a simple way for me to be able to just glance and see the information I'm trying to get. How many certified full-time employees for each site?
2 fiscal years.
For now, we'll need 2 columns, one for fiscal year 21-22 and one for fiscal year 22-23. Side by side makes it just super simple, okay? All right. Now, what I would also like to see, which probably cannot fit on the spreadsheet, what data was used to, what was reviewed in terms of academics, all right? You have a comprehensive staffing model. I want to believe, since we're talking about equity, then that means we're not taking a rigid approach at applying the staffing formula. It's more or less as a guidance. I want to believe that, okay? So then, did you review each school type based on data such as academic need, such as discipline records, such as parental involvement? Okay? If so, please provide the data points that you use to consider these things. How was the model created? Did we use evidence-based, research-based strategy and data? Okay? Please provide some rationale for how you came up with the model. Again, I'll point to my little example of, not all schools had reading coaches, and that's because there was a focus on struggling schools to have those. Now, I'm not saying that's the only way to approach it, but just help us understand how you came to your decision. I want to point out that, principals may have had some input on what they chose, but I don't think anybody have any room for trying to point fingers on why they chose who they chose. First and foremost, school site budget's been strained for a long time, well before this superintendent got here. For decades even, whether you talk about MFP funding or what have you. Okay, so when you say you're giving a principal an opportunity to choose who they gonna pluck off the staffing chart, they've been plucking. And so then when they have to make a hard decision, I don't think anybody need to be playing the blame game. I think we just, they put in that position. But to say it as if we gonna pit teachers and principals against each other, I hope that's not the tone that we taking. On one of the slides, are positions being impacted in central office? Yes, positions at the district offices are being impacted as well. Human Resources is currently reviewing. Meanwhile, we hit first the people on the front lines in the classrooms with our students. We didn't run through that before. What did we do? We did that before we actually got the compensation study that's still ongoing. So we can wait for district office to see how we gonna cut them, but we gonna just hit the people that's touching the students directly first without any data. Now, there may be data, which is why I'm asking for it. I haven't seen it yet. I think the most disappointing point out one more thing before I close. I need to see what data shows the actions taken to address equity problems. So, and so I kind of made that point already, but I want to add to the point that we had our opportunities to reward teachers and staff when we had, before we spent all our COVID dollars, but we refused to do that. I think we need to raise that up and acknowledge that we had an opportunity to not cut staff or impact staff, whatever we want to call it. Come up with incentives, whether it's putting 2 teachers in a classroom at a struggling school, just like Belfair, with a special Montessori program, and Duproc with a special Montessori program, and Mayfair with a special lab program. We had money that we could have put extra teachers in our struggling classrooms with COVID dollars. And yeah, it would have been temporary, but we were also saying simultaneously that we were trying to address learning time loss. So temporary money for a temporary addition to additional staff at struggling schools was absolutely appropriate. And I would also have loved to see us figure out how to maintain extra staff on struggling schools, because it just makes the most sense. And I say that with full transparency that my grandson is about to be in the 1st grade at Belfair Montessori. I can still point it out, okay, that our struggling schools need the same kind of attention. Doesn't mean that we throw away the model. I wish we could have more Montessori schools because it's a beautiful model. And the last thing I have to mention is, what's most disappointing for me is that we wanted to, some principals was actually excited about moving forward before they got impact levels, because they were corralled in with all the department heads, and they were asked, well, what's going on your campus? What is it that you need? Well, but you know, Principal so-and-so, you have such and such, and that's some excess staff, perhaps. If you would move around this one and that one, or this position or that position. And some of the principals said, well, gosh darn it, that makes a whole lot of sense. Okay? Every principal was not upset to move staff around. What they were upset about was they got impact letters that looked like they either had a completely different conversation, was confused about the conversation, or had no conversation at all. That's the problem a lot of principals had. There was no transparency with what was about to happen. And we're doing all this in the middle of a national teacher shortage. I-10 billboard next to LSU. You know what the billboard said? I don't know if it's still up there. Somebody told me West Baton Rouge Parish, but you know which one I saw? Fort Worth, Texas. Fort Worth, Texas. We can't afford to make decisions the way that we make decisions. And that lady who spoke so passionately about being moved from a struggling school with all her amazing credentials to a higher performance school, she is not an isolated incident. She's not. Board Member Lannis.
So there were comments earlier that principals and EDs had a decision to make in this process. What I would like to request is, who are those principals and EDs? Because I want to actually talk to them personally and get some feedback about how those decisions came up, for the sake of transparency and also for the sake of accountability. So that would be my request.
I'm gonna have to caution the board to be careful about crossing over in the
personnel issues and decisions, and that would be a personnel issue or decision. So we would need to talk about that. But I'm gonna caution you about moving ahead with meeting with principals about those decisions, Mr. Lannis, and we can talk more.
Thank you. Board Member Gode.
Yes, just a couple of quick points. I know many of the board members probably have not had a chance to look at it, but the proposed budget for next year has been published to all the board members. And in that, Vice President Collins, I think you will find a great deal of the information you just asked about.
I need it provided to me in the format that I requested because there's a lot of information and I need to be able to peruse it with ease so I can communicate with the constituents. I'm fully aware that we received
Ma'am, I
a new
had the
budget.
floor. Thank you.
Sir, I'm the chair of the meeting and I can interrupt as I so please, but I wanted to let you know I didn't need to be explained what I already had. Thank you. You can proceed.
I was letting the public know that the information has been published and is out there. In addition to what Vice President Collins has asked for, I would also like to see, because just impacted is not necessarily the correct, or not necessarily the full story, because there are also people who are impacted because of a lack of credentials or teaching outside of their credential area. So if you have 6 PE teachers at a school and 5 of those got impacted, it's going to look like 5 teachers going away from school. But I think we need context on who was impacted and why, because there could be circumstances where it's an educational issue that they were impacted and not a staffing issue for what was on there. Lastly, I want to read one of the emails that I got from one of my principals, and I'm going to be very careful not to mention the name or anything of that principal or the school. But this is just one, and I've been in contact with all of my principals and just asking how the things are going on, Mr. Shamlin. I was not asking anything specific about anybody. But this is one email from one principal, and I got others similar. I feel the comprehensive staffing model is fair, necessary, and equitable because it is based on student enrollment. I am very pleased that I will now be able to have a literacy coach and a math coach as well as an EL teacher. The need is great at blank blank, and for years I was always denied these positions because I did not have a D or F school. However, due to the pandemic, the need is greater than ever. These additions will provide us with the human resources that will be essential in producing the desired academic results. Also, every year there are teachers who are impacted at blank blank due to student enrollment changes and teacher ratio at each grade level. Again, I am very grateful for the quality and staffing. If you need any additional information, please contact me. So the point I'm trying to make is this is not just across the board, everybody is unhappy. A lot of work went into this, and it is something that I think we need to move forward with. Have we done it perfectly? I said all along, no, we haven't. But again, we got to be careful about throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I think we're making significant strides in the right direction, and I think we got to hold true to that course and adjust where we made mistakes. No one's perfect. I'm not saying this plan is perfect. Where we've made issues or we have mistakes, we need to adjust. But it is something that we as a board need to end up getting behind and supporting and making this happen, or are we going to just stay where we are? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. There have been a few good things that's come out of this, and we've heard a lot of the downsides. However, there's schools that are impacted. I've made some calls around because we got like a list of schools and which positions were impacted. And I was hearing different numbers from different people, in the community. So called around and, was checking on a few things. A lot of the numbers matched and some of them didn't. Sometimes it seemed like the the definition of impacted was kind of varied, from conversation to conversation. But when you have like 17 people impacted in a school that's already struggling, and the numbers are a little different from what we received in our reports, it's kind of hard to decipher where the real numbers are. And when I asked for this presentation to be a separate item, I was asking for that because there was such an outcry from the community and, from parents especially, asking for some kind of presentation on this because they were getting all kinds of different information. And the board hadn't received all of the information that we needed to fully understand and to try to answer some of the questions that we were getting from people that we're working with all the time as well. There were some questions around what our roles were in the process, and what our policies say about the whole situation, really. So when I asked for this to be presented, I also asked to have Mr. Shamlin just do a little overview of Act 1 around our roles as they changed so much a few years ago, where board members don't have certain powers that we used to have. And there are certain areas where we have to kind of, tiptoe carefully and all. And but there are some areas where, the board does have some say. And because Act 1 was there was so much stuff around it that we sort of stepped away from a lot of things. So, Mr. Shamlin, if you would, please, would you just give us a quick review of some of what's in Act 1 and how our roles have changed and what things we actually still do have oversight over?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be brief considering time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Act 1 was enacted by the legislature regular session 2012. It did a lot of things, but I think the focus tonight really, and I think the question from the community and from the board has been, what is the role of the superintendent and the board, and how do those roles differ and complement one another when it comes to staffing? So that's what I'll focus on briefly. Act 1 was codified in revised statute, and I'm having it pulled up here, 1781. And that's the statute that talks about the duties of the board. Essentially, and I'll just sum it up for you in a nutshell, the board has the authority and the power to determine the number of teachers hired in the district. That includes the number of teachers at a given school site, the types of positions, etc. Superintendent is given the authority by the board, by law, and delegated by the board to then fill those positions. Okay. He also has the authority to assign teachers across the district. Now, there's some caveats that come with that assignment authority. He has to take into account qualifications for particular positions, effectiveness. There's several things mentioned in the statute the superintendent must keep in mind when he considers reassignments. There's also some notice requirements that need to be given to teachers. And so essentially, to sum it up, the board has the ability to determine the number of positions, the number of teachers, the types of teachers by school, the nature of those positions. The superintendent determines, he fills those positions. He determines who gets the job. He makes the personnel decisions. He hires, he fires, he evaluates. He further delegates that to the principal, who can make that decision within the school at the local level. Okay, so in a nutshell, that is what Act 1 did. It actually pared some authority away from the board and gave the superintendent the personnel decisions, or the authority to handle the personnel decisions. There's been some talk about, I think there was some questions about the staffing model. Just to clarify, the staffing model has been used by this district. A staffing model has been used by this district over the years. I did some research, looked through the board docs, went back about 8-9 years. The board, to my knowledge, has never approved the staffing model. It doesn't mean that the board can't do that at the request of a board member, but it's never been something the board does. A staffing model does not assign a teacher to a site. It's a guide. And so historically, the way it's been used is the staff will develop a model that they will use to give principals, school leaders, et cetera, a heads up as to what they would like to do in the coming year. Generally, those models have been developed around early spring, when they're going into early spring, to kind of give staff a heads up, an advance notice of what we'd like to do. That staffing model proposes the basis for the superintendent's proposal to the board as to what he would like to do in schools specifically. And that is generally illustrated in the budget. Okay, and so the board basically operates its authority through approval of the budget. My understanding, after talking to some of the staff, is that the budget actually has a section that details specific staff allocations, position allocations by school. And I believe this year, Ms. Lopez will actually design that so that you can see differences tracked from the previous year to the current year. Where the board's authority comes in is in the approval of the budget, which approves those allocations specifically. And so I say that to say I want there to be I think there was some confusion, maybe not around the staffing model versus actual allocations. The model is used to propose the allocations. The allocations are approved by the board through the budget. Does that make sense? I mean, it sort of simplifies it for you. But that is essentially the process, and that's a very small part of Act 1. It does a bunch of other things that affected teacher tenure. That there were a lot of effects that came out of Act 1 that aren't relevant to this conversation, but as to the staffing piece, that is the relevant piece for the night. So I hope that explains it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shanlon.
I overlooked one more bit of information. Well, actually, it's going to be included. It was mentioned earlier about PE teachers, and I just wanted to specifically ask about PE teachers, but I think the way I asked for the information, that's going to show. Thank you. Board Member Bernard.
I just wanted to remind, if you're not acutely aware already, that we still haven't gotten to the items on the agenda that require action. So thank you.
All right, thank you, board member. But look, maybe 30 minutes ago, that would have been very helpful. I'm teasing. Okay, all right, so we moving on. That was the last of that item. Moving forward with item E3, presentation on Excel by Mr. Rico.
Buenas noches. Sí.
Buenas noches.
Muchas gracias por todos. Que tengo un poquito de hambre, disculpe. I'm a little hungry, but I'm very happy to see you guys. As always, I have a lot of respect for all of you, and I thank you guys for your time, your diligence, and your stamina. I'm always very impressed with all of y'all, so thank you so much. I am here to introduce a couple of very intelligent and awesome individuals, Ms. Chiruba and Ms. Emma, and they are here with the Excel Initiative, which is a statewide initiative to go ahead and provide more equitable pathways for our English learners, our multilingual students, to have in order to graduate on time here in the state of Louisiana. If you do, there's some great research, guys, in regards to other states, other districts in the entire country that have these awesome alternative pathways that go ahead and provide some great equitable supports to go ahead and make sure that our students are graduating on time. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to them so they can go ahead and just give you a brief presentation. This is just an informational presentation to show you guys some of the work that they're doing statewide. So I want to thank you guys once again, and I'll turn over the mic to the ladies. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. It's wonderful to be here, and I really appreciate your attention. I know it's been a long night, but this is extremely important for our scholars, for English language learners in our state. I am the director of one of the state's first newcomer programs called Las Sierras Academy. My name is Emma Merrill, and we serve scholars who are brand new to the country within the past year, and that's where my expertise is coming in with this topic.
Good evening. My name is Chiruba Chavez. I practice as an educational diagnostician. I've also taught English as a second language and special education, so I have a expertise in the intersection of the two as well.
Yeah, and so we're going to first start off with some background information. What we know is ESSA's state plan for Louisiana is that 90% of our English learners graduate by 2025. What we also know is we're nowhere near that, right? So if you look at the graphic, our overall graduate for Louisiana is 80%, but for English learners, it's only 41%. And where that plays out in the numbers by parish is actually a bit small. Orleans Parish, 35% of English learners graduate on time. Jefferson Parish, 30%, and East Baton Rouge, 22% graduate within 4 years. What we must need to know is the graduation requirements, right? So scholars must pass all of their LEAP credit classes. They must, I'm gonna go back. They must be able to pass and meet seat time requirements, and they also must be able to pass 3 LEAP exams. So they must pass LEAP exam in English 1 or English 2, algebra or geometry, and U.S. history or biology. We can go to the next one.
And we wanted to see if this big differential, right, this 40-point differential was true of other subgroups as well. So we looked at a 10-year trend across other disaggregated groups. And we found that English learners are the only subgroup that has averaged a decline in graduation rates across the state over 10 years. Right? Every other subgroup performance has increased. English learners are the notable exception. So then we wanted to dig a little deeper and find, was that unique to us in Louisiana? What's going on in other states with their English learners? And again, like our differential is almost 40 points, but our neighbors in Texas that have considerably more English learners, their differential is closer to 17. Arkansas surprisingly has a lot of English learners, and their differential is only within 6 points between their English learners and their total graduation rate. We find this trend pretty similar in the North, and then California as well, who has the most English learner population. So we see that Louisiana is a notable exception in the differential in graduation rates for our English learners. So then we wanted to learn, what are these states doing differently to provide our English learners an opportunity to make it to that finish line, to make it to graduation? And we found that these states have language specific to not just English learners, but the newcomer students who have recently arrived in the country. And Texas is a good example of this. Texas does not require a performance metric on their state assessment to graduate like we do, but they still have language specific to English newcomer students. Theirs is specifically for students who have been in the country 5 years or less, and they have carve-out exemptions for the English 1 exam. Florida is a state similar to ours, where they also require a performance on their state assessment for their students to graduate, but they have also recognized the need for English learners to have an expanded pathway to graduation. And they have language that allows their newcomer students to demonstrate content mastery through other means as well. So just want to stamp that this is a problem pretty unique to Louisiana, where 41 other states have expanded pathways to graduation for all of their students. And so obviously there's a lot of variables that go into why the differential is the way it is. But I think our context has shown us that the LEAP 2025 exam is the barrier that is disproportionate to our English learners. And the good news is that Louisiana already acknowledges that the LEAP exam is a barrier disproportionate to our English learners. I've pulled this straight from our bulletin. The definition of an English learner is that the function of being an English learner denies them the ability to meet state proficient level of achievement on state assessments. So as a state, we've already acknowledged that this disparity exists.
And we, just like you, rely on data, right? So we wanted to look at the data and see where it lies with the LEAP 2025 being a barrier to success specifically for this population. So if you see the bar above, that's our overall population from East Baton Rouge Parish. 2018, a typical year, 71% of scholars graduated from the general population, 31% of English learners below graduated. And then in a typical year, 2019, and then in a COVID waiver, 2020, with the overall population, we saw a 6-point jump. But with our English learners, we saw a 14-point jump in graduation. And we all know this was during a time where kids were learning virtually. They were struggling, right? Teachers, I as a teacher were struggling. But to see like this discrepancy, that the LEAP 2025 was the only difference in graduation this year, and there's a 14-point jump in this population, is astounding. And it also plays out with Louisiana as a whole. So overall population, a 2-point jump in graduation in 2020. And English learners, and a 12-point jump in graduation in 2020 during the COVID waiver year, where the only difference was the LEAP 2020, with the waiver for the LEAP 2025 exam.
I want to stamp that the only difference was the LEAP 2025 exam, right? Our kids were still making seat time requirements. They were still passing their classes. They were still earning all of their units. That was the one isolated variable that year that made that impact that we see. So we want to acknowledge that the LEAP 2025 is a barrier disproportionate to our English learners, but also still hold them to a high level of accountability and to an objective standard that's appropriate for our English learners, right? English learners are actually the only subgroup of students that are held accountable for 2 state assessments. So they take the LEAP like everyone else, but they also take the ELPT, which is a state administered assessment every like February, March, right? And it measures their English proficiency. Their first year in the country, they have a baseline, and then it tracks their growth year to year. And we've already acknowledged as a state, this is the trajectory that we expect our children to be on. This is how we objectively define growth. And as a state, we have agreed that students who come into the country from 6th to 12th grade, it takes 7 years to become proficient in English. You can see in the chart, if a student comes to us emerging, right, by their 7th year, they should be proficient in English. And that trajectory is, dependent on what their baseline year is. Schools are also already held accountable to ELPT growth results. It's already factored into SPS scores for both K-8 and 9-12. And I think it's important to note that at this time, while schools are held accountable to ELPT growth metrics year to year, individual students are not.
Yeah, and I think a lot of stakeholders that we've spoken to aren't necessarily aware of this other standardized test that scholars who are English language learners are held accountable to, and ask me, what does it look like? And this is exactly what it looks like. So every March, every February, kids are tested on their growth. This is an example of a reading question that is cross-content, right? So you see a graph, you see mathematical terms, you see scientific terms, and then to the side, you have to read the data and you have to choose which of these sentences is incorrect based on the data to the left. Very rigorous for a scholar who's new to the country and is 16 years old and really, really wants to graduate and has credits from their home country, but can't yet read this within 2 years to graduate. This is also comparable to the English LEAP, and this is an ELP sample item that is reading comprehension based. But what we're proposing is that we do hold schools accountable to making sure kids are growing in English language proficiency instead of necessarily holding them accountable to getting a basic or approaching basic or above on a biology LEAP exam in their second language. And here's the pathway. So what we're proposing is that students must still sit for the LEAP 2025. We still want that data, right? We want to know how schools are doing, how they're serving kids who are newcomers. We want kids to pass all courses required for their diploma, meet all seat time requirements, as all of my students have in the past. But we also want them to be eligible for graduation by allowing them to create a standards-aligned portfolio for LEAP 2025 courses. So my students historically struggle the most with U.S. history and biology in their second language, and to be able to create a portfolio project that's aligned to those standards would give them a much better chance at graduating, and that's what we're seeing with these 41 other states. And we want them to meet ELT proficiency trajectory standards. So just like Truba showed you the chart of a student's trajectory in English language proficiency that Louisiana has defined, it takes 7 years to be proficient in a language, but we want to make sure each year counts and hold schools and kids accountable to growing each year.
So not all English learners would be eligible for this pathway. This is specific to our newcomer students who come into the country 7th grade or later. And thinking back to that chart, right? Kids who come into the country K to 6, they have 7 years with us, right? They have 7 years in K-12 to meet that proficiency metric. But our kids who come in 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and later, they don't have 7 years, right? So that's why this pathway would only be eligible for or allowable for them. And then also at this time, schools are not held accountable for students' achievement until their 3rd year in the country. But still within the first 3 years in the country, students are being denied diplomas. And we feel that the standard should be fair both ways. And then again, like basing all of our decisions on serving students with excellence, we don't want schools to have any excuse to not serve these kids with excellence, right? And currently there's a loophole that exists. I mentioned the achievement metric not being factored in until the student's 3rd year in the country. So thinking about our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, what's the incentive for serving them with excellence if their scores will never count towards the school? So ensuring that we're grounding, our decisions and our accountability on the ELPT will allow us to make sure our students are being served with excellence the minute they walk into our doors. And then again, right, all this time students have not been individually held accountable for ELPT results, but schools have, and we want to hold students accountable to the ELPT growth year to year.
And obviously, we want to achieve our ESSA state goal, right? By 2025, 90% of English learners will graduate. That is our goal. I think Truba and I have spoken to many stakeholders across the state. Specifically, this last bullet point comes from many stakeholders in the business community and the economic community in Louisiana. They've requested we need a way to hold kids accountable to growing in English, and the ELPT is that. Okay, so that will increase workforce and economic participation by focusing on English language trajectory instead of necessarily passing a state exam on U.S. history or biology, and being able to do a portfolio project, but focusing on that English growth to be successful citizens in the workforce. We have spoken with a wide array, like I said, of stakeholders across the state of Louisiana. This coalition has come out of conversations with BESI board members, conversations with Superintendent Brumley. When we last met with him, he said, broaden your coalition. I want people in the workforce. I want people in the ed community. I want all of these other stakeholders to be involved, and that's exactly what we've done. You see some on the board. I think what's really exciting is that in October, Orleans Public Schools passed a resolution of support for the Excel pathway, and Calcasieu Parish also formally supports the Excel pathway. And with 4,000 plus English learners in East Baton Rouge, doubling every 2 years their population, we would love for you to lead the way as your nation's capital, and not nation, for state's capital, but formally support the coalition as well. Thank you so much for your time, and we'd love to hear any questions you might have.
Board Member Howard,
thank you guys so much for sharing this presentation. And one of the reasons that I wanted these guys to share this presentation was simply for a bit of information. We have a growing EL population in this district, and I think that we can do a better job as a school district in serving those students. The graduation pathways that they mentioned here today are something that the state has to decide on what those new graduation pathways look like. But in addition, having this information, we as a district can be more intentional with allocations and with all of the different things that we are doing so that we are properly serving these groups of students. The word equity has been thrown around a lot tonight, and equity is an actionable word. And as board members, we can do things without the state's mandates right now to really make sure that these students are getting the services that they need in order to make sure that they're being successful throughout our school district. So I thank you guys so much for staying through 5 hours of conversation about things in the district. But I think at these board meetings, more things and more conversations should be about what we're doing for students in an intentional way and not about all of the issues that create chaos through political and otherwise. So thank you guys for showing this information. I think as a board, as a collective, we should think about how we take strategy to address needs of our EL population. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry, hold up. Board Member Dyson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the information. I do have a question, though, something that kind of alarms me that I want us to kind of be mindful about is that when we compare, we don't have it like side by side, but it's on top and then it's the next one, the East Baton Rouge Parish rates versus the state's graduation rates with ELS, we're still a good bit lower than statewide. So I'm wondering what we think is causing this.
Great question. There's a lot of different factors, of course, throughout history and such. However, the probably number one component that Amanda Chaluba was saying, Councilwoman Jill, is that the LEAP exam, which is the EOC, the end of course exam at the end that these English learners are required to take, the academic language for them is it's not extremely difficult. It's you can't grasp it, and so because it takes a certain amount of time and such to actually get that academic language in English. So they're going to the classes. They can get supports. They can show you their work in English and Spanish, right? But when it comes to actually taking that state test, it's not made for someone who's a multilingual learner. It's made for someone who's had English their entire life.
Right.
So as a result, you had two things unfortunately happen. One, they fail the test, or two, that dropout rate happens because they have no choice, or they feel at least that they have no choice. And so that's an unfortunate disparity that we're trying to work with, of course. But part of that, which is a very big reason, is that there aren't alternative pathways by the state of Louisiana. Whereas I can tell you Dallas right now, or Boston, Albuquerque, New Mexico, California. There's all these other places that it's a common component in their graduation process.
But again, my concern is EBR versus the state. So the state is having all those same issues that we're having, our students are having, they're having them statewide. Right. So why can't we get
And that data is from
along with everyone
2018.
else?
So in regards to supporting our kids and everything, we've taken some awesome measures to where we are having more actual instruction for our EL students by having ESL teachers and having more coaches to support the schools with higher numbers of EL students, which is fantastic. And then on top of that and everything, we've literally created literacy-based curriculums to where they're going to go ahead and they're literally modified to support just our EL students. And we're also adopting a newcomer beginner curriculum to also support our kids. And that's just a surface area. In regards to that, that's the academic excellence component, the operations and communications in regards to making sure that we have actual ESL ambassadors that can support all our families and communities, because we strongly believe that if we build relationships with the communities and the parents, that's going to be a step forward in making sure that they feel comfortable, not just to send their kids to schools, but then also move towards that graduation process, right? So we've done a lot so far moving forward and continue to move forward for next year. There's still going to be this need, though, eventually in the whole state of Louisiana. So these are things that we're just starting in the surface, right? And we had a lot of support in regards to the Council of Great City Schools and helping us and guiding us in some of these measures, Ms. Dyson. But in general and overall, we need to make sure that we are aware that we will move the data. We just received the ELPT data, which is the English language proficiency test that they just talked about. We just got that data in like 2 days ago. We are, even though we have that COVID loss, we are already pre-COVID numbers, as in we've caught up, and we increased as a district, we increased 2% in proficiency, which is excellent, considering COVID and everything. However, what we're trying to make sure that we work towards eventually as a state is to ensure that there is an equitable pathway for our kids, our English learners, our multilingual students to eventually graduate when they first come into this country within those 3 years. So I hope that kind of answers the questions, but I get really excited about this, and it's like, you know what, you want to get a PowerPoint, 2 PowerPoints, what you want, but thank you for the question.
Well, I
really
appreciate your work on this,
You're
all
awesome.
of you.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to follow up that answer as well. So earlier on in the PowerPoint, we showed that 3 parishes, EBR, Jefferson Parish, and Orleans Parish, actually have the lowest graduation rates in the state, and that correlates with having the highest English learner population in those parishes. So it's super hard, right, when you have 4,000, 5,000 kids to serve and make sure they're passing all of these standardized tests. But it evens out in other parts of the state where you might have 2 or 3 newcomers to be able to spend the resources to serve them more adequately. Yeah. Any further questions?
Yes. Board Member Baloo.
I think you answered my question pretty much. I guess we can cover it more in detail later on, but I appreciate it.
And look, my question was real simple. I was so busy looking at the data, I missed something obvious, which is, okay, I got what you're doing, what's happening now, but what is it that you wanting to do different? And I apologize.
So students currently have to pass those three exams to graduate, right? One of each of the pairs, on top of earning all of the Carnegie units. And seat time requirements. So we still want our kids to meet seat time requirements, still sit for the exams, still earn all of their units. But they would also create a portfolio that's standard aligned with those LEAP 2025 courses. And they would have to show growth on that ELPT assessment, which we feel is more appropriate for newcomers than the LEAP 2025.
So the only standardized test that would be high stakes, for lack of a better, would be, so then progress versus high stakes approach. Is that what you're saying y'all asking for?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think when we're talking about English language proficiency, that's what the business community wants when kids graduate from school, is that they're proficient in English, they're able to enter the workforce, they're able to be productive citizens. And so that's actually where this idea came from, is that we already have a state test that scores proficiency and growth in a language. I speak Spanish, but I always like to say, I'm bilingual, but I can always be more and more proficient, right? So we want to make sure kids are progressing each year in the language instead of necessarily passing a standardized U.S. history exam or biology exam. When we know kids who are 16, 17 and new to the country have never taken a standardized test in their life. And yet this is this high stakes test that you must pass within 2 years in the country in order to graduate. That's why kids are dropping out or seeing this not as a viable option. And our model is based on other states that are currently doing it, and we want to do it better than them.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on the now versus one. Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, moving forward with item F.
Thank you.
Thank you. F1, board up, any reports from board appointees from like VIPs or anything or break or okay? God bless you. Moving forward, item G, consent agenda. Board Member Lannis, you want to read that for us?
I guess I have to tonight. It's at least 3 pages long. It's my turn. Okay. Consent agenda. Number 1, consent vote. The following items are to be approved as a part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. Number 2, grants, pre-K. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following 2022-2023 pre-K grants. Cecil J. Picard, early childhood education in the amount of $5,404,400. Non-public schools early childhood development in the amount of $668,680. Birth to three-year-old seats, B3 seats in the amount of $2,005,960. Believe in the amount of $1,350,750. 3, professional services contracts reimagined. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following: Empower Schools in the amount of $8,750 to provide support and resources for innovative plans. Empower Schools in the amount of $18,750 to provide support and resources for innovative plans. Empower Schools in the amount of $8,750 to provide support and resources for innovative plans. Empower Schools in the amount of $18,750 to provide support and resources for innovative plans. Cooperative agreement. Consideration for a request for the approval of a cooperative agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Capital Area Human Services District Baton Rouge Mental Health Center, Children's Behavior Health Services. 5, Enterprise Financial Management Solutions and Human Resources Management Software. Consideration for a request for the selection and approval of Enterprise Financial Management Solution and Human Resources Management Software. 6, Healthcare and Ancillary Benefits Plans. Consideration of a request for the approval and authorization of the following: A proposed 2023 healthcare rates for active employees, non-Medicare and non-Medicare eligible retirees participating in the Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana administrated medical plans for Core, Buy-Up, and Community Blue. Proposed pharmacy contract with Express Scripts for pharmacy benefit management services for 2023 to 2025 that includes the implementation of alternative funding solutions for specialty medications. Proposed contract with United Healthcare to replace existing Humana Healthcare Advantage program for 2023 through 2025. This includes eliminating the HMO plan option and replacing it with a single PPO plan offering. Proposed contract with MetLife to replace existing Always Care Unum Dental and Vision products for 2023. Proposed contract with Aflac and Zurich to replace existing Lincoln Life and Disability products for 2023. Proposed contract with Aflac to replace existing MetLife critical illness, accident, and hospital indemnity products for 2023. Authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute 2023 contract for stop-loss insurance coverage. Proposed contract with Ochsner for 2022-2023 wellness initiatives. Proposed contract renewal for Celrex to continue HRIS systems administration for all benefits for active, non-Medicare, and Medicare eligible retirees for 2023. revised 2023, number 7, revised 2021-2022 general fund budget. Consideration of a request for the approval of the revised 2021-2022 general fund budget for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. 8, board meeting calendar for 2022-2023. Consideration of a request for the approval of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board meeting schedule for the 2022-2023 school year. Number 9, contract renewal for Baton Rouge Speech and Hearing Foundation, the Emerge Center Incorporated. Consideration of a request for the approval of to renew a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Baton Rouge Speech and Hearing Foundation, the Emerge Center Incorporated, in the amount not to exceed $250,000 to provide speech, language, and occupational therapy. 10, contract renewal General Counsel, discussion/consideration of a request for the renewal of the General Counsel's employment contract. Number 11, consideration of a request for the approval of a recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, in the matter of Laquita Thomas versus the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, docket number 690525, Section 26, 19 Judicial Court, Parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana, and to provide the related matter. B, Christian Kelly versus Margaret Fort, docket number 691492, Section 24, 19th Judicial Court, Parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana, to provide for related matters. And 12, consideration of a request, 12, policy EFAA, consideration of a request for the approval of a district policy EFAA, employee use of social media. I so move.
And then, board colleague Dyson, hold up. Moved by Lannis and Howard. Okay. And then board colleague, Dyson.
Thank you. I need to pull, or I'd like to pull 4, and only because I'm going to accuse myself. And then 6, if I can just pull 6E. No. Okay. So then I would like to, I would like to suggest, excuse me? Okay. I would like to then just bifurcate
So you have to pull the item
the whole
first.
item. Okay, so I will
then
pull
entertain the
6.
bifurcation. Yes.
6 and 12.
That 4, 6, and 12, Ms. Dyson?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Board member Gode.
I'd like to pull 8 so we can get updated information.
And then, I need to pull 3, 7, and 9. I just need to vote the way I need to vote. I'm not trying to have a whole conversation, okay? I just need to, I'm not trying to be here till midnight. I just need to, yes, 3, 7, and 9. I know it's not too much left. It's not much of a consent.
To make sure I'm clear, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 12.
8.
So hold your down.
And 8.
Bingo.
Board member Baloo.
Thank you. I just want to put it on record that I'm not having any item pulled.
Board member Landon.
Let's go ahead and pull number 10. Now, we got to find out what's going on with the general account. No, I'm kidding. No, pull it.
God bless all of y'all. All right. See no other requests to speak? Any public comment on 1, 2, on, in global, 1, 2, 5, 10, 11?
Good evening. Item number 10, a contract renewal for the general counsel. There is no backup on the committee of the whole printed or published agenda, and there was no discussion. So Ms. Armand was kind enough to put his existing contract in backup today. But I have absolutely no idea, and I'm glad Mr. Tapman isn't here to play with his toy hammer, because I'm going to ask a rhetorical question. What exactly, if you pass this consent agenda, are you approving with respect to the general counsel's contract? It appears you have already, by lack of action before December 31st, extended his contract until June 30th of 2023, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, it's odd to have.
I'd be happy to defer some of my 2 minutes to the general counsel to understand what I read incorrectly. But I'll say it again and again and again. There is a vague agenda item, and then somebody says, so move, in spite of the lack of backup, and then none of you know what you're voting on, none of us know what you're voting on, and you don't want to answer questions because this is for public comments. Well, I would love to be informed as to exactly how much you're going to encumber your replacements on the board if you intend to extend his contract beyond what I would expect has already happened by default, which is June 30th of 2023. So I'll just hope to be pleasantly surprised by some elucidation before you all just vote to get home earlier. Thank you.
It is a bit odd to ask the general counsel to comment or clarify a comment related to his comment, but you're the general counsel, and so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little awkward speaking on my own contract. I guess maybe I could have had external counsel here to handle this. The superintendent is making the recommendation. My understanding is my contract ends June 30th of this year. It's been renewed. It was extended by 1 year when the board didn't give me notice a year ago. The board has, by law, the authority to extend my contract 2 years beyond its life. So from January 1 to 2 years out, my understanding is you can extend it if you so choose, but the superintendent and the board president normally would negotiate that contract and then let the board know the terms of the contract. So I don't want to speak too much on my own item. It's a little awkward, but that's my understanding. Maybe I misread my own contract. I don't know if Dr. Finney read something different, but that's my understanding.
I'm still confused with what the agenda item is. What the motion is.
To put in stone, to
To
put
renew
in,
the contract, yes.
to officially resolve the concern you say you have, to put a contract in place for time. All right, any other public comment?
Why do we have a committee of the whole meeting if we're just going to pull every item? I want to leave here before 1 a.m. I'm sure you all do too. Connie has already stormed out saying that she's mad that she didn't get to make a vote before 10 p.m. So maybe.
Because I have to recuse myself on one and others that passed that I don't want to say, yeah, I'm voting for all 12. I want it to be clear that I'm voting no. Now, I'm not going to give a diatribe, but
and I want to clarify that number 12 got pulled, correct?
So please give her time.
Yeah, thank you. I was in the other room.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And I apologize for cutting you off. All right. Any other public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Y'all trying to forget me tonight. How y'all doing tonight? Don't forget me now, your favorite constituent. I would love for y'all to pull number 11 litigation because y'all did not pull that. I thought that it was ironic that y'all pulled every last one of them except for litigation. I think it's important that we look at the litigation considering that the foolishness that we just had and that we sat in here for almost 5 hours addressing may put us in another situation for more litigation. Think about all these disgruntled employees that can file a suit. I know them unions might be itching to go ahead and file. And I wouldn't hesitate on helping them. But I'm just stating that that is something that we actually might need to address. Look at this litigation. This litigation actually is talking about cases that we probably might need to look at and try to learn from. And we actually might need to talk to a lot of these disgruntled employees because, I mean, the first day of school is going to be what, August 9th? And we're going to have to hire a lot of them back. So think about the litigation that we will face from them, as well as the litigation that we will face from all these parents of children with disabilities like myself, whose child will not receive those related services. There's going to be some more litigation. General Counsel could tell y'all, Special Counsel Wayne T. Stewart, Hammond Seals, Atkins, Geis, Jonah, and Perkins. He will be the first one to tell you he do not want to see me again in court. So I think litigation, y'all definitely should pull this one up so that we can discuss litigation, talk about how we can prevent litigation, talk about how we can resolve this litigation, and then talk about how we can make sure that we can give our staff some raises because we have depleted ESSA funding and that should be something else that should be in litigation. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment. And again, ma'am, I apologize. It is late and I didn't mean to interrupt you. All righty. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Good night, board. My name is Valencia Johnson, and I am the president of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators, and I am speaking to item 12. Huh? Oh,
It's separate. So just wait.
I thought it was pulled. Oh,
Yes,
okay.
to be separated.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry.
All right. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Seeing no other requests to speak, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries. There you do. Wait, hold on. She's right. She's not in the queue. Let me just add her in something. Oh, because you weren't here at roll call. Let me do a roll call till I fix it.
Okay.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Yay.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Godey.
Yay.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving forward with item 3. Seeing no requests to speak from the board. Any public comment?
Do we have a motion and a second for item 3?
Oh, Jesus. Thank you. Go Day. I had to think of the name. Who seconded? Okay. All righty. Thank you, sirs.
Second, Ms. Collins.
Howard.
Van Howard?
Yes. And so, seeing no request to speak, any public comment? Seeing no public comment, back to the board. Seeing no request to speak, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
And moving forward with item 4, G4, and let the record show that I am recusing myself, and board member Dyson is as well. And can I get a motion? All right. And a second? All righty, Lannis and Howard. Lannis first, Howard second. Seeing no request to speak, any public comment?
This is one that I am actually in agreement with. We always need to have a cooperative agreement, a consent agreement with Capital Area Human Service District, because they actually provide services not only to the mental health, for the mental health, but they also provide services for our individuals with disabilities. If any parent in this whole entire school system have never checked them out, they definitely need to check them out in a new location in the old Bon Marché Mall, also known as Bon Carré. This is something that we need to think about. Mental health. I think about my mental health as I deal with this school board every single day. I think about the mental health of the staff members as they deal with this foolishness, dealing with this comprehensive modeling. I think about the mental health of my child when he might not have no related services such as speech therapy, occupational therapy, APE, related medical, because the health clinic, that's a related service. And they're gonna be impacted too with all this here stuff that we're doing. His child-specific para. I'm even wondering about the mental health of all the people that's supposed to work for ESY. That starts June 6th, 4th, 6th, 9th. My mental health is messed up right now because of this meeting. So I don't even remember the date. I do remember they end July 14th though. So this mental health stuff is serious, and the social emotional learning just not even helping. I'm representing restorative practices today, and I'm telling you, it just went all the way to hell in a handbasket because the mental health is just shot. It's gone. But, that's something that we need to consider. Sigmund Freud talk about health, mental health. There's many other individuals that talk about mental health, but we need to really think about the mental health of individuals as we did with COVID. COVID is not gone, but the mental health damn sure is. So we need to really, everybody, I think everybody in here would say aye if they could and vote for this agreement. You don't actually ever hear me really say, let everybody in the house say amen, but everybody in here could say amen for this one. We want mental health.
All right, Ms.
To the extreme. And I'm gonna hold my 40 seconds for the next one because I'm gonna be back up here. Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you, Sister Corley. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Seeing no requests to speak from the board, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote.
Oh, gee.
The motion carries.
Moving forward with item 6, healthcare and ancillary benefits. Can I get a motion? Go Day and Baloo. Seeing no requests, okay, Board Member Dyson.
Yes, I would like to, I'm gonna have to recuse myself on the full item, but I would like to, bifurcate, 6E. And, have a separate discussion about that? Or
Wait a
can I
minute,
just discuss it, or I guess I need to bifurcate?
Bifurcate and then
Bifurcate.
recuse yourself from the point, well,
And recuse myself on the rest of it? Yes, and so,
No, is
That's
that,
a motion.
so let me ask a question. Is 6E the item you want to separate out? You
Yeah.
sure? Is that, I thought the discussion was retiree insurance, and I want to make sure that's the correct item.
I'm trying to take out the life insurance
For retirees,
for
correct?
retirees, and I don't see life listed on any of these other items. So please tell me if I'm mistaken.
I'm gonna ask for some guidance from Ms. Lopez if she's available for which of the letters specifically addresses retiree insurance.
Life insurance, not health, but life.
It's 6E? Thank you.
Life insurance for retirees. Thank you.
and Board
So I
colleague,
make that as a motion. What?
Board colleague Dyson, for clarity for myself, 6E is the one that you need to recuse from?
No, I'm
You
going to
need to
recuse
recuse from
myself
everything
from
else?
all of 6, except I'd like to bifurcate
Okay,
6E.
okay. So then technically we bifurcate first
That's correct.
and then recuse from, gotcha.
Yeah. So you're making a substitute motion, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you need a second. Ms. Ware Jackson?
It'll be quick.
All right. Seeing no further requests to speak from the board on the substitute motion to bifurcate. Any public comment to bifurcate?
It would be helpful if, even just for a moment, the television screens could show us what 4 items are still on there and what one isn't, since we don't necessarily all have laptops in front of us. Thank you.
So any other public comment? Only on bifurcation. Only on, okay.
My mental health is back. I had to let the mental health go out the window for the mental health issue, but it's back. Okay. I think that with this item that it should be a nice private meeting with the unions, and the retirees, the individuals that would actually be impacted and affected. That is my comment. I think that instead of
Wait. Well,
Oh, hold my time. Y'all hold my time.
It's for clarity.
Hold my time.
The motion is simply to bifurcate, and we're not actually dealing with any subject content, excuse me, in this particular motion.
Oh,
There you
but
go.
then my mental health had still been gone out
That's
the
all
window.
right.
My
That's all right.
bad.
Just sit right there. It's not gonna take too much longer for us to get to the actual.
Yes, I'm gonna wait until you get to the item. Miss April, I want my time back when I come back, okay?
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board on the bifurcation. And so, seeing no board comment, and the Madam Secretary shall, at some point, call a vote. No knock to Madam Secretary. She getting it all in the computer. All in the computer. All right.
Voting on just the bifurcation. Please vote.
Then we'll consider.
April, there's no boxes.
I just got it.
Sorry.
Oh,
I don't have a box.
Okay, here we go.
The motion fails.
So the substitute motion fails, which means we go back to the original motion on the floor.
All right. The original motion has all items, all sub items for 6.
Can y'all swap back to the screen? Chris, can y'all switch back to the board doc screen? You can also see it on the board docs.
Can you see that? It doesn't say. See why it failed.
Oh, it's just not.
Oh, everybody is not present. Oh, that's the original motion, huh?
Now it's on the screen.
Yep. And so then, board colleague, how you want to proceed? You just need to recuse from everything, huh? Okie dokie. And so, seeing no board comment, any public comment? Retiree Merrick?
Oh, thank you. Patty Merrick, I still say the same thing that I said the last time, and it's very important for retirees and myself because of my own age. And I don't think it's fair to have worked this long in the system and knowing that within 2 years what their insurance is going to drop to. Because it is written, and if you get to be 70 years old, you just about have no insurance. And it's not fair. And a lot of the retirees they're not aware of it. And I just got a call the other day, and what I suggested that when you're 70, even if you try to go with state farms or anything else to get insurance, you just about can get this extra high when you're 70. So the only thing you can do at 70, which would be the wisest thing to do, is just to do burial insurance. And that's ridiculous to say that you've worked all these years and then you need to go to a funeral home and then do your plan. But that's the wisest thing that you can do when you know insurance, because you're not going to have enough when you have retired from a system with 30 or 40 years. You're not going to get it from your job. And I think that is just absolutely ridiculous for it to continue to drop. And you're just taking it. So the other question is, where's the money going? Who gets our money? Because it have to go someplace if it's constantly dropping. Somebody's getting the retiree money. In other words, somebody's getting our death money. So who's getting it? Thank you.
So 2 weeks ago, you spent several contentious hours talking about redistricting, and then finally got to the committee of the whole items. And my sense of the little bit I looked at was that went by fast. And this is kind of an important item. And here we are at 11 o'clock. Everybody's whipped from all that conversation about I'll try to be kind for a change, a poorly communicated staffing model. And so now you're going to affect health insurance for everybody. And I certainly haven't had any chance to pay any attention to it. I doubt if all of you have studied this as carefully as you might. So I don't know if you can defer it. I don't know if you just have to trust that the gentleman from Maryland has the community's best interests in heart and his recommendations are sound, but that seems dangerous. Thank you.
Seeing no other.
We don't have no child care in this facility. I tell you, I keep asking y'all for a room for the kid, but y'all won't do it. Okay. I really and truly believe that we should actually allow the individuals that would be impacted and affected by this to actually be the ones to do the negotiation. Just as you heard Ms. Merrick state, they have worked and given their lives to every student every day in our school system. And it's a shame that we're not taking into consideration that when people retire, that they're on a fixed income. So any changes that you do will impact them and affect them and their family in a major way. It can affect them and impact them where it can cause them to not be able to afford medications. It can affect them and impact them to where it can keep them from being able to pay utilities, pay mortgages, pay car notes, car insurance, house insurance, etc. God forbid we have natural disasters like hurricanes, tornadoes that cause damage, and they end up with a lot of more damage than their insurance is willing to cost, which give them an extra expense. We have to take that into consideration because one of the things that we don't want is people working for our system, giving their time and their blood and their tears every single day. And then we say, hey, you really didn't matter to us. we're going to change your plans. That's not right and that's not fair. Part of being a democracy is having listening to the people, and the people that is impacted by this are the people that actually come here every single day to educate our kids. Those are the people that actually need to be doing these negotiations. You know, no offense to our superintendent, but with considering how long we actually had to talk about this comprehensive modeling, staffing, or whatever you want to call it, it leaves a disdain, and it actually bring a high level of distrust to where individuals would not be able to trust that anybody can have real, true decision-making authority. So allow the people that will be impacted and affected to actually be able to negotiate that. And you could do that simply by bringing giving a survey. We been dishing out money every single day like it's Christmas. You can get a contract, you can get this money funding. Let's use the funding to actually get the input of the individuals that will be impacted and affected the most. It should not be that they give this and that we actually make changes without their input. And so I just ask that you think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. From what I understand, with the health areas in this benefits plan, mostly everything stays the same or it's improved. However, in the area of the life insurance, we know that life insurance burials costs go up every year, and the coverage is pretty low. Is there a way that we can have this company look at perhaps renegotiating that piece so that we could have an increase in benefits for life insurance, for burials, so that our retirees could benefit from this?
Yes, ma'am. I actually spoke with Mr. Crochet and Ms. Lopez earlier. One of the things that I think we should probably do is have Ms. Lopez do an analysis of what the impact would be on the budget. That's something that she talked about doing to let the board know what the cost would be for any increase in coverage. I'm sure Gallagher can work with her to look at the different options and then bring some information back to you. And so my understanding is we can always come back with an amendment to this later if needed, and do some changes if the board's interested. We have some time left before we actually have to make final decisions. So we do have a little bit of time, some flexibility. If that helps.
So if we pass this tonight, then we still have time to
Yes, ma'am.
to look at this more closely and see if we can get a better benefit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Merrick, you're gonna have to call me Monday. And why you ain't called me before today? Call me Monday, and I'm gonna keep a close eye. But that was the only the only concern. I had seen another email, but that was resolved by another retiree. The difference was we dropping. It was what, 75? No change? Okay. All right. I apologize. But I'll do my part to work to see how we can come up with something. Board colleague Gode. Okay. And thank you for speaking, bringing the concern to our attention. Yes, ma'am. Madam Secretary, please call a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Oh. I'm sorry. Moving on to item, what is this? 7, G7, revised 21-22 general fund budget. Can I get a motion? Lannis first and then Gode. Okay.
Miss Collins, read the item into the record if you don't mind.
Oh, okay. Well, all that hard work Lannis did earlier don't count. All right. I was trying to ride on the work of Brother Lannis. Item G7, consideration of a request for the approval of the revised 2021-22 general fund budget for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. And I have board colleague Lannis and board colleague Gode with the second. That was you not, okay, so seeing no requests to speak from the board and seeing, all right, public comment.
I'll explain in a few minutes why I wasn't here for the committee of the whole to talk about all these items back then. But you're about to pass by acclamation an affirmation of the fact that you passed the budget, the superintendent ignored it, and you're going to say, that's okay, just spend the money however you want. That's what you're about to do. Because you passed the budget, he ignored it, he created positions you never authorized, he moved money from here to there and everywhere. You kept asking him to provide fiscal notes and budget status on the ESSER money. Sounds like it's all gone with nothing to show for it. So here's your chance. Defer this to June and have a full discussion about how he modified the budget you approved almost a year ago. Or just do what's your usual custom and say, yeah, whatever. We'll listen to the public complain, and then we'll let the gentleman from Maryland do whatever it is he wants to do to destroy public education in this community. The election will be soon enough.
Seeing no other requests to speak.
Yes, I am. Yes, so. I'm getting my steps in. You know, I greatly appreciate Dr. Finney's comments. We did a model that actually was supposed to be kind of, decrease in cost, but nobody cut any jobs in the senior cabinet. And that's major, because we're paying each individual in the senior cabinet $130,000. If we would have started trimming from the top, we would have had money to give to those at the bottom, those that are directly in the trenches. If we look at what the new revised budget says, it says that we're getting rid of Miss Elizabeth Taylor Chapman, and we're putting 2 people to do what 1 person was doing. Now, I'm trying to make it make sense to me, and it's not, because we're getting ready to eliminate therapists. But we're revising a budget that doesn't add up and make sense. I did a public records request for fiscal notes, for itemized detailed expenditure report dealing with the budgets, including ESSA funding, all the IDEA funding, Title II, Title I, ADA. I asked for it all, and I still have yet to get it. That's because somebody's trying not to make sure that we know where the money really went. It's a problem when we have on here that we gonna give stuff in ESSA funding when we know the money don't exist anymore. How can you make it make sense? Let's start cutting from the top. We can always renegotiate the superintendent's contract because he getting $200,000 and he's supposed to get a $10,000 bonus. Let's not give it. And let's give it to the individuals in the trenches that's doing the work every single day. We can't keep sitting here saying that we did not know what that budget was, what the money was supposed to be used for, what the impact was gonna be. We knew. I spoke on here then, because I read the special budget and the general budget. And I'm probably one of the few people that know that budget backwards and forwards. We are not in a reduction in force, so we should not be having no impact letters. We should not be revising this budget. We should let it stick, and it should be a penalty and a reflection on the superintendent. And it should be a disdain and a big stain on our on our school board for failing to make sure they supervise the superintendent, because that is the job, to hire and fire the superintendent. I remember board members running on that. And that's what we need to do. Hire, fire, supervise. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board colleague Gode.
I'm going to just be very brief. A couple of things. Most of what Ms. Corley is talking about is special funds, and that is not what we're voting on. We're voting on the general fund, revised general fund. The special funds is not part of this. This is the money that the budget we passed for this year and revising it for this year. There are two major revisions because I have read it and I have gone through it in detail. The only two major revisions on this is an increase in sales tax collection, which is good, and an increase in spending in regular education programs by about $10 million, which is good. Because that's what we're supposed to be doing, is educating children. It also increases our surplus by $8 million, which is also a good thing. So I have read this, we have gone through it, and I for one know what's in here. Secondly, on the ESSER funds, even though ESSER funds is not part of this, there is now a detailed website, a detailed dashboard up on our website that you can find out a great deal about our spending of ESSER money. But again, ESSER money is not in this. This is just a general fund budget. So I request that we approve this and let's get finished with this meeting. Thank you.
Seeing no other requests to speak, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote.
I'm coming back in.
The motion carries.
Moving forward with item G8, Board Meeting Calendar 2022 through 23. Consideration of a request for the approval of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board meeting schedule for the 2022-23 school year.
We had asked the secretary to do a poll of members to see what dates would work for us in September. So before, I'm happy to make a motion.
Gotcha.
The results of that poll, if that's okay with you.
Yes, sir.
Based on responses, September 1st, 3 yes, 5 no. September 8th, 4 yes, 1 no. September 15th, 8 yes. 9/22, 5 yes, 2 no.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move the calendar as written with the amendment or with the change of making the committee of the whole meeting on September 8th and maintaining the regular board meeting on September 15th. I hope I got those dates right. Okay, so the committee of the whole on the 8th and the regular board meeting on the normal day of the 15th.
All right.
Thank
Can
you.
I get a second? Okay, seconded by Board Member Baloo. Seeing no other requests to speak from the board, any public comment? Back
Sorry
to
to
the
do this
board.
to you, but I do
Oh,
have one.
okay.
I was not faking like Paige. It's a single page document. It does not have the starting times on it. I wonder if that is by design, if it's going to be the same as next year, or as same as this year. And then if there's any way we can change a policy to echo how the Metro Council does it, where on the Metro Council, the members of the board are timed as well as the audience. They have a longer time and they are restricted to 2 comment sessions each. I would like you to consider that. Essentially, yeah, it's off topic,
Thank you.
but please, moving forward, consider that.
Okay. All right.
That was a great recommendation. What time is it? Oh, Jesus, I'm telling you, y'all need to start serving food and drinks and here and childcare too. I am on board with Mr. Goday for having the meeting in September, but can we please put that the dates may be subject to change considering weather, because that is hurricane season? And can we also put, make sure that we actually put a cancellation notice in a timely fashion? Because we have canceled some of those meetings like maybe 15 minutes to an hour before the meetings, maybe 2 hours before, but we don't cancel them that much before. And that's a problem because you may have people like me that's driving a distance that's actually considering coming out into that weather to actually be here at the meeting. So I just think that that's something that we should take in consideration. But I am all for our meetings, the calendar. But I would also like for y'all to considering the time of how late we are doing this meeting, if we can do them on Saturdays, first or third Saturday.
Thank you
Just
for your,
just
thank
a
you for your
recommendation
comment.
to, I heard all the boos and stuff, but I'm just saying.
The Lord said there's a day of rest. Thank
Look, just a Saturday, just to think about it.
Thank you for your
And
comment.
childcare and the food services in here,
right.
would be a nice
Thank you.
recommendation.
Board colleague, seeing no other public comment. Board colleague Goday.
One quick comment, if we're going to start mirroring the Metro Council, I think we ought to mirror their thing that the meeting's over at 8 o'clock, no matter
Look,
where you are on the
amen and
agenda.
amen. And we might actually get there if we limit our own. I wouldn't hate on the comment. Thank you. Okay, seeing no other board comment. Madam Secretary, call a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item G9, contract renewal, Baton Rouge Speech and Hearing Foundation doing business as the Emerge Center, consideration of a request for the approval to renew a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Baton Rouge Speech and Hearing Foundation doing business as the Emerge Center Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $250,000 to provide speech, language, and occupational therapy. A motion? Board Member Baloof and Board Member Goday. Seeing no requests to speak from the board, any public comment? Seeing no public comment, back to the board. Seeing no requests to speak from the board, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward now to item G12. Policy EFAA, consideration of a request for the approval of district policy EFAA, employee use of social media. Can I get a motion?
I'd like to move that we defer action on this item and we bring it up again for discussion at the committee of the whole on whenever, in July or June? July. It will bring it up to committee of the whole in July, because I think there's been a lot of comments and things about this policy, and I don't see it as being necessarily time sensitive. So I'd like to defer it to the committee of the whole in July.
So Gode and Dyson. All right. Seeing no other requests to speak from the board, any public comment?
I think it should be the July right after about 30 centuries from now. It's an incredibly creepy policy that you shouldn't consider. And I promised that I would explain my absence for the last 2 meetings. I don't have kids in this school. I don't work for this administration. And 2 members of the Narcisse administration senior cabinet filed frivolous loss. I will be brief if you will allow me a little bit of latitude.
Make sure we keeping it
July
relevant to the
is too
policy.
soon, and here's why. It's going to have the looming threat of stifling free speech. And I feel that very strongly, having been sued by 2 members of Dr. Narcisse's cabinet on frivolous grounds in an attempt to stifle my opportunity to participate in the democratic process. And this administration is proposing to do that to people that work for this school system. That's outrageous. It's offensive. And July is too soon, but I appreciate the fact that you're not going to try to make a snap decision tonight. So better July than tonight, better never than July. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Valencia Johnson, President of East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators. And I concur with Dr. Finney that this is going to be a violation of First Amendment rights. We have a legal opinion, and I will be forwarding that legal opinion to all the board members. So deferring it forever would probably be the thing, or changing several lines in the language of the policy. So, thank you.
Hello, Paige Caldwell. I forgot to tell you guys that in addition to all the other things I stated earlier, I'm also all up in LAE. So, I also would like to agree with Dr. Finney. This is gonna be really bad for you guys if y'all pass it. I've talked to several lawyers. I talked to a lawyer in Mississippi who ruled on a case with a policy almost exactly like this one. They've already been sued. They've already lost that case. They lost it like 6 days ago, y'all. So it's not smart. And I wanted to go ahead and talk about it today because in July, I will not be here. So I waited here all night to make sure that you heard from me. Thank you. Now I'm gonna go home because I have to get up at 5 a.m. to go to 70802 to teach.
It turns out that chemo and then 2 days of infusion is a bit much for me at this point with the long meetings. There's a part of me that wants to be like, okay, at least we don't have to worry about it passing tonight. But it'd be even better if you all just shut it down completely, because last time I checked, I didn't wake up in a communist country that restricts the internet and restricts free voice. We cannot threaten a president, but if you don't think he's doing a good job, you have the freedom of speech and you can speak on it. I think you should go ahead and vote on it tonight.
Would say good evening, but good night, board members. The First Amendment. My name is Charles Justice. You're going to see my name in this state a lot this year. From Jefferson Parish to many stores. From mask mandates to freedom of speech. And I promise you, the lawsuits that were won 6 days ago, there's 2 in Supreme Court right now, and the judge is very mad. Not only are you infringing upon the teachers and the employees of the school, I have children. What if they want to post a picture of their mother at dinner? What if they would do that and they attach her name? Unfortunately, none of you understand the algorithms of how it works. It makes it look like that person posted as well. Therefore, you're basing anything that they do and you make it as a private contractor, private contract, or else it is still in violation of the First Amendment. You've got 16 times that's happened this year in Supreme Court alone. You've got a good lawyer. Let him do his research.
Seeing no, oh,
Hi, I have some comments that someone sent me on this. Public employees, including teachers, have a constitutional right to engage in First Amendment protected speech without fear of retaliation by their employers. Public employees retain fundamental First Amendment rights to speak out in their personal, non-official capacity on matters of public concern, including education issues. The rules in this case are overly broad and contain numerous vague and undefined terms. As a result, the rules could result in discipline for protected speech and in any event would likely create a chilling effect on employee speech. Teachers have the right to speak, and maybe we do need eventually a social media policy, right? There's TikTok and there's all those other apps that I don't understand because I'm old now, but this is not the time to do it. July is not the time to do it. We need to have the discussion first before it is an item on the agenda, and it needs to not happen with the current administration that we have, because if we can't trust them to tell us when they are moving teachers around, we can't trust them to apply this in a fair way. Because the only news we got about moving teachers around was from the teachers who were affected on Facebook saying, I got impacted, what does this mean? And if they said anything slightly negative about them being moved under this policy, they could be fired for that. And that's just them telling people what's going on. If they said even a slightly negative thing about them being moved from one school to another, they could be fired without your input necessarily. And so we need to pause this and make a new draft of this item that is realistic to what really happens on the ground level, and then not pass a social media policy. Well, Narcisse is the superintendent, so thanks.
I want to say good morning because we still got 9 minutes. Lauren Justice, grade EBR teacher here in our parish. Got out my bed off my couch to be up here. This is how I see it. I've read it, I've analyzed it, spoke with other people about it. The policy that is currently written is so strict that it is almost made to be violated, to cause us to be in violation of a social media policy. Now, do we need one in EBR? Absolutely. We've got kids doing stuff on there. We've got adults. We have people in propriety, people that we have to protect. I'm a mom of 2 boys in EBR. I got to protect them too. I protect my students, make sure they're not doing it. But I don't want my boys to ever be afraid that their mama's going to lose their job because they took a picture on Mother's Day because we went somewhere. I ain't saying I'm going to be belligerent, but that mama and that teacher deserves that 1 hour, that happy hour, whatever. But just like what's done in the dark can come to light, it don't matter with social media anymore today. It's going to be on the news. And unfortunately, in the past 1.5 to 2 years, I think most of us board members in this room and us constituents can agree. Things happened out in our community with one board member, and it was broadcasted faster than a wildfire through the news. And it didn't have to just happen on social media. So I think we should either vote, get rid of it, or we should redraft it, come up with a more consensual, followable action that is more vigilant to what could actually go on in there. And thank you.
I would like to agree that this motion should be deferred because it affects a lot of teachers and it creates even more mistrust and lack of communication because we don't know if we could get fired for, being out here tonight and speaking our voices and trying to do what we think is best. And we need more time I think the policy needs serious reconsideration too, but definitely more teachers need input and not a vote at almost midnight. Thank you.
We're going home after this. Woo! Midnight. All right. Everybody woke? Let's be woke. Okay. We already have a policy in our handbook that talks about social media. We have one in there that talks about social media and bullying and harassment and all that. I don't know if everybody has actually read our student handbook, our rights and responsibilities handbook, but it's definitely in there because parents have to sign off on it every single year. I don't sign the handbook because I don't agree with a lot of these policies because a lot of our board members, unfortunately, don't know the policies exist. And that creates a problem because our board members are actually supposed to be the ones that actually help with putting in place some of these policies. So for us not to know that we actually have a policy that already addresses social media is a problem. So why are we trying to create another policy? Now, I'm being honest with y'all. Under American Disabilities Act, covered by the Office of Civil Rights, if you actually try to put in place the policy that you're trying to implement now against any individual with a disability or a parent of a child with a disability in a form of as a retaliation, you can be sued individually and collectively. I want to say that again for you. Sued individually and collectively. Because parents of children with disabilities have equal rights as their children. So do staff members that have disabilities. Now, I don't know if y'all have not consulted with Mr. Wayne T. Stewart from Hammond, Sears, Atkins, Geis, Jonah, and Perkins, but he would definitely tell you I am a sucker for making sure that we follow some laws. We need to stop trying to be so sensitive. I know half of y'all probably don't like that I come up to the microphone all day and night, and that's okay. But it wouldn't bother me if you posted it on social media. They talked about Jesus Christ before they nailed him, right? I'm just telling y'all to think about why would you want to try to do another policy when we already have one that exists? That's a problem, a major, major problem. So I agree with you, Mr. Gode. Ain't often that we agree all the time on something, but I'm going to add to yours. Defer it with prejudice and not bring it back. Now, they do that at the legislation, and that's something that we need to actually start doing. Defer it with prejudice. And I like your idea about following city council and, stop the meetings at a certain time. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment, back to the board, Kylie Dyson.
Thank you. I'll be quick. On this On this item, I'm wondering if I'm the second, if the mover of the motion would put to a date uncertain so that we can have time to really delve through each part of this. And if we want to look at our old policy and go from there and amend it, that's an option as well, but I think we just need some dialogue time. But I do think that we do need a social media policy. It's just, we need to get this right, and we're kind of in unknown territory because so many people use so many different things. And I think there's some benefit to it. I know major organizations have it, but this is going, I think, too far. So thank you.
May I comment on that? I will not accept that for this reason, for two reasons. One is when we come back in July, if we're not ready, we can defer it again. And then secondly, people have only focused on one part of this social media thing, but there's also parts in there that relate to teacher interaction or staff interaction with children and children's websites and email. Policies can be amended and all these things around teacher interaction on internet with on their things, but I'm more concerned with the staff interaction with children that's covered in this policy. Is that in our policy today, or is that new to this policy?
Staff interaction with children is actually in policy. What this policy does is it takes that and applies it to social media. But if to make to maybe help the board to feel a little better about this, that gives me 2 months to vet this with individual board members, the superintendent, and we can also include some parents and some teachers and get some feedback as well.
So that's my only concern. I don't want to just kick the can down the road because I want to make sure that we're doing what we can do to protect children. Thank you. I hope you accept that. Ms. Dyson, do you understand that? Okay.
Board colleague Lannis.
Yes. So I am in agreement that some of the language does need to change. This is my personal opinion based off what I see. I know several teachers who actually friend and talk to their current students, and they create pages because they know that that's where their students are always at, is online and on social media. So that's just a way or mechanism for them getting information out to their students and also making sure they're doing homework and things like that. So it's never in an egregious matter. But there are parts that I do agree with, such as libel and defamation. Those are things that are just federally protected, and also that's protected by the state, and there are laws that actually outline that. But I do think that we do need to look at the language on several of the policies, and I look forward to that conversation.
Board colleague Dyson.
Just a quick question. Can you read the motion, please?
Motion is to defer the consideration of the request for the approval of District Policy EFAA, employee use of social media, to the Committee of the Whole in July of 2022.
So it'll go back through committee and then to the regular board. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Um, moving forward with item H1, student expulsion, I'm gonna need help from board, from general counsel, because my email, my phone is dead, and I had the email up with the guidance, and I'm just realizing I should have logged in on the computer since my phone was dead. So if you could, no, Samsung, Android.
So, Vice President Collins, you'll need to ask the board if everyone has had an opportunity to review the written record of the expulsion proceeding.
Has everyone read the written record of the expulsion proceedings?
And perhaps a better question would be, has anyone not had the opportunity?
Has anyone not had an opportunity to read the expulsion proceedings?
So seeing no concerns from board to move the matter to a hearing, we'll need a motion and a second, and that's all we need. There will not be an affirmative vote, and so no public comment on this matter. So is there a motion or a second to hear this matter at the next regular meeting? Don't say anything, that's correct. All right, seeing no motion and second, the recommendation of the superintendent stands.
All
That
right.
concludes the matter.
And that concludes the matter. Moving forward to item I1, announcement of meetings by our beloved colleague, Blue.
Thank you. Announcement of meetings, there will be a committee of the whole to be held on June 2nd, 2022 at 5 p.m. here at the Central Boardroom, and a regular meeting to be held June 16th, 2022 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. And
Vice President, I'd like to have a quick point.
Point of.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see
Oh,
your name. I'm sorry.
Board colleague Dyson.
Thank you. I just have, it appears that we could be adding the public hearings for the budget, not on this. If we could go ahead and get them included into the document here.
It'll be
Thank you.
prior to the committee of the whole.
They're preset.
I would just like to request that we make a board motion that President Tapman, being that he was not here at this meeting, is responsible for providing barbecue sandwiches for the entire board for the next meeting to make up for his absence.
Second the motion. All right, meeting adjourned.